Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Welcome on in, everybody. Hope you have your cough drops ready. Let's get a little taste here of Amber at her best here on Direct before we jump into Cross.
That I don't want to call myself a victim. I don't like to think of myself as a victim.
I already hate her. Sorry. I already hate her.
That I don't want to call myself a victim. I don't like to think of myself as a victim, and I don't want him to think I'm attacking him or blaming him. I'm pointing out I didn't cooperate with the police, that I didn't want to get him in trouble, that I didn't want to hurt him. I don't want anything from him. Just don't call me a liar. It's all I said. Just don't call me a liar.
Wow. Famous last words, right? Okay. With that. Wait. Sorry. What am I doing? One more time. Because this is so good.
I want him to think I'm attacking him. I call myself a victim. I don't like to think of myself as a victim, and I don't want him to think I'm attacking him or blaming him. I'm pointing out I didn't cooperate with the police, that I didn't want to get him in trouble, that I didn't want to hurt him. I don't want anything from him. Just don't call me a liar. It's all I said. Just don't call me a liar. Just don't say this isn't real.
So she's wearing her as I call it, her North Korean dictator outfit. Okay, so now we are going to jump ahead into Cross exam, which, funny thing, similarly to with Jen McCabe this time around, Cross starts like at the end of the day. Does it start with a sidebar? Let's just see. Oh my God, look at Elaine's outfit. Fuck. Okay, we're gonna go to where it actually starts though. Okay. Okay. All right. So here is how Cross exam starts. Beautiful.
Good afternoon, Ms. Heard.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Depp hasn't looked at you once this entire trial, has he?
Not that I've noticed, no.
You've looked at him, though, many times, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
You know exactly why Mr. Depp won't look back at you, don't you?
I do.
He promised you you would never see his eyes again. Isn't that true?
I don't recall if he said that.
One of the last times you ever saw Mr. Depp was when you met him in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
That was the second to last time I saw him, yes.
And this was after you had publicly accused him of domestic violence.
I got my restraining order before that, yes. Mm-hmm.
And this is after you had obtained the domestic violence restraining order against him.
That's correct.
Let's please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 1229. For the record, it's at 1101 through 1209. I'm going to ask that it be admitted into evidence.
Any objection to 1229?
Yes.
All right, 1229. You want to enter it in its entirety?
Yes, please.
Okay, 1229 entered in its entirety. Go ahead and play your section.
No. Oh no, a hug will save it all. All this, everything we just
I just wanted to touch you.
Really? After all this shit you just said?
I just wanted to give
After
you
all
a
this
hug.
shit you fucking accused me of? You
Yes,
want to
please,
touch me?
please stop. Please stop. Please, I just wanted to hug you and say bye. I didn't want to take it back.
We did that last night. It's fine. That was good enough. No, because I'm nothing to you. And I will always be nothing to you.
Calm.
What? You're not my shrink. No. No, you were doing. No, we'll never see each other again. You won't even don't take my fucking glasses off. You don't like fucking looking at not my fucking eyes? You will not see my eyes again.
Wow. There it is.
That's you and Mr. Depp in that recording.
That is.
And this is from when you and Mr. Depp met in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
Yes, that's what it sounds like. That was in the hotel. We met once after that as well.
This is after you publicly accused him of domestic abuse.
Yes, and got my TRO.
And he tells you you will not see my eyes again, doesn't he?
Yes, he does in that recording.
And he kept that promise, hasn't he?
As far as I know, he cannot look at me.
He won't look at you, right, Ms. Heard?
He can't.
One of the first questions your counsel asked you on direct is, why are you here? Do you remember that?
I do.
Let's please play Plaintiff Exhibit 357A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor. And for the record, it's 2122 through 2140.
Liz, how's your workout? Sorry, workout. It's so good.
See what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them Johnny Depp.
Oh, this is so. Ooh, this is why. Okay, this is on a bigger scale. Like why this trial really matters. Right here.
See what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and
Yes.
it's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
That's your voice on that recording, right?
Yes, it is.
And you were speaking with Mr. Depp.
Yes.
And you said to Mr. Depp, quote, you can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and the judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp, a man, victim too of domestic violence.
There it is.
End quote. That's what you said, right?
I was saying it to the man who beat me up, yes.
Shut up.
I thought it was preposterous.
And the man you beat up numerous times. Right, Ms. Heard?
I could never hurt Johnny.
You're here in this courtroom because Mr. Depp finally told the world that he is a victim of domestic violence.
I know that he is suing me and has sued other people or corporations that have said that as well.
You didn't think he would tell the world he was a victim of domestic violence, did you?
I found it hard to believe that he could or that he would do that, considering the relationship he and I had. I thought it would be
Gross.
crazy for him to do so.
Sorry. It's
I
like
know we live.
it's like a mixture of like infuriating, but funny because of what a terrible liar. I mean, it's just, many of us have watched this so many times, and it's just some things don't get easier with time. You know what I mean?
Violence, did you?
I found it hard to believe that he could or that he would do that, considering the relationship he and I had. I thought it would be crazy for him to do so, knowing what I know we lived through.
Or, as you said to him in that recording, who was going to believe that Johnny Depp, a man, is a victim of domestic violence, right?
With all due respect, I wasn't saying it because he's a man. I was saying it because he was a man who beat me up for 5 years.
Mr. Depp is your victim, isn't he?
Wow.
No, ma'am.
And once he left you, you continued to abuse him publicly by calling him an abuser, didn't you?
He is an abuser, and you can look either of us up online and figure out who's being abused online.
Let's look at some of that. Mr. Depp wears rings on every finger, doesn't
Larry
he?
says she says that, right? Because like the jury literally can't do that anyway.
Ms. Heard?
That's my experience, yes.
And they're not delicate rings, are they?
No, they are not.
Every one of his fingers is adorned, your words, big, chunky rings. Isn't that right?
That's
Great
my
point.
experience of him.
And Mr. Depp is always wearing rings, right, Ms. Heard?
That's my experience of him.
Okay, now there's a pause. Just like with Jen McCabe, the problem with being a lying see you next Tuesday when you're sitting there in court is that you will get impeached over and over again. And there will be evidence that you're a lying see you next Tuesday. Let's take a look.
And you've never known him not to wear these rings.
That's my experience, is he normally wore rings, yes.
So Mr.
Oh,
Depp
God.
was wearing these big, chunky rings on every finger. Every incident of abuse you've described to this jury, right?
I can't say for certain it was in every single incident.
But you've never known him not to wear rings, right?
In general,
My God. Oh my God.
my experience with Johnny is that he wears rings almost all the time.
I need a cough drop, guys.
Ms. Heard, do you recall giving testimony in a deposition in this matter in January of this year?
I do.
Can we please play
Oh,
your deposition?
these depositions are so great. I don't think this is what the video, this is just the audio, but dude, these depositions. So one of the things that's great about civil trials
Day 2,
is you get depositions.
512, page 512, lines
Yep.
11 through 15.
Heather. Thank you, Angel. Don't mind if I do.
You said he hit you and he was wearing rings, right, Ms. Heard? So he hit you with rings on every finger?
I don't know if I've ever known Johnny to not wear rings.
Yeah.
Deppos are so good.
Ms. Heard, you testified to an incident in March of 2013 where Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
And you testified, quote, you don't know how many times he hit you in the face.
That's correct.
So Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times while he was wearing rings on this occasion, correct?
Which occasion in March are you referencing? You weren't
The
specific.
testimony that you gave on day 15 of this trial, March of 2013. You weren't specific as to the day.
There were several incidents.
The one where he hit you several times in the face.
There were I'm sorry, just so I understand better. There were several incidents in March. Which one are you asking me about?
The time that he hit you several times in the face wearing rings.
Well, he pretty
in
much
March
always
of 2013.
right. What are you asking me? I'm sorry.
He was wearing rings on that occasion?
I pretty much always knew him to wear rings.
Okay, let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 170A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor. You testified that this is a picture you took after that incident, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, that was one where he grabbed me.
And hit you in the face so many times that you don't remember. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And there's no injuries to your face in this picture, are there?
Not that this picture shows.
And there's no medical records reflecting that you sought treatment after this alleged incident either.
I did not seek medical treatment at this time.
So there's no medical records reflecting any injuries to your face after he hit you several times.
I did not need to go to the doctor at the time.
By hitting you several times that you lost count with rings on on his fingers.
That's correct. I did not seek medical attention other than my therapist.
Help.
You testified to another incident in March of 2013 where Mr. Depp hit you while he was wearing a lot
That's
of rings.
hilarious. Don't apologize
Do you
for
remember
that.
that testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified you felt like your lip went through your teeth and it got a little blood on the wall.
Yes,
Hi, Kate.
I remember that.
There isn't a picture of you with injuries after that alleged incident, is there?
I don't know if I've seen one.
I know.
I can't recall. There are a lot of pictures.
You didn't produce any photographs after that alleged incident, did you?
I
Ms.
don't
Heard?
know if I took one or if it's included. I'm not quite sure which ones.
You didn't show any pictures to this jury after describing that alleged incident that your teeth, your lip went into your teeth. You don't remember that, right? You
I
didn't show
don't-
any pictures to this jury after describing that incident, right?
I don't believe I've seen that picture admitted.
Oh my God.
That picture doesn't exist.
Oh my God. I hate her so much. This is just so reminiscent of the whole thing about the ENT later on. Angel, you changed your picture. What happened to your eyebrow?
I don't know which one you're talking about. We have pictures from March 2013, yes.
The only picture that you've produced and shown to this jury is the one that was just put up on the screen, where you said he hit you multiple times in the face, and you appear to have what is a bruise on your arm, correct?
I believe this is the only picture that's in evidence right now.
Ugh,
That's the only picture
gross.
you've shown to this jury from March 2013, correct?
I believe so.
You testified about an incident in Russia on or about June 26, 2013. Do you remember that?
Yes, that's correct.
You testified that Mr. Depp, quote, whacked you in the face.
That's correct.
And you went to the bathroom after that, right?
I did.
And then, according to your testimony, when you came out of the bathroom, Jerry Judge, Mr. Depp's security guard, who's passed away, pointed out that your nose was bleeding, right?
He did that in the hallway.
And you said you hadn't known that your nose was bleeding until Jerry Judge pointed it out to you?
Yes, that's correct. I was unaware until he brought it up to me. I didn't see it when I was in the
I
bathroom.
love
wasn't
Johnny
looking.
Depp's sunglasses, by the
So it's
way.
your testimony that you went into the bathroom and didn't look in the mirror, which I assume was in the bathroom, to notice that your nose is
And we all know that, first of all, there's no way that happened, right? Because first thing she's going to do when there's a mirror around is look in it. Yeah. And second of all, how else would she know? It's bleeding.
bleeding.
That's not why I went into the bathroom. I went into the bathroom crying. I don't even know if I paid attention to the mirror. I certainly didn't enough to notice any blood.
And you didn't take any pictures of your bloody nose either, did you?
I did not.
But pictures were taken of you in Russia, though. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We had a press or a dinner.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1248. Ms. Hurd, this is a picture of you and Mr. Depp in Russia, correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to move to admit.
All right, no objection. 1248. in
Go,
evidence. You can-
Hey, woo!
And this is you and Mr. Depp in Russia for the Lone Ranger premiere, correct?
It was a dinner function, I believe, for
Why do I
information of
feel like the
movie.
Rush?
Wasn't the premiere.
Why do I feel like the Russians hated her? Sorry, I can say with confidence the Russians hated her. With
I recall.
confidence.
You don't have any visible injuries to your face, do you?
You guys. I'm not going to say what I'm thinking. All right.
And that you can see.
Let's look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 1249. This is a picture of you, isn't it right?
That's correct.
I'm going to move to
right.
admit Exhibit 1249.
All right, 1249 in evidence.
This is also a picture from when you were in Russia for the Lone Ranger premiere, right?
That is correct.
And you have no visible injuries to your face, do you?
None that you can see.
Smart, Twiz. Smart.
Even though Mr. Depp whacked you in the face so hard that
None that you can see. Hilarious, right? Hold on. As if the jury can see it? Wait, what? Are you saying it's Camille's eyes that are the problem? Stop. Stop. Stop.
That is correct.
and you have no visible injuries to your face, do you?
None that you can see.
Ew.
Even though Mr. Depp whacked you in the face so hard that your nose bled
He did.
while wearing chunky big rings, right?
That's correct.
You also testify that Mr. Depp, again, whacked you in the face after the Met Gala in May of 2014, right?
That is correct.
You testified that you thought he hit you so hard he broke your nose.
That's correct.
You said your nose was, quote, swollen, discolored.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I have a pretty good idea of how the Russian culture would have interpreted and lack of accepted her, if you will. Yeah, 100%. I 100% think they would have seen through her bullshit way ahead of time.
Red.
Like,
That is correct. I took a picture of that.
You testified you took a picture of your face after this.
I did.
But you didn't show that picture to this jury, did you?
I would like to.
But you didn't show it, did you?
That's not up to me.
oh, for fuck's sake.
You understand you were under an
Oh,
obligation to produce
those-
all photographs after any
Those are
alleged
Erlin lenses?
incidents of violence, right, Ms. Heard?
I produced everything.
You didn't produce any photographs after the Met Gala.
I produced everything.
You also understand that you're under an obligation to produce all medical records reflecting any injuries you allegedly sustained from Mr. Depp, correct?
That's correct.
And you haven't produced any pictures or any medical records reflecting a broken nose after the Met Gala in May of 2014, have you?
I have given everything to my lawyers. Everything. I've turned over literally everything that
So now she's going to throw Elaine under the bus.
I have.
Is it your testimony, Ms. Heard, that you sought medical treatment after Mr. Depp allegedly broke your nose after the Met Gala?
Not after the Met Gala. I did not seek medical attention. No.
You also attended an event after the Met Gala in May of 2014, didn't you?
That is correct.
And you went to the All-Star Comedy Tribute to Don Rickles.
That is correct.
That was the next night after the Met Gala.
That is correct.
And there were pictures of you taken at this event.
Yes.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1252. This is a picture of you, Ms. Heard,
Yes, it is.
at that event,
Yes, it is.
the night after the Met Gala,
Yes, it is.
the night after Mr. Depp allegedly broke your nose.
I'm not sure if it was broken for the record, but yeah, you should see what it looked like underneath the makeup.
Oh,
He whacked you
fuck's
so
sake.
hard in the face that you thought you had broken your nose.
Exactly.
Permission to admit this photograph.
All right, 1252 in evidence.
I mean, if anyone ever looked like a psychopath, just saying.
This is a picture of you, Mr. Depp, and Don Rickles, right?
That is correct.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1253. This is another picture from that evening, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, it is.
Permission to admit Exhibit 1253 and publish it.
All right, so moved. 1253 in evidence.
This is a picture of you and Mr. Depp at the event the night after Mr. Depp allegedly whacked you in the face
I
so
do
hard that you
love-
thought
I
he had
do-
broken your nose.
Not that this has anything to do with Amber Heard, but I do love a red lipstick situation.
He did whack me in the face, and I did think it broke my nose.
And this is you the night after.
Yes, it is.
Hi, too fast.
Let's please pull
Can
up
I
Plaintiff's
gain?
Exhibit 1254. This is also a picture of you at the same event, correct, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
Move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 1254.
Monster Slayer, 100% with you on this. Asking, is it weird that I think she would have tried to intentionally break her nose and blame it on Depp if she could have gotten away with it? Yeah, I 100%. I think that to the extent she didn't try, it's just because she's too much of a scaredy cat, shall we say? Doesn't want to ruin her nose. Too vain, and also not used to actual pain, I would say. Would be the reason potentially why she wouldn't do it. But I'm with you on that, 100%.
All right, 1254 in evidence. Publish. Thank you.
Just to confirm now that the jury can see it, this is a picture of you at the same event, the night after Mr. Depp allegedly whacked you in the face so hard you thought he broke your nose.
This is a picture of me after he did whack me in the face.
The night after, right?
Yes, it is. I believe it was the night after, yes.
Your nose doesn't appear to be injured in any of these pictures, does it, Ms. Heard?
I'm wearing makeup.
Your nose doesn't appear to be injured in any of these pictures, does it, Ms. Heard?
That's why I'm wearing makeup.
And makeup covers up swelling, right?
Makeup will not cover up swelling. Ice will, though.
Oh,
Ice will cover.
I love this one. I love this one. Ice will cover up swelling. I love this part.
That's why I'm wearing makeup.
Right. And makeup covers up swelling, right?
Makeup will not cover up swelling. Ice will, though.
Ice will cover up swelling.
Ice reduces swelling. Normally, the swelling after that kind of injury is not as bad as you might imagine. And for me, it wasn't that bad. I have a picture of it underneath the makeup. That's how I know how to reference it.
A
Oh,
picture you haven't produced or shown to
did.
this jury, right, Ms. Hurd?
oh my
I
God,
have
why? What is happening? By the way, shout out to Iowa Backyard Cam, which somehow that just started playing. Iowa's one of our squirrel friends, and they have 24/7 video footage of their backyard. Don't know how that happened. I was trying to type something in the chat. What was I going to type? I was going to type high five to Maisha for taking a cough drop, but it all went to hell in a handbasket, as they say. Hang on, let's just not have this be terrible, and let's pull the other video back up. Jesus Christ, why? Tell me why. For anyone who's just getting here, welcome on in, Fender. Oh my God, Fender, and also Miss Mojo. Help yourselves to a cough drop, guys. Life is short. Have another cough drop. Oh my gosh, if I ever have my own brand of cough drops, that's going to be my slogan. Life is short. Have another cough drop. Sorry, had to. Okay. Amber.
Not my job.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes, that's fine.
Elaine's freaking outfit. And I'm going to pull up the sidebars here, but we're going to give it a second and do a couple of ones here because we're just getting warmed up with this testimony.
And you also.
Okay.
Ms. Hurd, you testified that in January of 2015, there was an incident in Tokyo before Mr. Depp's the film Mordecai's premiere. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you told this jury that on this occasion, Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back.
That's correct. In the closet.
And you also told this jury that you wore a backless dress to the Mordecai premiere that very same night.
I did.
And you testified that you were checking for bruises in the car on the way to the event to make sure that there were, quote, no visible marks, right?
I was checking on my phone after the event to make sure that they couldn't see anything.
Your testimony was that you were checking in the car on the way to the event to make sure that there were no marks on your back.
Perhaps I misspoke or I misunderstood. It was on the way back from it was after I was concerned. Concerned that there would be marks in any photographs since we were being photographed at Johnny's press event.
And you didn't show this jury a picture of you in that backless dress, though, did you?
I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry.
You didn't show this jury a picture of you at the Mordecai premiere wearing a backless dress, did you?
I haven't had the opportunity to.
Okay.
I assume you have it.
I do.
Fair assumption.
Let's please pull up plaintiff's exhibit.
Another thing, there's things that are great about civil trials, right? All the discovery being one of them. The depots and the double D's, as it were. Double D's. All the discovery and all the depositions. It all comes in. You get all the shit, including these pictures.
At 1256.
Oh, bless you.
This is a picture of you and Mr. Depp, or the back of you, at the Mordecai premiere in Tokyo, correct, Ms. Hurd?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I move to admit and publish this picture.
All right, 1256 in evidence.
Now, I do like the dress. I mean, not her wearing it, but I mean,
This is you in the backless dress at the Mordecai premiere in Tokyo, right?
That is correct.
You would agree that there are no bruises or visible marks.
Although
on the
I
back
think it
in
would
this
look better
picture.
if it was not
No, not that I could see.
center. But
I'll show you one other photo. If we could please have plaintiff's exhibit 1257. This is a front angle picture of you and Mr. Depp at that premiere, correct?
That is correct.
Move to admit plaintiff's exhibit 1257.
All right, 1257 it is.
kind of weird around the armpits, though.
I'll show you one more picture. Plaintiff's exhibit 1258. And again, Ms. Heard, this is you and Mr. Depp at the Mordecai premiere.
Yes, it is.
Move to admit plaintiff's exhibit 1258.
All right, 1258 in evidence published.
And that's the backless dress, right, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
You also told this jury about an incident in Australia in March of 2015.
Yes, that's correct.
You testified that after
Where am
this
I,
alleged
Isha?
incident, you had cuts on your forearms, right?
Yes, that's true.
And you testified that you had cuts on the bottoms of your feet as well.
Yes, that's true.
And you testified that you had a bruise across your jaw from when Mr. Depp, quote, clocked you in the face, end quote.
That's true.
You didn't take any pictures of these injuries while you were in Australia, did you?
I don't think I took any pictures.
You just took 2 pictures of Mr. Depp's writing on a mirror. Isn't that right?
I believe so, yes.
So you had your phone on you, right?
At some point, I did have my phone.
And your iPad?
I had my iPad, I believe.
You testified that you were also raped with a liquor bottle in Australia, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Yikes.
You testified you bled from your vagina as a result of that sexual assault.
Yes.
There aren't any medical records reflecting that you sought medical treatment for any of these injuries, are there?
I did not seek medical treatment after Australia, no.
Not for the rape?
No, I did not want to tell anyone.
I mean, she's like literally never had any medical treatment ever, is what it is.
Not for the cuts?
No,
Not for the injuries to your face?
I didn't need to.
Oh, yeah.
You also told the jury about an incident.
Literally, I mean, not that Camille needs any help, but like that, what a great line for closing arguments, right? In closing arguments, right? It's like, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you heard from Amber Heard's own mouth why she never sought any medical treatment after her supposed injuries. You heard her tell you right there from the witness stand, I didn't need to. Bam.
You also told the jury about an incident on December 15, 2015, right?
Where? I'm sorry.
December 15th, 2015.
Yes, that's correct.
You told
What
the
do you
jury
mean?
that after this incident, you had a broken nose.
It certainly felt like it.
Oh, this whole thing. She told them she had a broken nose, but it felt, dude, I can't with her. Oh, no. The thing is this. I was thinking about this earlier, guys. I don't think I can hate another human, like lady, human, female, like, okay, maybe just human. I don't know. 5 will always have first prize for me in terms of how much I hate people. But boy, Amber sure comes close.
Sir, do you recall giving testimony on day 16 in this trial? You were
Yes,
under
I do.
oath, right?
Yes.
You can have a transcript for the jury.
How many women have called Amber a whore? Boy.
Okay.
It was Elaine.
All right, we will get it.
However many women exist on the planet. What was Twiz's question? Y'all hear the sound of that gooseneck? There's the gooseneck.
I will do. Thank you.
What
Jen.
is? She's a very nice lady, Twiz would say about Jen anyway.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
All right. Yes, ma'am.
And would you like a copy?
Yes, please.
Oh, yeah, I can't answer the question of picking on Meg B. I don't even know what that's about. You guys know. I don't. Y'all know. I don't know. And if you don't know, now you know. Said I never, because I never know. Great point, Bender. Whoa.
If I can please.
That dude with the camera. Hold on, let me move this. Look at that dude with the camera pointing it like literally right at us. Is he taking our picture? You guys see that right there? It's crazy.
Direct your attention, Ms. Hurd, to page of day 16, 4593, the jury trials transcript.
And here we go. Gonna take a look.
Lines 8 through 13,
Y'all know what's happening, all right?
On which page? I'm sorry.
4593.
Yes.
Starting on line 8. I thought I probably had a concussion and certainly thought, excuse me, start that, let's start over. I thought I probably had a concussion and certainly that I had a broken nose. There was blood everywhere, blood all over the pillows. My head was bleeding from the ripped out hair, chunks of hair on the floor, all over the place actually. So lines 9, that I had a broken nose. Do you recall giving that testimony, Ms. Hurd?
Yes, exactly.
So you had a broken nose, right?
That's absolutely what I thought.
You had 2 black eyes after this incident, right?
I did have 2 black eyes after that incident.
And you testified that you also had a busted lip from when Mr. Depp punched you.
That is correct. From December, yes, that's correct.
You testified that the lip wound kept reopening when you moved your mouth.
That's correct.
You also testified that you had bruising on your temple
That's correct.
and bruising on your chin.
Correct.
You also testified that your head was bleeding from where Mr. Depp ripped chunks of your hair out.
I remember, yes.
And that you had, quote, gross, pussy, end quote, bruising around your temple.
In my scalp, yeah.
Now, for this incident, you did take pictures,
That's correct.
and we will look at some of those in a minute. But I first want to talk to you about your appearance on the James Corden show.
Oh
Sure.
boy.
Can I close this?
Sure. You appeared on the James Corden show the day after this alleged incident, right?
I did.
And that was December 16th, 2015.
Yes, that's correct.
Let's please pull up a clip of your appearance from that evening. If we could, Plaintiff's Exhibit 35. And for the record, we will only be playing a portion of this, so we will call it Plaintiff's Exhibit 35A.
All right. Any objection? 35A in evidence.
Now, I don't think I can actually play this because I'm pretty sure you get copyright majigger things happening from this, if I recall. So I wonder if it happens if it's on mute. Well, we've all seen it. Okay. Let me jump ahead. I'm pretty sure that happens every time we watch this. So pretty sure. Their stupid face. The hands, the stupid hands. God, I hate it so much. Yeah, she's like got issues, man. Tell you what. Okay. Ugh. Okay.
That was you on the James Corden show on December 16th, 2015, right, Ms. Heard?
That was.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 98.
It's terrible, Fender.
These are pictures of you on the James Corden show on December 16th, 2015, right, Ms. Heard?
They look like freeze frames, like screen grabs, stills. They're not like it's not like a photo shoot. It doesn't seem
It's not a
On the
photo
James
shoot.
Corden show, correct.
from that appearance. Yes.
Move to admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 98.
Any objection? All right, and Ms. Bernhardt, you could move the microphone and turn it on for you, so Judy and I are having trouble hearing you.
Elaine, your mic. Oh my God.
All right, thank you. All right, 98 in evidence. Thank you.
Yes, Fender. Ding, ding, ding.
That's a photo of you opening your mouth on the right, right?
That's correct.
And again, a larger view of the same photo on the bottom
That's correct.
with a split lip.
You've seen pictures of it without makeup. Yes,
So you had a split lip when you
I
were
sure
moving
did.
your mouth that way
I sure did.
in those
No way.
photographs.
No way. I'll tell you guys this much. I've never been punched or slapped, but I do get really chapped lips in the winter. And if you guys have ever had that happen, sometimes you get split lips. Not nearly as bad, I'm sure, as it would be if you're punched. However, here's what I will say. When you get a split lip, even if it's just from being chapped, moving your mouth at all is awful. And also, it gushes blood. It's one of those things where it's like a tiny little thing will gush so much blood. It's crazy. And literally, it'll look like you've been in a brawl or whatever. Anyway, and it's impossible to put shit on your lips. I will just say. So this is all bullshit.
Absolutely.
Okay. You did take pictures of your alleged injuries after December 15th, correct? And you showed those to the jury?
I sure did. Yes.
Okay. Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 516, which is already in evidence. You testified that this is a picture of you after the incident on December 15th, 2015, right?
It was.
And if we could also please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 517, which is also in evidence.
That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is also a picture of you after the incident on December 15th, 2015.
That's correct.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 409, which is already in evidence.
Yeah, it does look like a cold sore. Oh, God. Welcome, Scott.
These pictures ended up in People magazine in June of 2016. Isn't that right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
You gave these pictures to People magazine after you publicly accused Mr. Depp of domestic abuse, didn't you?
You know, I probably walked past this magazine at the time or whatever and saw this. And here's the thing. I can tell you exactly what I'm sure I thought and what I would think now if I just was walking past this and there was like a headline that was claiming that there was like DV going on or violent, physical abuse. This picture right here reads to me now and would have read to me then, I'm sure, like basically it's BS. It's like posing. It's just getting attention. It's like tabloids. It's like literally, I don't see anything about this picture. Like real pictures when people have been beat up in those situations don't look like this. You guys all know this is so stupid. And it's pathetic that she thought this was believable. Ugh.
I didn't personally know.
This was you protecting Mr. Depp after you got the restraining order against him, isn't it?
No, this is him calling
Yeah,
me a liar
I mean-
and me forcing to prove it, as I mentioned to you earlier.
So you did give these pictures to People magazine?
No, I gave these pictures actually to my lawyers and my
Right.
representatives at the time.
So it's your testimony, Ms. Heard, that your lawyers and representatives gave these pictures of their client to People magazine in the middle of a contentious divorce?
I certainly did not personally give it, no.
You also have a medical record from after the December 15th, 2015 incident, don't you?
A partial one, yes.
You went to see Dr. Kipper's office a couple days later.
That's right. He wasn't in the office.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 47, which is already in evidence?
I'm going to be honest. I really hate the whole thing about the pooping on the bed. Here's why. I hate that that happened. And here's why. Because it's really what people talk about with Amber. And it's a shame. Because I always forget about that. And actually on purpose, because I find it really annoying and stupid and dumb and juvenile. There's just, that's like silly and dumb and whatever. It's like, I hate that it happened because it's such a distraction from the things that are just so much worse that she did. And I don't know. It just takes away from the actual facts, I feel like, of
That's
how bad
correct.
it was, of how bad it was.
And this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I don't think so, no. I don't think I spoke to Kipper. I didn't speak to Kipper that day. And
But you
I
went to
didn't-
Dr. Kipper's office and were seen, correct?
I went to Dr. Kipper's office for a concussion check.
Right, okay. And this medical record is from that visit, correct?
Partially, yes.
Scroll down, please, if we could. The signature Kipper down below. This is the entirety of the medical record, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, what I meant by partial is I didn't talk about what happened to me. I didn't get into my injuries. I didn't.
So it's the full medical record, but she didn't, dude.
get
She's
into
calling
what
it partial.
happened or ask for anything other than should I get some sort of scan done.
But this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I'd have to read it in full, but I don't know.
Well, let's do that. We could please go, well, under skin on the second page, it reads intact, normal color, moisture, hair distribution, texture, turgor, no signs of, oh, this is going to be
Why is it? It does say male though. Well-nourished male.
hard. Cyanosis, mottling, jaundice.
It also says I'm a well-nourished male.
Yeah.
Right. I have no idea what that means.
I think this medical record's missing a lot of things.
Yeah. It doesn't document any physical injuries.
Doesn't seem to be documenting anything.
Probably because there was nothing to document, right, Ms. Heard?
I disagree with you on that.
You don't have any medical records reflecting that you broke your nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp, do you?
I saw an ENT after my relationship ended.
And you saw an ENT, it's your
Oh, the ENT. The ENT.
testimony under oath that you saw an ENT for broken noses that you sustained as a result of Mr. Depp?
No, but the ENT told me I sustained
Objection.
multiple fractures.
No, I mean, move to strike.
Yeah.
I'll sustain the objection. I'll move it to strike.
Yep. Straight. Yep. Straight.
So again, just to try my question, there's no medical records reflecting that you broke your nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp, is there, Ms. Heard?
I don't know what made it in evidence, but I do know that I documented that visit and that everything was given to my attorneys.
Ms. Heard, you never went to see any doctor or surgeon to treat a broken nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp, yes or no?
I never sought treatment for broken nose while I was with Johnny.
Or after you
Oh
were
my
with
God.
Mr. Depp,
Oh.
as a result of any injuries you sustained as a result of Mr. Depp?
Afterwards, yes, I did.
And you didn't produce those medical records in this case.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. She did.
I did.
I don't know.
All right.
They have not been produced, Your
Yet
Honor.
they've not only
All right,
been
if you would
produced,
come and approach.
I think this is a long one. Oh my God. Okay.
It's a different question.
You don't have any medical records reflecting that you required any dental work during your relationship with Mr. Depp, do you?
I don't know. I don't recall.
Who's that remind you guys of?
You don't recall one way or another seeking dental care for any injuries you allegedly sustained?
You asked me about if I had produced records or if I had records. That's a different question.
Did you ever see a dentist or an oral surgeon as a
Yes.
result of any injuries you sustained with Mr. Depp?
Not
What about a Crentist?
about any injury I had from Johnny, no.
Yep.
And you don't have any medical records reflecting that you required any reconstructive work during your relationship with Mr. Depp, do you?
I never required reconstructive work, so there would be no records.
Well, there you go.
What you do have, Ms. Heard, are pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping, though, right? The jury saw a lot of those.
Yes.
Ms. Heard, let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1090, which is already in evidence. You took this photograph, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And you testified that this was taken in Tokyo in July of 2013, correct?
Yes.
Dude, I will
So you
say,
decided to take a picture of
I freaking love the whole thing when dudes wear like the little vesty dindle, you know what I mean? What do they call it? Like it's like a vet, like the outfit with the pants and the vest. I always like that.
Mr. Depp asleep on the floor.
He was passed out.
That's a
And I
yes.
took a picture of him because he wouldn't remember. He claimed he didn't pass out that way. And sometimes security would carry him like a baby into bed, get him changed, and he would be none the wiser. So I started taking pictures of it so that he knew that it was real, that it had gotten this bad.
Are you saying security dressed him in a suit outfit with a little vesty dindle, like I was just saying, to go to bed and put him to bed on the floor? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, they
Let's
are
take a look
weirdly
at Defendant's
sexy.
Exhibit
Agreed.
1091, which is already in evidence. You
A
took
less-
this picture as well.
A less sexy outfit.
Yes,
And this is a picture that was taken in the Bahamas, right?
it's one of them, yes.
And this is a picture of Mr. Depp taking a nap on his tropical island.
I believe he was on the nod, but as he would say.
Sleeping on the nod on
They're-
his island.
They're very different, in my opinion. And
Okay.
yes, he is on the island.
On vacation.
We were on vacation, yes.
Love it.
Let's also take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1092, which is also in evidence.
Our doctors are incompetent and blind, and his security is. Good God. Good God.
We also took this picture, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct. I did.
And this is another picture of Mr. Depp asleep in a chair.
No, he was nodding off. Sleep is different. When you're nodding off, you're high on drugs. Didn't even feel the cigarette in his hand that had,
I mean, you can be asleep on drugs too, can't you, Amber?
been burning on his leg.
Great
Cause for
point.
alarm
Great
for
point.
me, naturally, because I cared about him.
It's your testimony under oath that Mr. Depp
Who's-
is holding a cigarette
Who's
in this picture.
He had been.
who's Harvey Specter?
You seem to really like taking pictures of Mr. Depp while he's sleeping, don't you?
I
Yes,
hated
Neil.
it. I
Yes,
hated
Neil.
it.
Let's look at Defendant's Exhibit 1094, which is also in evidence. You took this picture of Mr. Depp as well, didn't you?
I did.
And you decided to take a picture of Mr. Depp asleep with ice cream spilled all over him, right?
He was nodding off, and I was worried about how bad the medications and the medication change and the drug usage had gotten, where he wouldn't even feel ice cream or a lit cigarette on him, and it scared me.
So you took
Really?
a picture of it.
Yes, I wanted him to get help, and Johnny's surrounded by enablers who clean up after him. and
Objection,
protect
Your
him.
Honor, I'm going to move to strike everything after yes, that she took this picture.
Still responsive, Your Honor.
Oh my God, Elaine. Oh my God, Elaine. It's still responsive, dude.
Johnny's surrounded by enablers who clean up after him. and
Objection,
protect
Your
him.
Honor, I'm going to move to strike everything after yes, that she took this picture.
Still responsive, Your Honor.
The question was, did you take this picture?
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. This isn't a very flattering picture of Mr. Depp, is it?
No, it's not.
You wouldn't agree that this is, or you would agree with me that this is an embarrassing scene, right?
Yes, I think it's a part of getting help is looking at it, seeing it.
Oh, she's just trying to help him, guys. Isn't she so sweet of her? Oh my God.
You sent this picture to one of your friends, didn't you?
I don't recall.
By the way, I have to say, it's really annoying how people thought his hand is down his pants. It's definitely not down his pants. Like, look, guys, not that you guys need help, but it's either in a pocket, like, there's been talk about it being like down his pants, right? No. It's either in that side pocket or it's behind him. And anyone that tries to say that's all you have to do is have eyeballs and you can see that. Right?
Embarrassing scene, right?
It's really
Like getting help is looking at it, seeing it.
I
But
love.
you sent this picture to one of your
Sorry, I have to pause this. I love the skinny ties. Just saying, love the skinny ties.
friends, didn't you?
Who's Elaine?
I don't recall.
Wait. Who's Elaine? Oh boy, you guys, this is a Twiz moment. Twiz. It's a George moment. We love you, Twiz. Who's Elaine? There she is being chased by the lolly bird. And she has her own command. I agree, Scott. Taking pics of him was, I agree. I 100% agree. 100% agree with that. Yep.
Oh,
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 252. We'll only be looking at the portion of this document.
Right,
if we could
Thunder?
please
I
pull up
know.
Defendant's Exhibit
How do we see Elaine?
252A.
How do you solve a problem like Maria? But swap that with how do you explain Elaine?
528.
And for ease, we've gone ahead and redacted it.
yes, I was asking for support. That's correct.
There's no question yet, Ms. Heard. So directing your
No question pending. I forgot this was still on the screen. Yeah, Elaine is Amber's attorney. Twiz, it will become clear in due course. In due course, as you hear her more.
attention, I'm going to move to admit Exhibit 252A.
Any objection? Any objection, Ms. Bretta?
Yeah.
Could you turn your microphone again? I'm sorry.
Did you guys see Camille laugh? Watch. Because this is this whole thing. Elaine always forgets to turn her microphone on. Judge A may as well have just recorded herself saying, Elaine, your mic, and then just had a button that she could press. The number of times this happens. So Elaine, we all thought Elaine invented the what if anything, and then Lolly came along and obliterated it.
Could you turn your microphone again?
Oh my God. Elaine struggles with understanding the rules of evidence.
Thank you.
She struggles with hearsay. She struggles with objections, grounds for objections. She struggles with pressing a button on her microphone. There's a lot that she struggles with. That's just to name a few.
I need to see it first because I
Okay.
don't know what
Sorry.
they redacted.
Oh my God, Elaine.
Redacted
Oh my God.
the
Oh, she's the worst.
identifiers and anything that's not
Go
misheard
up or down on
text
that.
messages consistent with hearsay.
Okay, Camille.
Good, maybe we approach.
Okay.
No. We're gonna read the sidebars, guys. Don't worry, and it's great because then you really learn Elaine and how her brain works. Look at her stupid outfit. So there's Elaine on the right there at the bench with the long. Why is it so long? Oh God. Twist. Oh God. Right. That's true. The full grasp of Elaine really becomes clear in the sidebars. Yes.
Send this picture to Mr. Does this refresh your recollection that you did in fact send this picture to your friend Rocky Pennington?
Yes, I did.
And you sent it to her on August 7th, 2014 at 11:24 p.m., correct?
That is correct.
So you sent Miss Pennington this picture of Mr. Depp with ice cream spilled on him, right?
That is correct.
And you wrote, quote, "This is what I've been dealing with," end quote. Did I read that right?
You did read that right. That's correct.
And this is you protecting Mr. Depp.
That is me getting support from my best friend.
This is you supporting Mr. Depp.
This is me getting support from my best friend. I also need support.
You weren't afraid the monster would get upset that you took this picture?
This was Opiate Johnny. This is a different version of him. This is Opiate on the Nod Johnny.
And you weren't afraid that Opiate Johnny, or the monster as you called him, would get upset that you sent this picture to your friend?
Well, he's all of those things. Of course he could get upset. Of course that's scary to me, of course. But
Didn't stop you from sending this picture to your friend, did it?
why would it?
Mr. Depp's right hand is in his pocket, right, Miss Heard? In this
Yes,
picture?
that's correct.
You also showed this jury pictures of cocaine. Do you recall that?
Yes, that's correct.
So please take a look at one of those. If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 167A, which is already in evidence. Directing your attention, Ms. Heard, to a photograph. This is a photograph you took in March of 2013, right?
That is correct.
And this was taken at your apartment in Orange.
Yes,
And this is your breakfast table.
that is correct.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp left this breakfast table just the way you took it.
That is correct.
So this is what the table looked like after Mr. Depp had been doing cocaine.
Well, clearly he has yet to snort these lines.
There are 4 lines of cocaine on this table, right, Ms. Heard?
In this picture, I see 4 lines.
There isn't any cocaine
But it's
residue
just-
around those
I
lines,
agree with
right?
you guys. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Not that I can tell. No.
Yep. Uh-huh.
It
Uh-huh.
doesn't really look like anyone's been doing cocaine off that table, does it?
With all due respect, I'm not sure you know how that works.
I'm asking if you do. You've testified you've done cocaine.
I have.
Doesn't really look like Mr. Depp or anyone was doing cocaine off that table, does it?
I beg to differ with you on that. When you snort cocaine, typically it goes into your nose.
Oh, this part is so good. This part is so good. Accurate right here. Accurate.
Doesn't really look like anyone's been doing cocaine off that table, does it?
With all due respect, I'm not sure you know how that works.
I'm asking if you do. You've testified you've done cocaine.
I have.
Doesn't really look like Mr. Depp or
I think
anyone
this might be the, I think this, I don't think, I know. The tampon part. The tampon part.
was doing cocaine off that table, does it?
I beg to differ with you on that. When you snort cocaine, typically it goes into your nose.
And there's
Doesn't stay on the
residue.
table.
There's residue from that cocaine when your lips and nose touch the table, right?
Well, the tampon applicator next to
Yeah.
the driver's license that you see is a device that I believe my sister had taught him.
A device, trying to make it seem like it's just a tampon applicator. Like what? It's a device. I mean, also though, couldn't you just use a straw? Anyway, whatever.
To use in order to put the cocaine in your nose.
Mr. Depp,
Yeah, did you see it, Twiz, the applicator? But it's the blue thing. But you could use, I mean, I don't see why you couldn't use a straw or many other things. It's just a vessel to snort it, a snorting vessel.
In your nose.
And it's a good point too, too, because she's saying her sister had the tampon, but like, seems also very likely that it was her and it was her tampon applicator and her cocaine.
Mr. Depp is a pretty heavy smoker, right?
He is.
And that's a
Right,
cigarette in the
straw.
ashtray in the back there.
A straw seems a lot better. Like, look at the applicator though. See, it's wider than your nostril. See what I mean? Like, that seems like you would end up wasting some of that cocaine because it's wider than your nostril. Also, that's a purse on the table.
Pain. In your nose.
Mr. Depp is a pretty heavy smoker, right?
He is.
And that's a cigarette in the ashtray in the back there, back right.
Yes, it looks like one of his hand rolls.
There's no other cigarettes in that ashtray, are there?
I see one cigarette.
By the way, Monster Slayer, are you a big fan of like comics and like, what's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of the word, but basically we have a squirrel friend who you guys would probably could chat about that. Shout out to Flash fans. So in case Flash shows up, you guys, I think, would have a lot in common.
The one that's not smoked.
That's correct.
There's no ash in that ashtray either, is there?
Not that I can tell in this picture.
It's pretty clean.
In this picture, it looks like it, yes.
It's a pretty neat table. Wouldn't you agree?
Depends on what you would call neat, I suppose.
And you sent this picture to your friend, Rocky Pennington, as well, didn't you?
I sure did.
I
And then you
think the best part about this whole line of questioning with this breakfast table situation is the text that she included, as in the wording she included in the text, which we're about to hear. In other words, she sent this picture to her friend, but here's what she said.
You said, quote, "Look at my morning," or something like that. Is that right?
Yay for mornings.
Yay for mornings. Yay for mornings.
So you have a habit of sending stage photographs to your friend Rocky.
Miss Mojo, you will have to join us for our next round of Never Have I Ever. For those of you guys who haven't been there, we have for our members only live streams, we have a number of things we've done, including but not limited to Never Have I Ever. And boy, oh boy, the Squirrel Crew has done it all. And which I'm so happy about. And, I will say it's like experience points, right? So love it. Love it.
Don't you?
I had a habit of communicating with my best friend about what was going on in my life.
No longer your
You
friend.
don't have any pictures of Mr. Depp actually consuming cocaine, do you?
I was thinking this also.
I don't think I have a picture of him mid-snort. No.
Mid-snort.
You don't even have any pictures of Mr. Depp with cocaine.
What do you mean by that?
Holding cocaine, standing next to cocaine, sitting next to cocaine.
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, you haven't shown any of those pictures like that to the jury, have you?
I don't know.
To store the cocaine. Did she say store the cocaine? Let's see. Why won't you play?
Life.
You don't have any pictures of Mr. Depp actually consuming cocaine, do you?
I don't think I have a picture of him mid-snort.
Love
No.
it.
You don't even have any pictures of Mr. Depp with cocaine.
What do you mean by that?
holding cocaine, standing next to cocaine, sitting next to cocaine?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, you haven't shown any of those pictures like that to the jury, have you?
I don't know. No, I haven't.
And you were never able to catch Mr. Depp with cocaine on film either, were you?
I never tried.
But you were able to catch him sleeping, right?
I have seen him pass out in all sorts of places, yes.
And you also captured a video of Mr. Depp in the kitchen that was played again for this jury today, beating up some cabinets. Do you recall that?
Beating up
Can I say
some
that again? Do you
cabinets.
recall capturing Mr. Depp in
Oh,
the kitchen
boy.
of one of his homes,
Guys.
beating up some cabinets?
Yes. Slamming things around, yes.
So you took that video of Mr. Depp in the kitchen, right?
You know what's
I
so
did.
funny?
I did.
You know what's so funny? I haven't watched this in a while, like since the last time we watched it on this channel, which was a little while ago. And my recollection of this was that, you know, she's on the stand on cross for a long ass time, right? And my recollection of this, which is normal, not that there's anything wrong with this, right? Is like, you know, she's kind of getting warmed up, and like, you know, it's sort of like, what's the right way to say it? Yeah, getting warmed up, if you will, right? They're not going to jump right on in, and they're going to build the cross. They're going to save some of the best stuff for last, whatever you want to say. Anyway, that still might be true, but the thing is that it's just so funny when you think about how bad it already is for her, right? And they're just getting started. And there's just so much more to come.
And you took it on one of your iPad devices?
I took it on my iPad.
You were deposed in August of 2016 in connection with your divorce proceedings for Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
Raise your squirrel
And you will
paw.
recall that the video of Mr. Depp in the kitchen was released online the day before your deposition in August of 2016, don't you?
That's correct.
You're the one who released that video.
Incorrect.
Isn't that true?
Oh,
That's
fuck!
incorrect. I flew in from another place at the time. I remember learning about it when I landed.
And we have all this. This is, you gotta love it, right? So now we've moved on from just her other answers so far, which were just like, that's incorrect. I don't recall. Bullshit. Dumb like that. But now we're getting the whole thing where she elaborates. Uh-oh.
You're the one who released that video.
Incorrect.
Isn't that true?
That's incorrect. I flew in from another place at the time. I remember learning about it when I landed.
So it's just a coincidence that the video you took of Mr. Depp was released the day before you were deposed in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp.
I absolutely had nothing to do with that. I wouldn't even know how to do something like that.
Oh my God.
You settled your divorce from Mr. Depp in August of 2016, right?
That sounds right.
I love Pineapple Express. Always wear shoes in the house, man. Safety first, man.
And in connection with that settlement, you received $7 million from Mr. Depp, true?
That's correct.
Yes.
And then
6.8 exactly.
your settlement amount was $7 million.
That's correct.
And then you released a statement in which you claimed you would be donating the entire $7 million
Always looking at the fucking jury.
to charity, right?
That's correct.
You stated you would be
You
donating
know what else I haven't seen in a while? Or a long time. Not even just a while. Super bad.
half of the $7 million to the ACLU,
That's correct.
and you would be donating the other half to Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
That is correct.
And you also stated, with respect to the $7 million divorce settlement, that money played no role except for the extent that you could donate the money to charity.
Oh, sticky
Yes, that's
note.
correct.
So there, dude, a sticky note. Hold on. And also orange. Passed along. Watch this, guys. Johnny Depp has a sticky note. He passes it to Ben Chew, and Ben Chew passes it to Miss Myers. Miss Myers has the really curly hair behind Ben Chew.
So stated,
Ben Chew, for anyone who's not familiar, is sitting next to Johnny Depp. He's lead counsel for the defense. Well, plaintiff, actually. Well, okay. Let's make sure we're clear. Oftentimes in civil lawsuits, you have a counterclaim. So they're suing each other. Johnny sued her, and then she sued him back. But technically, you could call him the plaintiff, although when it comes to her suit, he's also the defendant. Anyhow, so Ben Chew is lead counsel for Johnny Depp. Behind him is Miss Myers, who's also part of the defense team. Or, oh my God, I keep saying defense. Depp team.
with respect to the $7 million divorce settlement, that money played no role
11.
except for the extent that you could donate the money to
So
charity.
yeah, so look at that. So he wrote the note though, and it's getting passed to her. So interesting.
Yes, that's correct.
So probably what that means, so she's gonna have to go, she's gonna look for something. And look, there's this other dude, I forget his name. He does like one witness. No, sorry, Mr. Moniz, that's his name. I know how to remember it. Mr. Moniz, and that's Miss Myers, and they are reading the note, and then he's, assisting in your own counts, I guess they usually say your own defense, but anyway, he wrote something down, which is interesting.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1259.
Wow, she put the sticky note in a thing of paper. Teamwork, exactly.
This is an article entitled Amber Heard Donates Johnny Depp Divorce Settlement to Charity.
Oh
Made her
boy.
statement in
Oh
full.
boy.
Is that correct?
That's what the title says, yes.
Directing your attention to the portion on the second page where it says, quote, read the statement below. Is that the statement you released, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I move to admit the statement and the article as redacted.
Objection, hearsay.
It's her statement.
This is not her statement. This is
She just testified, Your Honor, that it's her statement.
May I see the full?
Everything else is redacted.
Okay, then I have no objection.
All right, 1259 in evidence as redacted.
The statement reads, as described in the restraining order and divorce settlement, money played no role for me personally and never has, except to the extent that I could donate it to charity.
Guys, we could have a whole, one thing that this trial is awesome for, among many reasons, is it'll really give you the, get you familiar with the basis of hearsay, right? Party opponent, right? One of the exceptions to hearsay, statement by a party opponent. One of the things that's interesting about when you've got a civil case like this, right? Remember how I just said how they're suing each other? So what you have is a situation where they're both parties opponents of each other, right? So in other words, when Amber's on the stand and she's been called by her own counsel, right? And she's being cross-examined, she's a party opponent. They can use her words against her. However, when she's being questioned under direct, they can't use her words. Her words are hearsay, which Elaine does not understand.
And in doing so, hopefully help those less able to defend themselves. As reported in the media, the amount received in the divorce was $7 million, and $7 million is being donated. This is over and above
So
any
good,
funds that I
guys.
have given away in the past and will continue to give away in the future. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct. I don't remember that last line, but I have no,
It's dude.
it doesn't stand out to me as wrong.
There's nothing inaccurate in the statement.
Not that I recognize, no.
Mr. Depp donated
Well,
$100,000
Twiz learns fast. Twiz learns fast.
of the divorce settlement directly to the ACLU. Is that right?
Right at the beginning of the divorce settlement, he
It's so
donated
insane.
$100,000 to
This
each
is so
charity
insane.
on my behalf or towards my
This is so
contribution
insane.
So $100,000
to each
to the ACLU.
and to the Children's Hospital.
And in response, you publicly demanded that Mr. Depp pay the divorce settlement directly to you instead of the charities, right?
That was always the agreement, actually, is for him to pay me directly. It was not his money as per the settlement agreement to give away and reap a tax benefit from. I said if he wants to do it and give to charity all of a sudden, then he should pay the correct amount and not try to get a big tax break for it. So effectively for his tax bracket, he should be paying double that amount to the charity directly. And if he wanted to pay the charity directly, he could. He could do that, was fine with me, but he would need to pay the adjusted amount.
Ultimately, the rest of the $7 million divorce settlement was paid directly to you, right?
Over time, yes.
And Mr. Depp didn't end up paying the rest of the $7 million divorce settlement directly to the charities you identified.
That is correct. He paid them installments to me.
You stopped that from happening, didn't you?
I don't understand what your question is. I'm sorry.
You stopped Mr. Depp from paying the charities that you had named directly.
That is incorrect. I said if you want to pay the charities directly, pay the adjusted amount or pay as per our agreement in the settlement or in the divorce as per our agreement.
You also
And he
publicly
chose to do the former, not the latter. I mean, the other way around.
You also publicly stated that the $7 million divorce settlement should be paid to the charities immediately in full, right?
If he wanted to pay it in the way that he was suggesting, yes.
And you said publicly that the payments to the charities should not be drawn out over many years, right?
I said that I don't recall the exact words that I used, but basically that he shouldn't use this as a novel interest in getting a tax break, that if he wanted to do that and not pay me the settlement, that was fine, but he would have to pay the adjusted amount and not make it, you know, a commitment he would not fulfill or try to avoid in some other way.
And that's because you wanted the entire world to think that you were donating every penny of the $7 million divorce settlement as soon as you received it from Mr. Depp. Isn't that right?
No, I was going to be receiving it in installments and I would be paying in installments the donations.
In fact, you released a statement in response to Mr. Depp's $100,000 donations to the ACLU and CHLA, didn't you?
I don't recall.
Let's see if we can refresh your recollection. If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1260. This is an article entitled Amber Heard and Johnny Depp Row Over Divorce Donations. And if I could direct your attention to where it says, I believe it's on the second page. Her spokeswoman responded in a statement. The language that follows the statement you released.
Objection, hearsay, spokeswoman, it's not her.
A spokesperson is an exception, Your Honor.
You want to come forward?
Wait, Amber has a baby? Did I forget about that? Oh, yeah, that's right. Dude, I forgot she had a baby. Ah, it's not right, man. Not right. Yeah, do we know who the baby daddy is? I don't even think we know.
You released a statement
You're right,
through.
may we approach again?
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Elaine, I'm going to get a cough drop, and then we're going to take a look at some of these sidebars. Dude, Elaine, no. That's right. That's the daughter's name. Yeah, craziness. Dude, Your Honor, may we approach again? Shut up, Elaine.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I said.
Oh my God. Oh my God, though. Oh my God. Okay.
Before we ask the next question, I'll just hand you a copy of this one. That's what I'm saying.
Elaine.
Exactly what I said.
Oh my God. They have to treat her like she's a baby. All right, I'm pulling up the sidebars.
Your Honor, would you like to see one as well?
No, that's all right. That's fine. Thank you.
Wow. Okay.
I'm sorry.
You guys, listen to her.
Could you please turn your microphone on? I'm sorry.
It's off all the time. So Your Honor, they gave me a redacted, but I don't have the unredacted. to be able to
Fuck's
see the full
I
document.
plan to admit it or ask that it be admitted in redacted form. I'm taking away any hearsay and I'm just trying to lay the foundation that this is a statement she released through a spokesperson.
How would I know whether
Oh my God.
there's
Oh my
more
God.
to it that shouldn't be redacted, Your Honor, if I don't see the full document?
There she is. There she is. Look at her. Making no sense whatsoever. All right. Let's pull up some of these sidebars. Right. Great question. This is it an inside joke kind of maybe from the other night? So I have this bag here. You see, I have this bag, value bag of cough drops from when I had laryngitis, which was a long time ago. But I forgot I had this bag, right? Until the other day. And the other day on the live stream, I was like, oh, I think I'll have a cough drop. And then the next day on the live stream, I was like, yeah, I think I'll have a cough drop. And then, like, what was it, yesterday or 2 days ago? We were doing Karen Reed. And Ian Whiffen was being cross-examined. And I was just like stress eating cough drops because they're so good. The menthol. Dude, these things are, I love it. They're just so good. And now it's become like a joke about the cough drops. And we were all getting really like punchy, you know, like the chat. Like, you guys, that live stream was so much fun. Anyone that watches it on replay crew, watch it with the live chat replay. It was so much fun. A lot of you guys were there. And the cough drops. And it was like, welcome to like all right, welcome to the squirrel party. And then it's like, imagine if you're going to a party and it's for like snacks and like whatever. Like you go to a party and you the host is like, welcome, like, here, have a cough drop. All right. It probably doesn't make any sense if you weren't there. But they're just cough drops and they're really great. I love it. Oh my God. They're so good, you guys. I love it. SG. Who's SG? Okay, so now I'm gonna pull up all right. Sidebars. Here we go, guys. All right, so let's see where we are on cross. Guys, remember this document? Many of you guys will. I mean, Elaine struggles so hard, guys. All right, let's see here. That's still direct. That's still direct. That's still direct. How is that possible? Let's see. That's still direct. Only 78 pages, though. That's still direct. It's possible these are a day off number wise from the way they have the feed. Let me see. There's Kate Moss on the stairs. That's still direct. Oh my God. I mean, Ms. Vasquez, objection, Your Honor, hearsay. Ms. Bredoff, that's Elaine, right? Your Honor, not offer for the truth of the matter. It tells, it explains the court if you could approach. A lot of the sidebars with Elaine being such a disaster happen when on direct, but also they happen on redirect, and we're going to watch redirect. So clearly, I think that these are. Did I click on the wrong thing? What day did I click on? This is day 16. Maybe I need day 15. Let's see. The days sometimes are labeled differently, guys. So that's why. Between the court, the on YouTube versus the sidebars. Okay. Nope, that's still how the fuck. Oh, it's day 17. That's why. Okay, hang on. Sorry. Here we go. Yeah, they're just labeled differently. What song do you have stuck in your head, Quiz? Sidebar. It's a sidebar. What? I'm not judging Amber for cooking. There's plenty of other ways to judge Amber. Ain't nothing wrong with cocaine if that's what you want to do. Just, be safe, people. Be safe. Loading. Flippy floppies. Woo! I got my swim trunks and my flippy floppies. You at Kinko's flipping what is it? I'm flipping burgers. You at Kinko Street flipping copies. Here we go. I saw the word Russia. Excellent. We're in business, guys. All right, cool. Now we got it. All right. So this is right here at the beginning of cross. Sweet. There it is. There's the I part. Okay, sweet. So we're going to go through the sidebars so far. There's the audio. Excellent. I know exactly where we are. Wonderful. They get a little bit in before they have the first sidebar. Woo! There's a sidebar because it says the weak court. The answer is There's just a way to know. Aha. All right. Sidebar. Here we go. All right. So this is what the pictures, right? So Amber says, for anyone who's not familiar with how this goes. So in bold, those are the answers of whoever's on the stand, whatever witness is on the stand, right? So QA. So here we have Amber saying, it's not A for Amber, it's A for answer, but I produced everything. And then, but you haven't shown it to this jury. I would very much like to. It's not my job. Ms. Vasquez, that's Johnny Depp's attorney who's questioning her. Your Honor, may we approach the court? Yes, that's fine. Sidebar. Ms. Vasquez, Your Honor, she's producing photographs that haven't been the court. Is this your photograph? Ms. Vasquez, there are photographs that haven't been produced. The court. She said there's a photo. Ms. Vasquez, it wasn't listed in any direct examination. Ms. Bredoff, Elaine, right? This is Elaine. Ms. Bredoff is Elaine. First of all, how did I do my Elaine voice back in the day? First of all, I can't fucking remember. It'll happen on its own, I'm sure. I'm going to do it normal until it does its thing. First of all, we have a motion to eliminate court order that we don't bring up discovery issues without first checking with the court. Second of all, oh God, see it in my head. I can hear it. The first of all, and then the second of all, just so Elaine. Second of all, Your Honor, I don't know whether we have a lot of pictures that came in through the investigation. Here it goes. Through the investigation, going into all the devices. And Your Honor has ruled that we can't put any of them in. I don't know if it's one of those or not. We certainly have been diligent in producing everything we have, but there certainly are injuries that we didn't find earlier that came in through the last device. So I don't know how to answer that. And these prohibited me from introducing a lot. There it is. The court. No, I'm asking this question. Is there a picture of her that she just testified that she said there's a picture that she gave you guys that has the nose? Ms. Bredoff. I don't know, Your Honor. I don't know. There's lots of pictures. Fuck me. That's so Elaine. That's so Elaine. That's so Elaine. Ah. I mean, there's so many dude, I can't. I don't know, Your Honor. There's lots of pictures. Oh my God. The court. I know, but if there's no issue, if there's no pictures, I have issue with that. Ms. Bredoff. The answer is I don't know whether she does or not. Oh my God. There's so many pictures. There's no way for me to know that. Facepalm, 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 facepalm. Ms. Vasquez, not for you, but she should be able to know that. The court. Okay, I just don't know. Ms. Bredoff. There's nothing I can do about it. She can testify. Fuck's sake, Ms. Vasquez. I think she should be prohibited from testifying. Ms. Bredoff. Yes, no worries there, Maisha. Ms. Bredoff. I don't think she can be prohibited. She's asking her questions, court, right? Ms. Bredoff. I don't know the answer to those. She's answering whatever she is. I can't be responsible for knowing thousands of pictures. We're talking. The court. Here's the problem. If you're saying that you don't think it exists or you don't know if it exists and it doesn't go to this jury, right, it's facts, not evidence, right? Ms. Bredoff. I can go back tonight and look, Your Honor, but I don't know the answer. The court. I understand that. That's not the problem. She keeps Ms. Bredoff. By the way, whenever you see these lines like this, it means people are, they're talking over each other. When you see those dashes. Ms. Bredoff, there are thousands of documents. Speaking of that, I love how it's also Ms. Bredoff, Elaine is being non-responsive, right? The court judge A says, I understand that. That's not the problem. She keeps, and then Elaine, there are thousands of documents. Are you broken? Court. She keeps commenting on the evidence or lack of evidence. I understand she asked the question. There wasn't anything, but the answer is there isn't. But she keeps saying there is pictures. Ms. Brock, I understand. She's asking her if there are pictures, which is actually a violation of the court order on the motion in limine. The court, that's not a violation of the court order. Amazing. Ms. Brock, it is. I don't think Your Honor can prohibit her from testifying that she has them. Ms. Vasquez, that's not what she's saying. The court, she's saying they exist. Ms. Brock, I understand that, and I'm telling you under oath, I, as an officer of this court, I don't know. There are more than 100,000 of pictures that came out of that, and we had a bunch of them we put into evidence after they went through that process. And Your Honor ruled they can't come in. So there may well be the court. All right, Ms. Brock, maybe the ones we're not allowed to get in. Is Elaine making any sense to you guys? Ms. Vasquez, I would like some type of instruction, Your Honor, that she's not to comment on pictures. She's testifying that there are pictures that exist. The court, but you asked the question, Ms. Bredoff, but she opened up the door. The court, no, she didn't open the door. Fucking hell, Elaine. Ms. Vasquez, no, they haven't been produced, Your Honor, and that's the problem here. They weren't produced, the court, on time. Ms. Vasquez, they weren't produced on time in the discovery period. The court, right, Ms. Vasquez. So I don't think she should be allowed to comment on whether or not the pictures exist and whether she turned them over and they're part of the trial. This trial. Ms. Bredoff, she's asked whether they exist, and she now knows they exist because they came through that. She can answer that honestly. You can't prohibit her from responding under oath to answer to a question that's posed to her. We can't prohibit that. The court, this is what we'll do. Going forward, we'll ask the question. If she says they exist, that kind of opens the door to her talking about discovery issues. Ms. Vasquez, right. The court, you didn't turn them over in time. Ms. Vasquez, correct. Court, she can go into that if you want to. You don't even know if those pictures exist. Ms. Vasquez, the other problem I have, Your Honor, is the only picture that Ms. Bredoff, in direct examination, tried to bring into evidence was one photograph from 2012. Nothing about, so she's commenting on pictures that, Ms. Bredoff, I intended to put in a lot more. Sorry, Ms. Bredoff, I intended to put in a lot more, but when Your Honor ruled, I couldn't. The court, I understand. I think we're going in circles now. Wow. You're kind of stuck with her answers now, but you can go further into discovery issues if you want. I don't know what her response will be. If you need a jury instruction later on, we'll instruct the jury. We'll instruct that at instructions, okay? Ms. Vasquez, thank you very much. Ms. Bredoff, thank you. The court, okay, and it's back to open court. So now, ready to find the next sidebar. Sidebar. Aha. Oh my God. Miss Bredehoft. I'm going to object, Your Honor. She did. Amber says, I did. The court, I don't know. Ms. Vasquez, they have not been produced, Your Honor. Ms. Bredehoft, not only have they been produced, the court, approach. Get over here now. Oh my God. For a sidebar. Any of you guys getting nostalgic? The court, medical records. Ms. Bredehoft, they absolutely were produced. Ms. Vasquez, no. Y'all. Ms. Bredehoft, I can guarantee they were. We'll find them tonight. It's in the record. We didn't admit them. Oops. Because Your Honor won't let us have any medical records that are hearsay. Okay, well, you guys. Okay, the court, right, is Bredehoft. So we can't put them in, which I think they opened the door, so we should. Kelly says yes, she's getting nostalgic. Love it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I think we had like more than 600 different sidebar songs. It was amazing. I don't know what you mean, Meg. Okay, so Elaine. So we can't put them in, but which I think they opened the door, so we should. The court. I don't know about that, Ms. Vasquez. I have never seen any medical records that she went to an ENT. Ms. Bredehoft. I'm 100% certain we produced them. I guarantee we produced those. Ms. Vasquez, well, she hasn't tried to introduce them in this case. Ms. Bredehoft, because Your Honor ruled we can't. Or it doesn't matter to me. I just want to understand. You asked the question. You're stuck with her answer, so let's move on. Move forward now. Ms. Vasquez, okay, thank you, Ms. Bredehoft. Thank you. Back to open court. And then, okay, here's the bit about the nodding off with the cigarette. And here's another sidebar. Oh my God, I think this is actually where we left off, right? Or very close to it, because here's this. The court, any objection? Any objection, Ms. Bredehoft? Could you turn your microphone again? I'm sorry, Elaine, I can't hear you. Y'all. Ms. Bredehoft, I need to see it. Dude, I cannot. Oh God. I need to see it first because I don't know what they redacted. Oh, for fuck's sake. The court. Okay, 252. Okay, let me skip to the sidebar. Ms. Bredehoft. Your Honor, you may recall that when we were putting our evidence in, they got to look at it and then talk about the context. And they're trying to suggest here that she's just willy-nilly sending these pictures to embarrass him. I can't breathe. But the context here is that this is to Rocky Pennington, and she's saying, "Are you guys okay?" And then Amber says, "Barely. I think I knocked on your door when you were at yoga," which is this is what I've been dealing with. And then she sends these pictures. So I think in context, that has to come in because the context in which she's asking the court, again, context is not an exception to hearsay. This is one of many things that Elaine gets confused about. How, I don't know. That she thinks context is an exception to hearsay. It's tad, really. Rules of evidence, Elaine. Rules of evidence. Ms. Bredehoft, well, Your Honor allowed them to put in documents for context. The question to her is, she's suggesting that she's sending it to her to embarrass him. But in fact, Rocky's asking her, and she's coming back and saying, she's asking how she's doing. She says, "Barely, this is what I've been dealing with." The court, so barely is coming in. Ms. Vasquez, right. The court, all that coming in. Ms. Vasquez, right. The court, just which of you guys? Okay, coming home now. I was at yoga. Ms. Bredehoft. And dealing should come in as well. The court, that's all in. Ms. Vasquez, that's all coming in. That's what she said. The court, all right, understand, overruled, it comes in. Ms. Bredehoft, okay. Back to open court. Just make sure there's not another sidebar from where we are. There's the tampon applicator. Fuck. Yay for mornings. Sidebar. Okay, here's the $7 million of it all. And there's a sidebar. Ha. Right. Okay. Okay. Sidebar. This is great. You guys, crash course on hearsay. Sidebar. The court. If it's a spokesperson, that's a speaking agent, right? Ms. Vasquez, speaking agent. The court. Exception. Ms. Vasquez, right. Representative capacity. The court. Not an agent. Now we have an issue with the agent laying foundation. Okay. So here's the deal. What matters here is if someone's a spokesperson, that's what they're talking about, right? And like speaking on behalf of somebody else, a speaking agent, okay? So the court says not an agent. Now we have an issue with the agent laying foundation. This is the spokesperson speaking, somebody who's speaking for her, Ms. Breda. I think she has to ask if, in fact, she recognizes that, and if, in fact, the spokeswoman, Ms. Vasquez, I'll get to that. Ms. Bredoff, she started reading the statement out loud to the jury. Ms. Vasquez, I was trying to lay the foundation. The court, you were reading the statement. She's right. If you want to lay the foundation, that's fine. Ms. Bredoff, thank you, Your Honor. The court, thank you. Back to open court. And they go right back to sidebar. This is literally where we were because Elaine annoyingly says, Your Honor, may we approach again? Remember that, guys? The court, okay, Ms. Bredoff, I'm sorry. Oh, for fuck's sake. Sidebar. The court, you didn't get 2 words out that time. Ms. Bredoff, I'm sorry, but we only have received exhibits from them to 1247. So this was not an exhibit that we have, Ms. Vasquez. We marked them now. We can use them in cross-examination. Ms. Bredoff, but they haven't produced them to us. They haven't provided them to you. The court, they provide in cross-examination. Ms. Bredoff, they have to give us hard copies. Ms. Vasquez, oh, I apologize. The court, yes, give them the hard copies. Ms. Bredoff, give me a chance to look at it before. Ms. Vasquez, I agree. I apologize. Thank you. The court, okay. Ms. Bredoff, okay. And it's back to open court. That's what I said. That's exactly what I said. That's what she said. Okay, so now, hi-ho, it's back to open court we go. I used to all sing that. Okay, and we're back.
Your Honor, the witness can testify as to whether this is a full statement or not.
The witness can't do, we have the right to be able to see the document.
All right, do you have a document that's not redacted?
We can pull it up on our computers.
Okay.
Just give us a moment, Your Honor.
All right.
I can represent this is the full statement that's reported.
Give her an opportunity to look at the unredacted one.
Thank you.
If this was to me, thank you, Miss Mojo. There's a Thanos. They're talking about a Thanos who shows up in chat sometimes. Monster Slayer. There's a lot of conversations about people who have alternate accounts.
We have a copy of this.
I don't know.
You can get a copy of that.
Look at. Okay, so Elaine is all confused, and Camille's just nodding, like, "Oh my God, we just talked about this." Watch.
Your Honor, can we have a copy of this?
You
Look.
can get a copy of that later.
Happily.
Right. I mean, I think she should be giving us copies of.
Oh
this.
my
I understand.
God.
We'll take care of that. But
Fucking hell,
as of
Elaine.
right now, can we continue?
We can, Your Honor, but I have.
No.
Because of.
Oh my God.
Okay, come forward.
She's the worst, guys. What can I say? She's literally the worst. All right. Actually, that might be the sidebar we just did. Yeah, we actually already read that sidebar. Okay. God, Elaine is just the worst.
CHLA. Correct. The language that states, so directing your attention. So directing your attention, Ms. Heard, where it says her spokeswoman responded in a statement.
Your
The
Honor,
language that follows.
Your Honor, again, she can't read it. She has to show it
The
to
language
her.
that follows.
If you want to lay a
Is this-
foundation to that, go ahead.
You released a statement after Mr. Depp donated $100,000 to the ACLU and $100,000 to CHLA. Correct, Ms. Heard?
I think so, yes.
And the language that follows is the statement you released in response to Mr. Depp's donations, right?
I don't know if this is the official statement. I have no idea.
The statement that starts at
Objection, Your Honor.
Amber Heard.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I'm going to say. Would you please read that to yourself, Ms. Heard?
I think I will have another cough drop, actually. Don't mind if I do.
Did you read all the way to the very bottom where the last word is supported?
Am I getting low? Am I getting low? No
Yes.
way.
That's a statement you released through your spokeswoman after Mr. Depp made the donations to the CHLA and the ACLU. Correct, Ms. Heard?
I do not recall exactly what my statement was.
Oh.
I don't disagree with anything in the statement, but I just simply don't recall what the statement was we released.
Is there anything inaccurate in that statement?
Wow. You guys, doesn't this remind you though of Jen? Amazing.
Exactly what my statement was. I don't disagree with anything in the statement, but I just simply don't recall what the statement was we released.
Is there anything
Cough drops for all.
inaccurate in that statement, Ms. Heard?
No.
I'm going to move to admit.
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation.
No.
I'll overrule the objection. 12-1260.
God, her voice is, dude. Y'all. Elaine.
Was we released.
Is there anything inaccurate in that statement, Ms. Heard?
No.
I'm going to move to admit.
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation.
I'll overrule the objection. 12-1260 in evidence of objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Statement reads, Amber Heard appreciates Johnny Depp's novel interest in supporting two of her favorite charities, the ACLU, American Civil Liberties Union for Domestic Violence, and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. This is great and unexpected news. And it continues.
You do want cough drop, trust me.
However, if Johnny
so
wishes
good.
to change the settlement agreement, we must insist that he honor the full amount by donating $14 million to charity, which, after accounting for his tax deduction,
You're so
is
good,
equal
guys.
to his $7 million payment obligation to Amber. And it continues. We would also insist that the full amount be paid immediately and not drawn out over many years. Anything less would be a transparent attempt by Johnny's counsel, Laura Wasser and Patty Glazer, to reduce their client's true payment by half under the guise of newfound concern for charities that he has never previously supported, end quote. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Thank you. After this, you kept commenting about the donation of your divorce settlement, right?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay. You spoke about donating your divorce settlement on a Danish TV show, correct?
I believe I said I had, I believe I said I donated it to charity, but it was already printed or already commented on and stated in the press. I had already released that information in the press. I think I just confirmed it on that show.
Oh boy.
You appeared on a show called RTL Late Night, right?
I don't recall what show it was.
If we could please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 346, which is a portion of your appearance.
This is another one that I believe will get copyright issues or what have you. Oreo flavored iced coffee. That sounds amazing. Angel says maybe I could just sniff the cough drops from a distance. You know, would I need a tampon applicator to do that? Because if so, I'm in trouble. So let's see. I've not had an Oreo in fucking ever. For anyone who's curious, Oreos are vegan, by the way. All of the Oreos are vegan. Oh, it looks like they're approaching. Let's see here. Find that sidebar. Okay, the court. All right, so which portion, Ms. Vasquez? Just a question from the commentator. The court, just that portion, Ms. Vasquez. It's the question which is obviously not being offered for the truth, but that's the interview. I actually had it transcribed. Court. Thank you. I appreciate that, Ms. Vasquez, by Planet Depots. So there are no concerns, and highlighted the court. You highlighted the part that's going to be played, Ms. Vasquez, or this is the only thing that we'll be introducing in court. Okay, which part is going to be played? Oh, this part is going to be played, Ms. Vasquez. Yes, correct. So it's just Ms. Heard asking, excuse me, it's the host asking for, okay, Ms. Vasquez, the question. I apologize, Your Honor. It's actually, we clipped, it starts on page 3 of the transcript. So basically, they're just confused about what line. But here's what we're going to do. We're going to actually find this because we can't watch it because copyright issues. So, but luckily we have the transcript. Okay. So here's what's in the video. Male speaker. Actually, we're all kind of accusations flying your way when you said all this, and then there was a divorce settlement. You got $7 million, and people were saying that this is all about money. But then you did something that twisted the whole argument. What did you do with that money, Ms. Heard? $7 million in total was donated to. I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. Male speaker. ACLU is a human rights organization. Ms. Heard, sorry, ACLU is a prominent organization, nonprofit organization in the United States. It's called the American Civil Liberties Union. Male speaker, right. Ms. Heard, they work on behalf of marginalized communities on the ground and legislative reform. Male speaker, more power to you because that's something that I've never heard. Ms. Heard, I wanted nothing. She says very dramatically. It's super fucking annoying. And then the video ends. Okay. So now, there they are. You play it. There she is with the worst hairdo of all time. Like, what the fuck is with that? Look, guys. What is with this? Why? Ew. Just ew. 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 I wanted nothing.
Review was in October of 2018, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't recall when it was.
It was in 2018, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't remember when this was done.
This was after you had received the full $7 million of your divorce settlement for Mr. Depp, wasn't it?
Again, without knowing when it was recorded, I have no idea.
The $7 million divorce settlement was paid to you in full by February of 2018, right?
That's correct.
Oh, okay.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1458, which is already in evidence.
Almond Joy Coffee Creamer. Interesting.
This is the deal point memorandum from your divorce settlement, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, that's what it looks like.
And if we go down to the bottom of page 4, there's a heading labeled equalization payment. Do you see that?
Yes.
And underneath that, it outlines a payment schedule for the divorce payments, correct?
Yes.
Well, it begins to. And if we go on page 5, so the first payment is scheduled for August 31st, 2016, and that's $200,000, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Mr. Depp's accountant, Edward White, testified that he made that payment directly.
You got to turn on your microphone, Ms. Berthoff.
Welcome, Leslie and
I'm
Billy.
not gonna hear you.
Objection to her
Oh,
testifying to what
God.
Mr. White testified to that.
Okay.
It's a actual. He literally testified to it in
Okay,
court.
I'll overrule objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Depp's accountant, Edward White, testified that he made the payment directly to the ACLU and CHLA, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And then the rest of the payments were all made to you, weren't they?
That is correct.
And the final payment of $2.3 million is on February 1st, 2018, right?
The final payment, yes.
And you were here in court when Mr. White testified that the payments were all made on schedule.
I'm going to object to her testifying to what Mr. White testified to. It's an
Overrule the
improper-
objection.
Oh my God, Elaine.
Thank you, Your Honor. And you were here in court when Mr. White testified that the payments were all made on schedule, right?
I don't believe they were. He might have
That's
testified
not my
to that.
question, Ms. Heard. My question was, you were here in court when Mr. White testified under oath that all the payments were made on schedule.
I was here every day in court. I heard his testimony, yes.
Okay. So back to October of 2018, this was before Mr. Depp sued you for defamation, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
He didn't sue you until after the op-ed came out in December of 2018, right?
He sued me in 2019.
And the op-ed came out in December of 2018.
That is correct.
So in October of 2018, you had received your entire $7 million divorce settlement. You would
That-
agree with me.
That is correct.
And you hadn't yet been sued by Mr. Depp.
This is October, correct.
So in this October 2018 interview, you said that you had, quote, donated, end quote, your entire divorce settlement to charity, right?
That's correct.
And in fact, your exact words were, quote, $7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, end quote,
That's-
right?
That's correct. I made that statement as soon as I got a divorce and we reached the settlement. That's when I pledged it, right then.
And you
Oh
say
my
this
God.
because you, quote, wanted nothing, end quote.
That is correct.
I wanted nothing.
But you hadn't donated your entire $7 million
Uh-huh.
settlement to charity at that point, had you?
That's incorrect.
Sitting here today, Ms. Heard, you still haven't donated the $7 million divorce settlement to charity. Isn't that right?
Incorrect. I pledged the entirety
No,
of the
Ms. Heard,
settlement,
Oh
$7
my
million
God.
my
to charity,
question.
and I
She's
Ms. Heard,
intend to
Ms.
fulfill
Heard,
those
Ms. Heard.
obligations.
Ms. Heard, that's not my question. Please,
What was
try
your
to answer
question?
my
Oh.
question.
Oh,
Sitting here today, you have not donated the $7 million
you know what's so funny?
not pledged,
Look at the camera zooming in on her. Good for you, camera person. This is so reminiscent of Jen McCabe. It's like they're refusing to answer the question and just mincing the words. This is very reminiscent of that. It's crazy.
Ms.
I
Heard,
intend to
Ms.
fulfill
Heard,
those
Ms.
obligations.
Heard, that's not my question. Please,
What was
try
your
to answer my
question?
question. Sitting here today, you have not donated the $7 million, donated, not pledged, donated the $7 million divorce settlement to charity.
I use pledge and donation synonymous with one another. They
But
are
I
the same
don't.
thing.
Ms. Heard, I don't use it synonymously.
That's so wow. I use pledge and dude right there.
To charity.
I use pledge and donation synonymous with one another. They
But
are
I
the same
don't.
thing.
Ms. Heard, I don't use it synonymously.
That's how donations are paid.
Ms. Heard, respectfully, that's not my question. As of today, you have not paid $3.5 million of your own money to the ACLU. Yes or no?
I have not yet.
And as of today, you have not paid $3.5 million of your own money to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, correct?
I have not yet. Johnny sued me.
So as of today,
Oh,
you have not donated, paid
there's
$7 million of your divorce settlement to charity, right?
I have not been able to fulfill those obligations yet.
And that's because you did want something, didn't you?
I didn't want anything and I didn't get anything.
You wanted Mr. Depp's money.
Didn't get it, wasn't interested in it.
You know what's so funny? And another similarity with Jen too, right? Because Jen also does that thing. And it's the thing that's funny is you see this is normal with expert witnesses, but with lay witnesses, the facing the jury thing like that is weird, right? But Jen and Amber both do it.
I loved Johnny. That's why I was with him.
Oh,
You
I
wanted
didn't.
praise for donating the money. right?
That's incorrect.
You wanted good press.
I'm sure they did.
In general, one does want good press, yes.
You wanted to seem altruistic publicly.
Wasn't my interest. My interest is in my name and clearing my name. And at the time, I was being called a liar and my motives were being questioned. I did see it as important to clear that up. I wanted to make a statement to make sure that there was not any doubt that I couldn't be labeled these things just because Johnny was a bigger star and had more publicity reach.
You wanted to remind everyone of your claims of domestic violence against Mr. Depp, right?
No, I wanted to move on with my life.
You wanted to make those claims seem believable.
They are believable. They were
You wanted
believable.
them to be seen, you wanted to be seen, excuse me, as a noble victim of domestic violence,
I
didn't
have
you?
never wanted to be seen as a victim, nor have I
You-
ever called myself one.
You testified under oath that, quote, the entirety of your divorce.
Meg, I don't understand. Why is he a leprechaun? I'm sorry, I'm looking at what she made. I understand the beard. I understand that he's got a mat. Is there a reason he's in the forest with a green outfit?
Was donated to charity, end quote, didn't you?
That's correct. I pledged the entirety.
No. Ms. Heard, my questions. Your counsel will have time to redirect you
Yup.
after.
Literally, we heard AJ say the same thing to Jen. He said, I'm sure Mr. Breenan will ask you that on redirect. Amazing. Dude, amazing.
I pledged the entirety.
No. Ms. Heard, my questions. Your counsel will have time to redirect you after. You testified under oath, quote, the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote.
That is correct. I pledged the entirety.
I'm going to move to strike everything after yes.
All right.
Oh my God, Elaine.
No. Ms. Hurt, this is really inappropriate.
I'll sustain the objection and we'll just move forward.
Thank
Let's move forward. Next question.
Under oath, that statement wasn't true, was it, Ms. Hurd?
I'm sorry, I don't follow your question. Sorry.
You testified under oath, quote, the entirety of my divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote. That statement wasn't true.
It is true. I pledged the entirety to charity.
Oh, I see.
Statement.
When you say you buy a house, you don't pay
Ms.
for the
Hurd,
entire
Ms.
house.
Hurd,
Oh my God, this is the dumbest fucking thing ever.
Charity.
the statement.
When you say you buy a house, you don't pay for
Ms.
the
Hurd,
entire
Ms.
house
Hurd,
at one time.
respectfully,
You pay it
I'm
over
not asking,
time.
Ms. Hurd.
All right. Next question, please.
Thank you. That statement isn't true today, as you sit here today, is it?
It is true. I pledged the entirety.
But you
to
didn't
charity.
donate it.
Unfortunately,
You didn't donate it. It's a yes or no.
I haven't been able to obligate you to fulfill those
So that's a no, right, Ms.
obligations.
Hurd?
I made the pledge. I want to be very clear. I pledged the entirety.
Wow.
I haven't been able to fulfill those pledges
Shut
because
up.
I've been sued.
Stop it.
You had all of the $7 million for 13 months before Mr. Depp sued you, and you chose not to pay it to the charities you pledged it to. Is that correct, Ms.
I
Hurd?
disagree with your characterization of that.
Let's look at your sworn testimony from the UK.
Yeah, it is terrible that she blamed the dogs about that whole thing. Love Camille's outfit.
There's this light coming across. And
So I appreciate that.
Has to be a
It's
little
probably good
uncomfortable.
light. Thank you, Your Honor.
all right.
Look at that. Oh my God. I'm sorry. Like, I mean, I'm probably a weirdo that gets like super excited seeing a binder like this. But this binder excites me. Just saying. I'm like, wow, look at that binder. That is a binder. I love it. Get a workout carrying that thing around. And that rivals Wendy Adelson's divorce binder, right?
Your third witness statement that you submitted in the UK action, right, Ms. Hurd?
Correct.
And this statement was made under oath, true?
That is true.
I'm directing your attention to the
Oh yeah, the Beyonce song Halo. Yeah. Let's see. There is a song. Let's see here. Right. Right. How does it go? Yeah, I can feel your halo. How does that go? I'm trying to remember. Anyway, yes, it is a song. It's a song.
The last page
Don't remember how it goes though.
of that statement. That's your signature, right?
Yes, it is.
So you made the sworn statement on February 26, 2020.
That's correct.
And directing your attention to paragraph 4. It says, quote, I remained financially independent from him the whole time we were together.
Accurate.
And the entire amount of my divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote.
That is correct.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
The him you were referring to is Mr. Depp.
That is correct.
Most of the money that was donated to the ACLU and CHLA in your name came from someone else. Isn't that right?
Oh.
I don't know what you mean by most of.
Well, at least $500,000 that was donated to the ACLU in your name wasn't paid by you, right?
I believe Elon made a donation in my honor on one of the years.
What honor? You have no honor.
Yeah, and it didn't come out of your $7 million divorce settlement, right?
No, nor did it count towards my pledge.
Oh my God, your stupid pledge is pointless. You still haven't paid it.
And at least $500,000 that was donated to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles in your name wasn't paid by you either.
Right, those were made at the same time.
And it didn't come out of your $7 million divorce settlement.
Nor did it count to my 3.5 obligation.
Those $500,000 payments came from your new boyfriend, Elon Musk, right?
I don't know if he was a new boyfriend at the time.
Again.
You got him to pay part of what you promised to these two charities, didn't
Again.
you?
Incorrect.
Because you wanted to keep at least some of the $7 million divorce
Yeah, I was just
settlement
gonna
for
say,
yourself, right?
You're very wrong about that.
I was just gonna say again, just like what Maisha pointed out very astutely when Jen was on the stand, right? Like that was not the point. Like when she's like, came for your new boyfriend, she's like, I don't know if he's a new boyfriend. Like, not the point of the question.
$1,000 payments came from your new boyfriend, Elon Musk, right?
I don't know if he was a new boyfriend at the time.
You got him to pay part of what you promised to these two charities, didn't you?
Incorrect.
Because you wanted to keep at least some of the $7 million divorce settlement for yourself, right?
You're very wrong about that.
I think this, if your honor is
Okay, you
fine,
said
this is a good
It's a
stopping
breaking
point.
point. Okay, that's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll stop here for the evening.
Hey, and then they come back for more. So let's go. Do 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 do. Halo, Halo. That's like all I know. That's all I got. I can't remember anything more from that song. Okay. Okay. Oh, God. Oh, it's doing that thing where it won't full screen. Hang on. Okay, hold on. I'm having some StreamYard. Let me just do it this way. StreamYard's being annoying. Give me just a second. Okay, that's better. Let me share this to you guys. So this is, they have a sidebar before court starts. We're going to see if we can jump to where Oh my God, look how annoying she is, guys. She always has her water. She puts shit in the water. You know what I mean? She comes back to the stand.
Good morning, Ms. Heard.
Okay,
Good morning.
here we go.
Your relationship with Mr. Depp began in October of 2011, right?
That's correct.
And you previously testified multiple times under oath that the first year of your relationship with Mr. Depp was the best of times. right, Ms. Heard?
Welcome.
That is correct.
You testified that as far as you could
Is it
tell,
Meg's birthday? Why is everyone saying Meg's birthday? Is it Meg's birthday? Hang on, is it Meg's birthday? Is it Meg's birthday? Is it Meg's birthday? Is it Meg's birthday? Did I miss? How did it? Is it Meg's birthday?
Mr. Depp was sober that first year,
That is correct. That's what I used to believe.
and that the first year was, quote, magic.
Yes, I always estimated it was about a
Why is
year.
everyone telling you happy birthday?
But now you've told this jury that Mr. Depp was being violent with you throughout 2012, haven't you, Ms. Heard?
No, he took a break in the middle of 2012 when he was sober.
You told them that he was hitting you in 2012, though. Is that right?
He was hitting me in 2012. He just took a break in the middle.
Oh my God.
He did.
And you told them that Mr. Depp was in and out of sobriety in 2012.
That is correct.
You told this jury that, quote, in 2012, I was in the beginning stages of
Sorry,
this,
I just wanted to know if it's
learning
someone's
these
birthday, because if
patterns.
it's someone's birthday, I was going to get all excited and sing happy birthday. But if it's not someone's birthday, then I'm just forget it. I just want to make sure.
I was learning that drinking kind of correlated with the violence, end quote. Is that right?
That is correct.
So it was during these cycles of violence in 2012 that you gave Mr. Depp a knife as a gift.
I gave him a knife, I think for a birthday present early in our relationship. I believe it was around 2012, but I'm not certain.
We've seen a picture of that knife, but I think we should bring out the real thing. Master Deputy.
Oh
Lisa,
boy, the
Master Deputy
knife,
Sheriff
guys.
Lisa, may I please have you
No,
show the
I
knife
forgot this happened at this moment.
to Ms. Heard?
They're bringing out the knife, guys. Wow.
Yes, that's it.
Oh, it's got a sheath.
That's the knife you gave to the man who was hitting you, right, Ms. Heard?
I wasn't worried he was going to stab me with it when I gave it to him. That's for certain.
But you
Oh.
gave it to him while he was abusing you, allegedly.
I gave it to him that year.
Master Deputy Sheriff Lisa, will you please show the knife to the jury?
I mean, they can't show the knife in Idaho because they don't have the knife.
Thank you. This is the knife you gave to
I
the
don't
man who
think
would
it's
get
in
drunk
there.
and violent with you, right?
This is the same knife that I gave him as a present in 2012. Yes.
Now, Ms. Heard, I'm going to need to talk to you about what happened in Australia in March of 2015. You've testified that at some point during the incident you described, you witnessed Mr. Depp bashing a phone against a wall, right?
That is correct.
You testified that the phone was breaking into pieces.
I was watching it.
So I don't think this is really important. So I'll back it up real quick. They're not going to be able to bring out a K-bar knife. There's no way. That's not going to be able to happen. What they can do is they can show, if they can say what exactly the searches that were made and show what that looks like on Amazon, for example, maybe that could come in. The sheath, definitely. They cannot get another K-bar and bring. There's just no way. I don't see how the hell that would come into evidence. Because technically speaking, right? You have the sheath. That's why the evidence matters. What's found at the crime, like they have the sheath, so the sheath was there. Technically speaking, is it possible that some other knife could fit in that sheath? Sure. You know what I mean? Like, think about it, right? Is it possible that the sheaths, we just saw one. I'm pretty sure you could take other knives and put them in a sheath, even if it's not the sheath that came with it, right? So anyway, they can't, I don't think that they could, there's just no way. That would be misleading.
This is the same knife that I gave him as a present in 2012. Yes.
Now, Ms. Heard, I'm going to need to talk to you about what happened in Australia in March of 2015. You've testified that at some point during the incident you described, you witnessed Mr. Depp bashing a phone against a wall, right?
That is correct.
You testified that the phone was breaking into pieces,
I was watching it disappear.
that Mr. Depp smashed it, I think your word was smithereens.
Yes, that is correct.
And according to your testimony, this was a wall-mounted phone in the bar area.
That is correct.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1820. I believe this has already been admitted into evidence, if we could have it published.
Right? Dude, the kangaroos is one of my favorite parts when she's on direct. When Elaine is like, oh, look at those kangaroos. It's just, I died.
Thank you.
And then flying off in a
You
helicopter.
saw this photo during your direct examination, right?
That is
Here
correct.
we
And you
go.
testified that the wall-mounted phone that you saw Mr. Depp smash is on the
This
wall.
is where it's like, again, like I said, it's like, it just gets worse and worse for her. It's crazy.
On the left.
That's correct. So if
Here
you were
we
looking at
go.
this picture, the wall-mounted phone would have been behind you on the left-hand side of your shoulder.
But it's not depicted in this photo, correct?
Whoever took this photo was standing right in front of where that mounted phone was.
That's convenient. The pieces of the phone Mr. Depp smashed aren't in this picture either, right?
You don't see it because it's whoever took this photo standing in front of that.
Whoever took this photo, it's Mr. Ben King, correct?
That's what I believe.
Yeah. Mr. King testified under oath in this trial, right?
That is correct.
And he testified that there was no wall-mounted phone smashed to smithereens that he had to replace, correct?
I didn't hear him testify to that, no.
He did. Your counsel elicited it.
I disagree with that representation.
You also saw this picture. Actually, can we please bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1821? Which is
That
also
is
admitted
funny. That's
into evidence.
funny.
You also saw this picture during your direct examination, correct?
That is correct.
And so this is the bar area to the right of the wall-mounted phone you just described.
If you were facing in that direction, if you're facing this direction, it would be behind you.
This phone on the counter isn't the phone that got smashed to smithereens, is it?
No, they brought that out during my testimony in the UK as well. And I said this in the UK trial as well, that is not the phone, obviously, because that one's not smashed and it's not wall mounted.
Yeah, so there are two phones in the bar area.
There was a wall mounted phone. I don't know if it was decorative or what, but it was like it looked antique, large and antique.
It would be weird
And-
for there to be
and
two phones.
What the large and antique one that's not depicted in any photograph, including ones you took, is the one that Mr. Depp damaged, correct?
That is correct. I only took pictures of the mirrors.
So there's no picture of that damaged phone.
I didn't take.
It's just like with everything else, right? It's like everything that's damaged, broken, ruined. Like she gets pictures, doesn't get pictures of somehow.
I'm sure of it. No.
But she's taking pictures for the purpose of saving it for later to show that there's damage.
So back to the
Well
phone
done.
smashing.
Not-
You watched Mr. Depp smash the phone, right?
That's correct. I watched it.
And you testified that you were, quote, watching the phone every single time he pulled his hand back, end quote.
That's correct.
And according to you, this is when Mr. Depp lost the tip of his finger, right?
It is my best guess. I didn't notice his finger come off, obviously. I was watching him smash the phone and watching the pieces break while he was doing it.
Well, it's not your best guess, Ms. Hurd.
That is my best guess, yes.
Okay, let's go back to my questions. You submitted a declaration under the penalty of perjury in this case. Do you remember that?
That is correct.
Okay, let's look at that declaration.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh God.
Thank you.
Oh, she's just seeing it, I guess.
If we could direct your attention, Ms. Hurd, to the page 14 of the declaration. Is that your signature?
Yes, it is.
And your signature appears right under the statement, quote, "I declare under penalty of perjury, under the laws of the state of Virginia, that the foregoing is true and correct."
That is correct.
And this is dated April 10th, 2019.
Correct.
Now let's look at paragraph 16, which is on page 5.
I'm so curious. Why are you guys spending so much time and energy trying to guess who Thanos? Like, I don't. Am I missing something?
Specifically line 10. Quote, you write, testify under oath. While he was smashing the phone, Johnny severely injured his finger, cutting off the top of it, end quote. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
So you testified in this courtroom that after Mr. Depp smashed the phone, he held you down on the countertop by the neck.
Here we
Remember?
go.
I'm not quite sure of the exact sequence of things, but yes, both of those things happened.
We'll get to the sequence. And this is when Mr. Depp supposedly assaulted you with a bottle, right?
On the countertop, he assaulted me.
So Mr. Depp was able to get you on the counter.
Here we
right?
go.
He held me down by my neck.
And hold you down by your neck.
That is correct.
And he grabbed a bottle, according to you,
Yeah, exactly.
while holding you
agree
down
with
by the
that.
neck, correct?
I'm sorry, can you clarify what you're asking me?
While Mr. Depp is holding you by the neck against the countertop, he grabs a bottle. That's your testimony.
No, those two things didn't happen at the exact same time, no.
While he's holding the bottle, is that your testimony?
He
While
was
holding you
my-
down by the neck?
Sorry, what was your question?
Your testimony is, Ms. Heard, that either he has the bottle before or after he's holding you by the neck on the counter. Is that your testimony?
He held me by the neck on the counter.
Where's the bottle that he
At
assaulted
what
with
point?
while holding you down by your neck?
When he was assaulting me with the bottle, it was in his hand.
Was it in his hand before or
Yeah.
after he holds you down by your neck?
I was being held down while he assaulted me with the
Oh
bottle.
God, she's.
When he puts you on the counter, does he have the bottle in his hand? Yes or no?
As I have always said, I don't remember exactly what happened first, or I don't remember the sequence. I just remember being aware that I
This
was
is so reminiscent of Jen McCabe. It's crazy, right? It's like, as I've always said, it's like, well, you haven't all said, change your statement, blah, blah. Like this, it's, even if this was what you have all said, it doesn't make any sense, and it's just, ugh.
with the bottle.
When he puts you on the counter, does he have the bottle in his hand? Yes or no?
As I have always said, I don't remember exactly what happened first, or I don't remember the sequence. I just remember being aware that I was being assaulted by a bottle while I was on the countertop.
So he penetrates you with this bottle. But you don't know how he got the bottle, right?
That is correct.
And he did that right after he lost the tip of his right middle finger.
Again, I don't remember the exact sequence of those events.
We'll get to the sequence. And while he was on 8 to 10 MDMA pills, right?
Yes.
Let's talk about the sequence. This is the sequence of events you testified to in this courtroom. That he smashed the phone to smithereens and then assaulted you, lost the tip of his finger, and then assaulted you with a bottle.
Yep.
Yes, that's the sequence of events that you testified to in this
To be,
courtroom.
to be clear, you're putting it in order when you say words like then. I have never claimed that
Yeah,
I can remember
I
the
know.
exact sequence of these things.
It is awful.
This was a multi-day assault that took place over 3 horrible days.
Ms.
It was
Heard,
the worst thing ever
Ms.
happened
Heard,
to me. I
we're
don't
not
remember
Ms.
the
Heard,
exact
that's not my
sequence.
question. My question isn't about the 3-day assault allegedly that occurred. I'm just talking about the sexual assault that you now allege occurred.
Yes,
okay?
correct.
Let's talk about the sequence. So you testified, actually. Yeah, I know. I just realized that. Do you have a copy? We gave it to you yesterday. Court transcript. Yes.
Not at all.
Sir, do you have a copy of day 16 in front of you?
Day 16? Yes. I didn't realize that. Yeah.
Okay. Let's look at the transcript.
Amazing that they get.
So you testified on page
so quickly. That's crazy.
Page, I'm getting there. 4506.
Oh, wow.
And the reason that we need to go through this, Ms. Hurd, is because we understand that these are very serious allegations that you're making, right?
It was horrible. What happened to me? Yes.
Okay, so let's go through this.
So this is really important, right? Because technically, I mean, sexual assault, right? He could be criminally prosecuted for it. I mean, not just him, but anyone, right? This is what she's alleging is actually a crime, right? Beyond even civil court. So
Making, right?
It was horrible. What happened to me? Yes.
Okay, so let's go through them. Page 4506, line 2 through 3. I sit here now. Apologize. You testified on page 4506. This all started when Mr. Depp took 8 or 10 pills of MDMA, right?
That is correct.
Then, directing your attention to page 4518. Line 19. You talk about Mr. Depp smashing a wall-mounted phone, correct?
That is correct.
Then on page 4519, at line 3, you testified that while Mr. Depp is smashing the phone, he is screaming, quote, "I fucking hate you," end quote, right?
Yes, he was screaming that among other things.
And further down on page 4519, same page, lines 12 through 19, you talk about how you watched Mr. Depp smash the phone to smithereens, right?
That is correct.
Then, continuing on the same page, 4519, line 20, you say something really important. Quote, "At some point, he's on top of me. No phone, but screaming the same thing," end quote, right?
I just remember the sound. Yes.
But you remember, and you testified to this jury, that he didn't have the phone in his hand anymore.
When he was assaulting me with the bottle,
Right.
he had the bottle in his hand. When he was punching the wall with the phone, he had the phone in his hand. When he was punching the wall next to my head, he had me by the throat. He did a lot of things that night.
So you're acknowledging by this sequence, not my words, your words, Ms. Hurd, that you testified to this jury that Mr. Depp smashed the phone to smithereens before he assaulted you. That's the sequencing in which you testified, correct?
I have never testified to a sequence.
Keep talking about that sequence. Then on page 4521, starting at line 3, you testified to being bent over backwards on the bar, right?
Okay.
I'm gonna wait to read a sidebar so we can, because I feel like it's her. I don't want to break up her her line of questioning here. She does such a good job. We'll sort of group them. Okay.
Directing your attention, Ms. Hurd, to page 4521, starting at line 3. You testified to being bent over backwards on the bar, right?
That is correct.
And then feeling pressure on your pubic bone, like Mr. Depp was punching you. Yes?
That's what I thought.
And then
Trigger-
further
trigger
down
warning.
on page 4522,
Trigger warning.
you said that you were concerned Mr. Depp was using a broken bottle on you. Yes?
That was my fear.
Okay.
That's what I remember feeling.
Ms. Hurd, I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit 1816. Which has already been admitted.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You saw this picture during your direct examination, right?
I did.
And you testified that this is a picture of the bottles that were next to Mr. Depp on a desk when you found him drinking in the morning, right?
That's correct.
And this was the morning after Mr. Depp had allegedly sexually assaulted you, right?
It was the morning after he did assault me. Yes.
And if I understood your testimony correctly, you testified that this is the Maker's Mark bottle that Mr. Depp sexually assaulted you with.
I was never sure it was, but it was definitely that shape. Felt like that shape.
But you testified in this courtroom that you had not seen this bottle until Ben King provided these photographs, correct?
Not in the course of the trial. I hadn't seen the photograph.
You claim you had serious injuries after this alleged incident, right, Ms. Heard?
Depends on what you would call serious. For me, having a sore jaw and some bruises at the time of my relationship wasn't that serious.
Okay, let's testify. Let's focus on the testimony that you gave about the injuries. Mr. Depp, as you testified yesterday, wears rings on every finger, right?
Sometimes, often. And certainly in the later part of our relationship, that was more normal than not. But if he's filming or something like that, of course, he's not going to have his own jewelry on.
Your testimony in this trial was, quote, "I don't know if I've ever known Johnny not to wear rings," correct?
You need to put your microphone on, Miss. Thank you.
Objection, Your
Thank
Honor.
you.
Improper impeachment. If she's going to ask her question, then she has.
Oh
to
my
show
God,
where that-
Elaine.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you. Your testimony yesterday was, quote, "I don't know if I've ever known Johnny not to wear rings," right, Ms. Heard?
That's what I testified to, yes.
Okay. And he was wearing rings on every finger in Australia, correct?
Not all the time, not literally every single ring, every single day, but he often wears rings.
Not often, Ms. Heard. Your words are, "I've never known Johnny not to wear rings on every finger."
That is what I testified to.
Okay. And you testified that you bled as a result of this sexual assault, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And you testified that your forearms were cut
My forearms and my feet.
and your feet were sliced up.
That's correct.
And you testified you had a bruise across your jaw.
That is correct.
And there is not a single medical record reflecting treatment for any of those injuries, is there, Ms. Heard?
I didn't seek treatment.
And the day after you sustained all these injuries, Dr. David Kipper came to the house in Australia, right?
Well, he came the third day along with security.
The day after you sustained these injuries, Dr. David Kipper came along with Nurse Debbie Lloyd, correct?
Well, that fight went into the morning, like early hour morning. So technically that last day.
Dr. David Kipper is Mr. Depp's, or was Mr. Depp's physician, right?
I believe he still is.
But he
Yes.
was at the time.
Yes, that's correct.
And he was also your physician.
He also saw me.
No, not saw you. He was your physician, correct, Ms. Heard?
Johnny was the client, but he also treated me.
All right, let's please pull up. Do you remember giving testimony in this case in a deposition, Ms.?
Before that. So great question here. So Monster Slayer says, this is exactly why lawyers always advise their clients never take the stand, right? So yes, however, this is an important thing I'm glad you asked, because this is a civil trial, right? In a civil trial, it is expected, if you're a plaintiff or a defendant, like, you're going to get called, because in a civil trial, they can, and they will always call, like, basically, okay. In a criminal trial, right? It's the reason why it's different is because, okay, think of it this way, right? In a criminal trial, in any trial, you always have a plaintiff and a defendant, right? In a criminal trial, the plaintiff is the government, right? And the defendant is the defendant, right? Like the person who's being charged with a crime. In a civil trial, you still have a plaintiff and a defendant, right? But there's no government involved. You have individual people or businesses or what have you, right? So, if you imagine, like, okay, so in a criminal trial, right, the difference is that you've got the Fifth Amendment, right? And so the prosecution cannot call the defendant to the stand. They cannot force them to testify. It has to be now the defense can call the defendant, but the prosecution can't call the defendant. And then if you were to say, well, what about the reverse? Well, they can't, the defense can't call the prosecution because there is no person, right? In a civil trial, both parties can call each other. And so what happens is, because you know that the other side's going to would call you, you call your own witness. So what do I mean by that? Like, in other words, Johnny Depp being the plaintiff that filed first in this case, Debbie Her, right? It was his case in chief first, right? So if you guys recall, they called Johnny to the stand as in his own counsel. Why? Because he would get called anyway by the defense, by Amber's team, and you would rather have him testify on direct, right? Like, you would rather call him yourself, and that way you can elicit the testimony that is beneficial for your own client, right? So same thing. So then you have, right, what we're watching right now, right, is now we're in Amber's case in chief, right? And so she was called by her own counsel, right, and was questioned by Elaine on direct, and now she's on cross. So in other words, they have no choice. If you're in a civil trial and you're an individual like this, you're going to get called. And that's like, when you bring a lawsuit, you would do so with the understanding from your counsel, like, you're going to have to testify. You don't have the right. You don't have the Fifth Amendment right. It only applies. I could have just summarized it that way. There is no Fifth Amendment right like there is in a criminal trial. So that's why that's why I love this question, because essentially they don't have a choice here. But yes, but you're right in the sense that when it's a disaster, and that would be why you don't want to do it. Hopefully that makes sense.
Ms. Heard?
Yes, I do. I've given a couple.
If we could please pull up the deposition transcript, day 2. At 589, lines 6 through 8. May I approach?
Yes.
For the jury, lines day 2, page 540, lines 6 through 9. We have permission to
Oh my
publish it.
God, here come the deposition videos.
You gotta give me.
Excuse
the
me,
name.
I'm sorry,
right.
day 2,
Elaine
page
struggled.
589, lines 6 through 8.
All right, if you could just give us a minute to get
Of course.
589.
Did you say 5?
6.
And he was your doctor at this point, right?
Yes, he was.
So they have a problem here with the text. They take
Debbie Lloyd also came to the house that day.
a call.
Yes, she came with Kipper.
Miss Lloyd is a nurse, correct?
That is correct.
Malcolm Connolly also came to the house that day.
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Connolly is one of the security guards, correct?
That is correct.
You had known Mr. Connolly for years at that point.
Yes, that's correct.
You flew back to Los Angeles the next day with Ben King. Is that right?
I can't be certain if it was the next day or the day after, but somewhere around there, yes.
And the day you arrived back in Los Angeles, you saw Travis McGivern, correct?
I don't recall seeing Travis, no.
You don't recall Mr. McGivern picking you up from the airport with Ben King?
I don't remember that, no.
And the same day, you also saw your own nurse, Erin Fillotti, that day, correct? The day you arrived in Los Angeles?
I don't recall if I saw her that day.
You saw Ms. Fillotti's testimony in this case by video deposition, correct?
That is correct.
And you heard her testify that she saw you the day you arrived back from Australia on March 9th, 2015.
I believe she testified that she came to dinner where I was with friends. Yeah, I believe that.
So she saw you that day.
I believe that evening I saw her at dinner.
And then you saw Erin Fillotti again the next day for a private meeting, didn't you?
I'm not sure if that's what she testified to. I'd have to just see the records to know.
You heard her testify, according to her notes. She met with you privately on March 10th, 2015.
She met with me at some point upon my arrival, but I don't remember the exact date.
And when you were in Australia, Ms. Heard, you didn't take any pictures of the injuries you claim to have sustained, right?
I did not take any pictures, no.
But you did take 2 pictures.
Of the mirrors. I took 2 pictures of the bathroom mirrors that was the master bathroom where I was.
Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 374, which is already in evidence. You took this picture, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, that's correct.
And this is a mirror in the bathroom in Australia.
That's correct.
And this black paint on the mirror is from Mr. Depp.
That is correct.
He wrote on the mirror in black paint after his finger was cut off, right?
Yes, I only know that because there was blood and as well as paint.
So you took this picture after Mr. Depp had injured his fingers, correct?
This was while I was packing when I was leaving.
That's a
when I
yes,
took the
right,
photo.
Ms. Heard?
What's the question? I'm sorry.
You took this picture after Mr. Depp had injured his finger.
That's correct.
And you took this picture after you had allegedly been assaulted by Mr. Depp, yes?
That's correct.
Yet you didn't capture yourself in the mirror, did you?
I don't see myself in the mirror, no.
Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 375. You took this picture as well, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And this is from one of the bathroom mirrors in Australia.
That's correct.
This is also a picture taken after Mr. Depp had injured his finger.
That's correct.
And this is also a picture taken after you had allegedly been assaulted by Mr. Depp.
That's correct.
You didn't capture yourself in the mirror in this picture either, did you?
I do not see myself in the mirror in that picture.
Is that because you didn't have any visible injuries on you?
It's because I was taking a picture of the writing.
Let's talk about the writing on this mirror. So the writing in black paint is from Mr. Depp, correct?
It's all from Mr. Depp.
And it's your testimony under oath that you did not write the red text that says, quote, "Call Carly Simon, she said it better, babe," end quote.
That's correct.
Because if you did write that, it means that your husband was walking around the house bleeding from his amputated finger, and you're writing snarky messages to him on a mirror, right?
I don't know what your question to me is. I'm sorry.
Let's please take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1830. I believe this picture is also admitted into evidence.
That's correct.
This is a picture of the same mirror, right?
That's correct.
But you didn't take this picture.
No, I did not.
This is the one that Ben King took.
And I don't see him in the mirror either.
I don't believe he claimed he had injuries, though. Is that right?
I did not hear Ben King talk about his injuries, no.
So you would agree, Ms. Heard, that the black text on the mirror says, quote, "She loves naked photos of herself. So modern, so hot."
I mean,
I had not read that yet. I mean,
it is odd how people like how do you take a picture like this directly on and not get in the picture? I mean, for real, like I don't know how you make that happen. That's pretty crazy, right? I don't know how you wouldn't be in the picture.
before, but yeah, that's what it says.
But you were taking pictures of the text, but you had not read that before?
I haven't seen this. It didn't make sense to me at the time when I read it.
Great question from Heather. Whose handwriting is it? So here's the thing. That's going to be a fact for the jury, but here's how they handle that. How they handle that is they show at various times in the trial, the journal entries come up. Actually, I'm sure we'll see that with her on cross, the journal entries. And you get to say they had this with the, what do they call it? They call it a love book or something dumb where they wrote these quote unquote love notes to each other, which is really just her gaslighting Johnny. But you get to see their handwriting and you see her handwriting his. And my personal opinion, based on what we see in those books, is that on the mirror we just saw there, that is 100% her handwriting. But we will see it and then you guys can see what you think.
In person.
Again, Mr. Depp wrote that.
I don't know who else would have.
So, Ms. Heard, just to be clear, it's your testimony that Mr. Depp also wrote the message in red about Carly Simon saying it better, right?
That's correct.
You know Carly Simon sang the song "You're So Vain," right?
I was told that.
So it's your testimony that Mr. Depp was writing messages to himself in the mirror back and forth.
The best I can describe it
All
is
said.
it looked like a crazy conversation. It was on the walls, it was
With
on
himself.
lampshades, it was on cushions.
It's your testimony the crazy conversation was with himself.
That's what it looked like from the bloody messages I found.
And you would agree with me that in this photograph, the red text has been smudged with black paint, right?
Yes.
Let's please pull up, if we can, Defendant's Exhibit 375 again.
That just seems like a lot of work. I mean, I think maybe that makes more sense. I mean, guys, well, we don't know if it was with
Box
a phone.
smudge isn't in this picture that you took, right?
That's correct.
Like
So
a
Mr.
camera,
Depp must
you have to
not
have a
liked his own
tripod,
message to
right?
himself.
I'm not quite sure what was happening when Ben took his photograph. No.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 343, which is already in evidence, and play the portion from 1:57:21 through 1:58:54. It's a recording, Your Honor.
Unless, can you do it with a phone? Like with an iPhone? Is there a timer setting on a phone? I've never used that.
While it's happening before it gets worse. In Australia, when we had the big fight where I lost the tip of my finger, at least
Okay.
5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms. I went
Oh boy.
to
avoid talking to me, to
To
avoid
escape
working it
the-
out. That's
to
the
escape
problem.
the fight.
You don't escape the fight. You escape the solution.
No.
You escape the solution.
No.
You escape figuring it out. We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every time.
Listen to me. Listen to me. A boxer can't go 12 rounds without a fucking minute break.
I'm not giving you a minute break. You do it at minute 3 at the beginning of an argument.
No.
I just wanted to say, trigger warning. Again.
There are rounds, man. And when it gets too fucking hairy, the ref splits them apart or whatever. But all I'm saying is you can't have a solution if the argument just keeps mounting and mounting and mounting and mounting. I fucking go into the bathroom and sit on the floor. Bam, bam, bam. Here you come. I come out. Fight. Crazy. Escalated. I split again. I go to another fucking bathroom or a bedroom or something. Knock. Bang, bang, bang. You kept coming to get me.
This is what really happened in Australia, isn't it, Miss Heard?
I did knock on a bathroom door on the first night.
Not a bathroom door, 5 bathroom doors and 2 bedrooms. Isn't
Johnny
that right?
is not an accurate historian of what happened during
Miss
that
Heard, Miss
period
Heard,
of time. I'll guarantee
Miss
you
Heard, that's not my question. 5 bathroom doors, 2 bedrooms. That's what you knocked on.
that.
That's what actually happened in Australia, isn't it, Miss Heard?
I was there.
So that's a
I
no?
remember it. I knocked on one bathroom door. I came on the first night after he decided to take the bag of MDMA.
Miss
and I
Heard,
went to check
Miss
on
Heard,
him and see
I'm going
if
to
we
move to
could-
strike everything after I knocked on one bathroom door.
do that. She's answering the question.
Not quite, so I will sustain the objection. Just answer the question, okay, ma'am?
The recording we just listened to, that's exactly what happened in Australia. Mr. Depp lost the tip of his finger after you threw a bottle at him. Isn't that right?
That is incorrect.
You're the one who assaulted someone with a bottle in Australia. Isn't that right, Miss Heard?
I didn't assault Johnny in Australia. I didn't assault Johnny ever. I couldn't.
And then after he was injured, he had to hide from you, right?
That is
In
incorrect.
5 bathrooms, 2 bedrooms.
That is incorrect.
And you would pursue him
That is incorrect.
because he was avoiding talking to you, right?
He did that first night when
he was
I tried to
avoiding-
talk to him about the drugs.
And he was avoiding working it out.
No, he was avoiding
There's DUI guy.
agreeing to not fight about the drugs.
You weren't scared of him at all, were you?
I have a mixed relationship with Johnny, and one in which I'm scared, one in which I love him very much.
I'm not talking about your mixed relationship. That night in Australia, after you cut off his finger with a bottle, you weren't scared of him at all, were you?
This is a man who tried to kill me. Of course, it's scary. He's also my husband.
That's right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 371.
Yeah, Rob and Runkle, I'm sure you guys know, but they were there for this, but it was hard to get in every day, right? There was a whole thing about that. So, but there's plenty of times when we were covering this previously where we would see them in the audience and be like, oh, so it's fun looking at gallery. Right now, you've got DUI guy and Chanley Painter got in again. She's wearing an orange shirt today.
Do not believe these have been admitted into evidence.
No. I don't have.
If we can scroll down, please. No.
Ms. Britterhoff, if you don't have your microphone on, I cannot hear you.
For fuck's
You
sake,
still don't
Elaine.
have it on.
Elaine, why?
Oh. I need to take a look at the unredacted for a minute.
Oh my God, she's so
I'm
awful.
not admitting it into evidence yet. I would like to just
Okay. you
talk
can
to the
ask
witness about it
Go
if I
ahead.
could. Thank you, Your Honor.
You know, I actually don't think so, Meg. It's
Mr. Stewart, I'm
funny.
going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 371. Do you recognize these text messages?
It's funny because, like, you would think that, like, from the people who were there for this trial, people came from, like, literally all over the world. I know that that might be what some people would think for Idaho, but I mean, I would totally have thought that, like, something like Idaho would be worse, or like maybe Karen Reed or whatever. But the thing is like, I think that this is my own personal thing. I'm less familiar with things like fandom than other people maybe. And I think that potentially I only know because of what people like Rob and Runkle, for example, who've been there, who were here for this trial, will talk about, which is like the insanity of, because of the fandom of Johnny Depp, right? Like because he's got so many fans that would be okay, how am I saying this? I would have thought that something like a really important criminal trial would draw more people to want to come see it, right? A death penalty case, for example, you know, where 4 college kids were killed, like that would be more, that would have more people want to come see that trial. But I'm just saying that based on from what I've heard from people who were at this trial, it sounds like people are far more interested when there's a celebrity like Johnny Depp involved, if that makes sense. So apparently, like, getting into this trial, like, was so insane that I don't know that it'll be really matched. Like, we didn't even, like, even with Alex Baldwin, we didn't hear stories like on this level. Or with like Gwyneth Paltrow, you know, I'm wondering, like, if the Justin Baldoni thing, if that goes to trial, will that draw as many people? Probably not. It's just, I think what it is Johnny Depp just has such a large fan base. That would be what I imagine. I don't know.
Messages between you and Dr. Cowan.
I don't recognize these.
Tonka,
No.
Who's Dr.
is
Cowan?
literally saying exactly what I was saying, but in a better way. That people's priorities are effed up. Yes, that's what it is. That's literally what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is. Yep. That's what it is. That's what it is. That is literally what surprises me every time when people talk about what it was like to go to this trial. And like, just from all the criminal trials that I've watched, which is like a fuck ton, and it's like hearing the stories about getting into those where sometimes it's like Delphi was really, like, that's an example of where I guess it still wasn't as many people. It was just hard to get in, right? Because they made it impossible, but it still wasn't as many people. I don't know. But with the volume of people that turned out for this trial, right? But that wouldn't show up for a criminal trial. So, and that's true. He's more liked than most celebrities. Yep. That's true also. Wait, what's normal? Wait, what's normal?
Cowan.
He was my therapist that was recommended to me from Dr. Kipper. He and Dr. Kipper worked together.
Oh, people
He
to
was your
court
therapist
from.
at the time, correct?
That's correct.
And you had been seeing him for almost a year in March of 2015?
Yeah, I mean, the gallery is packed. I mean, the gallery was packed like this for Alex Murdoch as well. I mean, and imagine it was packed like this for Delphi, because we know that they filled all those seats, right?
My guess would be about 6 months at that point.
Your text messages are in gray, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that she show her the unredacted
Oh,
so that
God.
she can see the text exchange back
All
and
right,
forth.
if you
If
can-
she wants to talk about
Absolutely.
All right, we'll
moving
pull
in
that up. Sure.
redacted later.
That's good.
Thank you.
Pull it up.
Seeing these unredacted messages, does this refresh your recollection that these are indeed communications between you and Dr. Cowan?
Yes, that's correct.
Doctor, your text messages are in gray, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Dr. Cowan's are in blue?
That is correct.
Do you see the text message at the bottom of the page from March 8th, 2015 at 8:29 p.m.?
Yes, that's correct.
March 8th is the day that you were allegedly sexually assaulted by Mr. Depp in Australia, correct?
That is correct.
So on March 8th, 2015, you were in Australia,
That is correct.
and Mr. Depp's finger had just been cut off, right?
That is correct.
And you write to Dr. Cowan, quote, "I feel so lost. I can't talk. I don't know if I'll ever be able to change," end quote. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
You weren't able to change, were you, Ms. Heard?
I very much wanted to leave the relationship I was in, but I didn't have the power. I didn't feel I had the power to leave. I knew I was in a very toxic relationship with Johnny, and I knew I needed to change that. I knew it was, at this point, horrible for me. And I
I'm gonna
talk to
move
my
to
therapist
admit-
often about that.
Defendant's Exhibit 371 as redacted with just Ms. Heard's messages.
All right.
Your Honor, I object because she has left out the next two lines from Ms. Heard that clarify even further. And I also think
Ms.
that Dr.
Bredehoff,
Cowan's.
Could you
Your
show
Honor,
me
may
just-
we
yeah,
please
let's go.
approach?
Let's-
This is.
Acted.
So, Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit Defendant's Exhibit 371 as redacted.
All right, 371 in evidence as
Thank you for joining us, Monster
Redacted.
Slayer.
over objection. Yes, ma'am.
If you can publish that to the jury, thank you.
Feel free to join us later for Karen Reed if you're following that.
So you write, Ms. Heard, to Dr. Cowan, "I feel so lost. I can't talk. I don't know if I'll ever be able to change." Right?
And I said, I clearly can't figure this out, meaning the relationship.
You
Oh,
didn't say
boy.
that. You
I
said
did.
not the relationship. Your text messages, "Clearly, I can't figure this out. I feel so lost right now."
What I was saying to him
No, no,
is
no, Ms.
clearly I
Heard,
can't
Ms.
figure
Heard,
this
Ms.
out.
Heard,
as in
that's
the
not my question.
relationship.
The text, just the text.
That's
What
exactly
you
what I
typed-
was saying.
What you texted. "Clearly, I can't figure this out. I feel so lost right now."
That's
That's
what
right.
I was saying.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Heard, you contend?
Your Honor, just for clarification, so those two next lines did come in.
They are in the redacted.
Okay.
copy.
good.
Oh, my
All right,
God.
thank you.
Ms. Heard, you contend that there's another incident of abuse in March of 2015 after you and Mr. Depp returned from Australia. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this incident took place on March 23rd, 2015?
That's correct.
And this supposedly occurred in the penthouse at the Eastern Columbia building?
That's correct.
You had found text messages between Mr. Depp and another woman, right?
That is correct.
So you confronted him about cheating on you.
That's correct.
And this was about 2 weeks after you had returned from Australia.
That's correct.
So this is shortly after Mr. Depp supposedly sexually assaulted you with a bottle, right?
It was 2 weeks after he assaulted me, yes.
And you decided to confront him about cheating on you?
I didn't decide to. I wanted to.
Mr. Depp's finger was freshly injured at this point, right?
He had a cast on it.
The top of his right finger had been cut off 2 weeks prior,
That is correct.
and he had a pin in his finger, true?
I don't recall when the pen was placed.
A skin graft?
I'm not quite sure he had several different procedures and they were kind of spread out over a period of time. So I don't remember what happened and
One
when
of those
exactly.
procedures was to treat the MRSA that got on his finger too, right?
At some point, I knew he had an infection.
And his right hand was in a bandage, right?
It was casted.
So it's your testimony that Mr. Depp was able to attack both you and your sister with his hand in that state, right?
That is correct. He had a hard plaster cast on it.
Debbie Lloyd was present in the penthouses when Mr. Depp supposedly attacked you. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, you claim that Mr. Depp threw a Red Bull can at Miss Lloyd that evening.
Yes, that's correct.
And you put in a sworn statement to that effect in the UK case, right?
That is correct.
But that's not true, is it?
That's what happened.
You know what a deposition is, right, Ms. Heard?
I've had several, yes.
Yeah, so you know what it's when someone provides testimony under oath.
That is correct.
You're aware that Miss Lloyd was deposed in connection with this case, correct?
That's true.
And Miss Lloyd's deposition testimony was played earlier in this trial, right?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. May we approach?
All right.
Oh, Lord.
So in a deposition, Ms. Heard, you know it's when someone provides testimony under oath, right?
That's correct.
And you're aware that Miss Lloyd was deposed in connection with this case.
That's correct.
And Miss Lloyd's deposition testimony was played earlier in this trial.
Yes.
So you heard Miss Lloyd testify under oath that Mr. Depp never threw a can of Red Bull at her.
I can't remember if she didn't recall that or if she said it didn't happen. I don't remember. I vaguely sense she didn't recall anything.
So it's your testimony that Miss Lloyd would forget that Mr. Depp, a very famous patient of hers, threw a can of Red Bull that nearly missed her, according to your version of events?
To be fair, I just don't remember if she said when she testified that she didn't recall that incident or if it didn't happen. I don't remember what she testified to, but I have a vague sense that she didn't recall much at all.
She recalled, and she testified in this courtroom, that Mr. Depp never threw a can of Red Bull at her. That was her testimony, wasn't it?
I don't recall what her testimony was with regards to that one incident, no.
You actually filed a complaint against Miss Lloyd's nursing license right before she was supposedly deposed in this case, didn't you?
No, I don't believe I did.
Are you aware that someone filed a complaint against Miss Lloyd's nursing license in connection with her care of Mr. Depp for failing to report abuse?
No, I had no idea. You're the first person to let me know about that.
It's your testimony under oath. That wasn't you.
That is my testimony. I didn't even know about that until now.
Travis McGivern was also present when Mr. Depp supposedly attacked you, correct?
He walked in at some point.
And you heard his testimony that it was actually you who punched Mr. Depp. Isn't that right?
It's always been my own testimony that I hit Johnny.
And you who was throwing things at Mr. Depp.
I hit him in defense of my sister. I didn't have anything to throw at him. I never threw anything at him. I hit him when he attacked me and my sister, specifically when he moved for her. That's when I hit him.
So it's your testimony under oath. You threw nothing at Mr. Depp. Mr. McGivern's lying.
I have thrown things at Johnny.
No,
to be clear, but not
thrown
that
things
occasion.
that evening.
Not that occasion. Not on that occasion.
So it's your testimony, Mr. McGivern. Imagine that you were throwing things at Mr. Depp from the mezzanine level down towards where Mr. Depp and Mr. McGivern were standing.
Well, he certainly wasn't going to say it about his client.
Ms. Heard, you and Mr. Depp kept a journal together, didn't you?
Yes, we did.
You wrote each other messages in that journal.
Here
right?
you go, Heather.
That is true.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 91. I'm only going to be showing you certain portions of this, so if we could please call this Plaintiff's Exhibit 91A with each other in electronic form, correct?
That is correct.
And if we could scroll through these
Oh, wait.
entries that you made.
This is electronic.
in the
Never
journal,
mind.
Correct.
They do go to the non-electronic version at some point, but this is electronic. Never mind. It happens later.
Is it done?
Mhm.
Yes.
I'm going to move for the admission of Plaintiff's Exhibit 91A, and I've gone ahead and redacted Mr. Depp's.
Read the pages yet.
It's on the inside cover of the Love Notebook, correct?
That's correct.
And this is a picture
Oh
of
wait,
you,
no,
Mr.
just
Depp.
kidding. It is.
That's correct.
This is the love
You're in
notebook. Just
Australia in
kidding.
this
I take
picture,
it back.
aren't you?
Take it back.
Yes, but that's much later once we returned.
You can see that Mr. Depp's right hand is bandaged, right?
Yes, that's correct. That was after it had recovered significantly. That's not what it looked like during the incident we were just talking about.
So this is a picture after the events in Australia in March of 2015, correct?
Yeah, yes, that photograph was taken months later.
We have the jury look at that photograph again, please. Let's now turn to page 3. This is a note you wrote in the journal to Mr. Depp, correct?
That's what it looks like, yes.
This is actually the first note you wrote to
Okay,
him
so
in his
you'll see
journal.
here they're all very stylized.
I don't remember what the first note was.
The date on this note is May 22nd, 2015, correct?
That is correct. That was during our honeymoon period.
This is just a little bit over 2 months after the events in Australia in March of 2015, right?
That's correct. We were back in a honeymoon phase. That was the period of sobriety I spoke about yesterday.
When after Mr. Depp had allegedly assaulted you with a bottle, right?
It was after the stairs and it was after the Australia incident, yes.
And
And he
it's-
got clean and sober and we went back to Australia.
It's also 2 months after you punched Mr. Depp because you allegedly thought he was going to throw your sister down the stairs, right?
I hit him when he swung at my sister. And this is written months later, yes.
You thought he was going to throw your sister down the stairs like he had thrown Kate Moss down the stairs, right?
He swung at Whitney and I had heard a rumor, a vague rumor about that. And so it's what I thought of.
In this first message to Mr. Depp in your journal, you write, quote, "True love isn't about just the madness of passion or instead picking the safety of peace. No, it's about having both, falling madly in love with your friend. That is what has surprised me perhaps the most, that I have seen in you the true bones of friendship and respect. But of course, I still, perhaps more than ever, want to rip you apart, devour you, and savor the taste. Fret not, XX Slim."
Yes, it's a love note.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
It's
You're
a love
slim, right?
note. It's a
That's
love
correct.
note, guys. Hold on.
So
Let's
I'm
hear-
now going to ask
hear
you
that
to take
again.
a look at the very last entry you wrote in this journal, which seems to be from, or instead picking the safety of peace. No, it's about having both, falling madly in love with your friend. That is what has surprised me perhaps the most, that I have seen in you the true bones of friendship and respect. But of course, I still, perhaps more than ever, want to rip you apart, devour you, and savor the taste. Fret not, XX Slim.
Yes, it's a love note.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And you're Slim, right?
That's correct.
Ms. Hurd, I'm now going to ask you to take a look at the very last entry you wrote in this journal, which seems to be from April 8th. That would be April 8th, 2016, correct?
I'm not quite sure. I don't see the year written on there and I don't recognize it yet.
It would be a couple weeks. April 8th would be a couple weeks before your birthday, though, right?
That's correct.
Just to confirm, this is a note you wrote to Mr. Depp, right?
That's what it looks like, yes.
And on the second page of this note, you wrote the following. Quote, "I'm sorry I can get crazy. I'm sorry I hurt you. Like you, I can get wicked when I am hurt, when I feel provoked, shattered. And last night I was. I felt abandoned about the Lily Rose thing, felt absolutely bewildered about your not coming home on my last night here, and was heartbroken and angry after many attempts in vain on my part to rectify the situation and make amends on the last night of what was otherwise a gorgeous trip with you. I'm so sorry for my part. None of this is meant to be an excuse for hurting you, because the truth is, nothing is. There is never a reason good enough to hurt you. You are the last thing in the whole world who deserves it. Last person I ever meant to hurt. I love you, Steve. I am forever yours, Slim. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
Ms. Hurd, let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 423, which is already in evidence. This is a picture of you with
Great
what appears
point,
to
Bender.
be straight red marks on your arms, correct?
Those are scars from the broken glass.
And they're straight and red, right?
I disagree with how you characterize that, but they are red, yes.
And they're on your left arm.
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Hurd, you have a history of cutting yourself, don't you?
I do not.
You cut your arm once as a teenager, isn't that right?
No, I said I wanted to. When I was put on birth control pills when I was a teenager, I felt crazy, and I said I felt suicidal.
Since your testimony under oath that you didn't report to Dr. Hughes, your retained psychologist, that you had cut yourself as a teenager once?
I said I had told my mom that I wanted to when I was a teenager.
Ms. Hurd, we heard some testimony from you yesterday about a trip you and Mr. Depp took on a train in Southeast Asia. Do you recall that?
Yes, that's correct.
That was when you and Mr. Depp went on your honeymoon trip, correct?
That's correct.
And that was in July of 2015?
Yes, that sounds right.
Let's take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 162, which is already in evidence. You were here in this courtroom, right, Ms. Hurd, when Malcolm Connolly testified to taking this picture?
That's correct.
This is a picture. This picture shows an injury to Mr. Depp's face, doesn't it?
I disagree. I've seen this
is,
picture.
Okay, Ms. Hurd,
I've seen
I
this
got the
picture
answer. Thank
before,
you.
and
You
he's
disagree?
not injured in it.
He's not injured in this picture.
Mhm.
That's your testimony. Fine.
This one is Photoshop.
Ms. Hurd,
Ugh.
I have your answer. Thank you. This is the only photograph from your honeymoon that shows someone with an injury, correct?
That's not true.
We haven't seen any photos of injuries to your face from that train trip, have we?
I don't believe my face was injured on that trip.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 91A at page 46, going back to the Love Journal. This is a note from you to Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
This is a note you wrote on July 22nd, 2015.
That is correct.
And it starts off with the words, "My husband, happy honeymoon," right?
That's correct.
Ms. Hurd, please take now a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 91A at page 67. This is another note from you. to
There you
Mr.
go,
Depp in your journal,
Heather.
right?
Okay.
That is correct.
And this one is dated.
This right here, this handwriting, take a look at this, guys, and think about that, like the mirror handwriting. Right here. This is 100%. This is the handwriting for me that proves she wrote on the mirror. For sure.
August 1st, 2015.
That's correct.
And you write, "That's enough. You've held this book hostage long enough. Although I can't wait to read my note, I also couldn't wait to tell you how much I adore you.
Yep.
What a beautiful, extraordinary, magical, memorable, wonderful, stunning, surprisingly evolving, and impulsive adventure. I couldn't have imagined a more gorgeous honeymoon. I love you more and more every passing day. XX Slim." Did I read that right?
That is correct.
Let's take a look at the journal entry starting on page 68. This is another entry from you writing to Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
And this one's dated August 2nd.
That is
I
correct.
mean,
Yes.
it's pretty clear.
And this
It's
one
very-
is a longer one, so let's go to where it ends on page 70 of the journal.
Uh-huh.
And you write, quote, I hope that things said in anger and pain were just that, and that you miss and love me too. And that is what matters most to you. You may say you stand by everything you said and did, and that there is nothing you can learn
You would hear the change in the spacing too, right, guys? And this, like, in all this, it's just odd.
from this, but I don't feel that way. And it's important for me that you know that. I love you and I'm sorry. I miss my warm, loving husband, XX Slim.
That is correct.
And sad, the word sad is crossed out.
That is true.
Huh. Yeah.
Next, we have a journal entry from you on page 89. This is another note from you to Mr. Depp.
That is correct. The whole book is love notes.
So this is dated August 15th, correct?
That is correct.
And here you write, quote, my love, why do we fight? Ever? Why? I love you more than anything else. Are we that uncomfortable with being vulnerable? Were we scared? Or is it something else? I don't know. But I am sure of one thing. And if it's that I can't imagine my life without you. I love you. I will do better. I am sorry. X Slim. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
Your testimony, this was a love journal.
That is correct. It was primarily love notes and
Apology notes from you to Mr. Depp.
The book was more of a love note book, and part of that communication, obviously, since we fought so much, it was important for me to, try to nurture as much peace as we possibly could. And when things were good, they were really good.
And it was also an opportunity for you to apologize to Mr. Depp for your behavior, isn't it?
I think it's important in every relationship to apologize when you're trying to move past fights.
Let's look at an
This is
entry from
insufferable.
August 17, 2015, starting on page 90. Here you write, quote, I'm sorry I shook the wheels so hard. I'm sorry we've tested the shocks and brakes to this point. God damn, I love you, Johnny. I love you. I am tied to you forever. You know that? So I'm tasked with making this work for that reason and many others, of which there are many. Let me try to fix this. Let me try to patch this. Let me try to make your heart better. You deserve it. Hell, maybe even I do. I need you. We need each other.
Tonka,
You're my
you
cornerstone,
cough
my
drop.
heart, my all. You are my life. I hate it when we fight. I hate having you hurt. I hate that you're hurting. I love you more than anything. Let me prove it. I need you. I love you. Slim. Did I read that correctly?
Yeah, another example of me trying to fix it. I was always trying to fix it.
Fix it by apologizing for your bad behavior?
I tried everything. I tried apologizing. I tried reading. I tried therapists. I tried everything to fix
But
it.
yet you couldn't change like you told Dr. Cowan, right?
I couldn't change my relationship.
Let's talk about December 15th, 2015 again. Erin Filati, your personal nurse, saw you 2 days after the incident on December 15th, 2015. Isn't that right?
She did not see me as in a medical visit. She just
Oh,
dropped off
this
meds
part.
in the late at night.
She saw you personally, though,
She
right?
physically saw me, but did
Yeah.
not see me in a medical sense, the way a doctor might see a patient. She did not see me in that way.
She was your personal nurse, right?
She was a nurse assigned to me. I didn't hire her. Johnny did.
She was assigned to you. And so when she would see you, it would be physically in person in your home and traveling, correct?
She would sometimes see me as like a medical professional would, and then other times she would just drop off meds and physically see me, like as in with her eyes.
You testified that during the incident on December 15th, 2015, Mr. Depp broke the bed, correct?
That is correct.
And more specifically, you
bed.
described that he broke the bed frame with his boot while trying to get purchase. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 509, which is already in evidence. If we could please have that published to the jury. Thank you. Ms. Hurd, this is a picture that you indicated depicts the broken bed, right?
That's
There's
exactly
no
it.
way.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp caused this damage to the bed with his boot,
Yep.
right?
He did.
Is that a pocket knife on the bed there?
Yikes.
I cannot tell what's on the bed.
Did you use that to damage the bed?
What an idiot.
I did not damage the bed. Johnny's boot did when he was punching me. I could feel him slipping.
Mr. Do you also testify that there was blood all over the pillows on the bed, correct?
On the pillow top, yes, that's correct.
But you didn't take a picture of that, though, did you?
I did not take a picture of this.
About a week after the December 15th, 2015 incident, you went with Mr. Depp and his children to the island of the Bahamas. Is that correct? To celebrate Christmas?
The incident was on the 15th and we went on the 23rd, I believe.
While you were there, you did a photo shoot with Greg Williams, correct?
A few days later, I think the photo shoot was about 2 weeks after this assault.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 99. This is a photograph of you on Mr. Depp's island shortly after December 15th, 2015, correct?
No, this was taken weeks later.
On the island, on that trip?
It was taken on the island.
On that trip?
Yes,
Weeks later?
weeks later.
December 15th, you traveled to the island December 23rd? That's your
It's
testimony?
my recollection that this picture was taken on New Year's Eve or the first day of the year. I think New Year's Eve.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the photo shoot with Greg Williams, correct?
That is correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
No objection?
All right, 99, we can publish.
Can we please have a zoom into Ms. Hurd's face? Thank you, Tom.
Oh, zoomy, zoom, zoom, zoomy, zoom.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 100. I'm going to move to admit and publish.
No objection.
All right, 100 in evidence, you can publish.
Ms. Hurd, this is another picture of you from that photo shoot, correct?
Yes, this is the same photo shoot that you asked me about
I do
earlier.
like
and
that
this
dress.
is several weeks later.
If we could zoom in on Ms. Hurd's face. Thank you, Tom. Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 101. And I'm going to move to admit and publish.
Any objection?
Can we just have the foundation first, please?
This is a picture from the photo shoot, Ms. Hurd, that was taken on the island.
This is the same photo shoot, yes.
Then no objection, Your Honor.
All right, 101 in evidence, you can publish.
If we could please zoom in, excuse me, Tom, on Ms. Hurd's face. It's your testimony, Ms. Hurd, that you were wearing makeup for this photo shoot?
That is correct. It's a photo shoot.
If we could please pull up Exhibit 102. Ms. Hurd, is this another picture from the photo shoot?
I can't exactly tell from the background. It looks like the same thing, but I can't really tell without it being zoomed out.
This is a picture of you, though, right?
It is a picture of me, yes.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
All right, any objection?
I'm not going to object because she identified herself. I just, if she could identify when it was taken, that would help.
But I'm not going to object. No objection. Okay, there we go. 102 in evidence. You publish.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 103.
03.
Ms. Heard, this is yet another picture of you from that
Yeah,
Greg
the
Williams
Amish
photo
witch
shoot,
fun.
correct?
That is
Yeah.
correct. This is from the same shoot.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
No objection. All right.
Yeah.
103 in evidence. Publish.
That's what she does.
And again, if we could
Yeah.
zoom in on Ms. Heard's face.
What a, like, does she think that's supposed to be sexy? Like, that's hilarious.
And finally, if we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 104. And Ms. Heard, this is a picture of you from that photo shoot, correct?
Again, this is the same photo shoot weeks later.
That's
I'm
missing.
going to move to admit and
Okay.
publish.
No objection, Your Honor.
Just
All right,
saying, is it
104 in
you?
evidence. Thank you.
Jesus Christ.
Again, if we could zoom in on Ms. Heard's face. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Tom.
You testified that you and Mr. Depp got into a fight while on the island December of 2015, correct?
That's correct.
And this all started because you perceived Mr. Depp as nodding off during the trip, right?
I thought he was passing out again in a similar fashion to what he had done the previous year.
And when he nodded off, he spilled wine on you, correct?
Yeah, 2-3 times in a row.
You testified that Mr. Depp's son, Jack, was there when this happened, right?
At the beginning, he was there.
He was there when Mr. Depp allegedly spilled wine on you 2 or 3 times, right?
He was there for that because he offered me help.
Right. You also testified that Mr. Depp then sexually assaulted you in the bathroom, correct?
That's correct.
And you testified that after this, you needed to get away from him, right?
That is correct.
So you ran out of the house.
That's correct.
And you admit you threw something at him, right?
I did throw something at him to get away.
You sat in this courtroom when Tara Roberts testified, right, Ms. Heard?
I did.
She's Mr. Depp's manager on the island.
Yes, that's correct.
You heard her testify that she witnessed an argument between you and Mr. Depp on the island in December of 2015, right?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
And you heard her testify that Mr. Depp was trying to escape you, right?
I don't know if she characterized it like that, but that was the gist of it. She kind of misrepresented it to seem like that. Yes.
She misrepresented it. How convenient.
That's correct.
Okay, and then you kept apologizing to Mr. Depp, right? That's what
No, that's
Ms.
not
Roberts
correct.
said? Begging him to come back to the house with you.
That's not correct.
Clawing at him. She used those words.
That's not correct. When she interrupted us, Johnny had me by the hair.
Yelling at him.
We were screaming, both of us, but I don't know what she would have heard.
And that she observed an injury on Mr. Depp's nose from something that you threw at him, right?
I don't know what she observed.
You also heard Ms. Roberts testify that she included all this information in a sworn statement in the UK in May of 2020. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
You put in a witness statement in response to Ms. Roberts' statement in June of 2020. Isn't that correct? In the UK?
I did several, I think 7 witness statements, and each one contained different information as per recent filings. That's what counsel has you do in that.
And in response to
case.
previous filings, correct? Including testimony from people that contradict your story?
Sort of. So what you have to do is your counsel asks you to respond to things and you put it in a declaration of sorts. And that happens back and forth over the course of preparing to go to trial in that country. And that's what I did.
So that was your 5th witness statement submitted in the UK.
I don't recall which one I was asked to comment on Tara Roberts' testimony.
I'll remind you. If we could have Ms. Heard's 5th witness statement from the UK.
Yes, ma'am. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Directing your attention, Ms. Hurd, to page 6 of your fifth witness statement. It's here that you describe the December 2015 incident, correct, on the island?
I haven't read through the statement. I just don't know if I had commented on it before. In a previous witness statement, as I said, there were several.
But starting on page 6, Ms. Hurd, you describe the incident that took place on the island, correct?
That's correct, but what I'm trying to say is
I
I'm not sure if
understand.
I describe it in full in this statement.
I'm going to show you your confidential schedule to the fifth witness statement that accompanied the fifth witness statement in the UK.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
In the confidential schedule to your fifth witness statement, paragraph 1 on page 21, you describe Mr. Depp sexually assaulting you in the Bahamas of December 2015, right?
That is correct.
And that's the first time you ever claimed that Mr. Depp had sexually assaulted you in the Bahamas.
That is incorrect.
You only submitted the confidential schedule in the UK claiming Mr. Depp had sexually assaulted you after Miss Roberts had said that she saw you on the island chasing, clawing at Mr. Depp. Isn't that correct?
That is incorrect.
We could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 394.
Maisha made a great point there. We can compare Amber to Jen. We can compare Judge A to Judge Bev.
So, Your Honor, this is another recording I can represent to the court. This only
Another
contains Mr. Depp and Ms.
recording.
Hurd's voices. I'm going to move to admit the entire recording. I'm only going to play from 1:17:44 through 1:20:02.
All right, any objection?
Which
Plaintiff's
plaintiff?
Exhibit
394.
I got Elaine.
I think I have no objection.
All
to that,
right,
Your Honor.
I'll go with that.
Hey,
All right,
Elaine. Great.
394 in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor.
When I say I'm gonna try and change this Y&Z thing or network on blah, 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 I can only do those things. And since I have been doing those things,
What things have you been doing?
working on those things, not doing certain things, trying to change certain things. Last several times.
Hence screaming when I spilt wine accidentally on you for falling asleep and screaming in front of my kids and freaking Jack out. And that's trying.
We'd appreciate. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Johnny.
That fucked him up, you know.
I'm sorry I fucked your son up.
No, it weirded him out. It never.
I'm so sorry.
I hate this. The way she's saying it, so what's the right word? Condescending, patronizing. She's like, I'm so sorry, dude. Listen to her how she says this in her tone. Oh.
We'd appreciate. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Johnny.
That fucked him up, you know.
I'm sorry I fucked your son up.
No, it weirded him out. It never.
I'm so sorry I fucked your kids up.
You didn't fuck my kids up, but it was pretty fucking. It was pretty fucking weird for him, you know.
Because I jumped up and screamed at everyone. No, that's amazing.
Yeah.
You're right. I'm surprised he's. So you're going for the countdown. I'm sure that's terrifying.
I don't need your
No,
your clever
it's not against me again.
comebacks.
That's so
No,
Your-
you think
your-
you're controlling
your
yourself.
character
You
is-
think you're controlling
your
yourself.
character has become so clear, especially when you use them. It's embarrassing for you. I'm gonna walk away now because you're actually making it making me seem even worse. And believing me,
Making
I could be called up at 3 o'clock in the morning after having an Ambien and think, I'm gonna just fucking forgive and move on. Trust me, it's gross how you're using your kids. I've done nothing but be there for them in a good way. And if you take that for granted, fine. You're right. Meet a woman who would not jump up and scream if she'd been spilled on 3 times in a row. And I hope you're happy with whoever that is, because that would be a special kind of fucking person.
Wow.
It's you and Mr. Depp in that recording, right?
That's correct.
And you're discussing what happened in the Bahamas in December of 2015, right?
No, that's not correct. We were discussing a part of it.
You're discussing when you screamed at Mr. Depp in front of his children, correct?
No, we were talking about a part of that argument.
Including when you screamed at Mr. Depp in front of his children.
That's not a fair characterization of what happened.
Mr. Depp says you screamed at him when he accidentally spilled wine on you, correct?
I realize that's what Johnny said.
Yeah. And Mr. Depp tells you that this freaked out his son, Jack.
Johnny often used other people to back him up in our arguments.
Don't seem too concerned about that, do you?
I had a lot of concerns.
You don't mention Mr. Depp sexually assaulting you in this recording, do you?
That was not the point of that conversation. If I had gotten into the details of what happened to me with him, it would have been another fight.
You just accused Mr. Depp of, quote, using his kids, right? In that
He
recording.
would often
misheard.
use other people, yes.
And you challenge him to find a woman who will not, quote, jump up and scream if she has been spilled on 3 times in a row.
That is correct.
Not a woman who would put up with sexual abuse, right?
I was pointing out the ridiculous nature of him expecting me not to react to something that basic.
Your Honor, would this be a good time for a break?
All right, we can do that. That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our morning recess for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research. We'll see you.
Right.
Okay.
So while they take their break, now's a good time for us to go and take a look at some of these sidebars. Okay. So interesting, again, overlap here. So we were talking a lot about impeachment, right, versus refreshing recollection when it comes to Jen McCabe on cross. And I'm sure this will come up again here shortly in a handful of hours when court resumes. Okay, so we have here, this is as about Miss Lloyd's deposition. Okay, so sidebar, Miss Braddock, you cannot impeach somebody else's testimony. We have to impeach with them, that witness's testimony. She's testifying, let me zoom in. She's testifying to what Miss Lloyd testified to, and attempting to impeach her. That's improper, Miss Vasquez. I'm not impeaching her with this testimony. I'm stating what witnesses have made in court. The court during this trial, Miss Vasquez, during this trial, Miss Braddock, that's hearsay for her to testify to what she says somebody else testified in the court. That's not. I'll overrule the objection. Now, why is that not hearsay? This is why it's just maddening with Elaine. What is hearsay by definition? A statement made outside of court, offer for the truth of the matter asserted. These are statements made in court at this trial. Elaine. So then they go back to open court. Dude, it's just crazy. Like, this one is just about the page numbers again. Oh my God. This is, dude, okay. This one's really funny. So Elaine's struggling with the microphone, right? And then the court, sure, and Judge A, we'll get you down. We'll get you down with that microphone eventually. They never do. Miss Braddock, it turns off on its own, Your Honor. I put it on and then I don't realize it's off. The court, I don't think so. Oh my God. Miss Braddock, I have to object more often so that it stays on. The court, all right, what's your objection? Miss Braddock, this was produced after. This is not the exhibits that the defendants have, Miss Vasquez. I don't think that's true. Miss Braddock, 1262, which was not in their trial exhibits. The court, is it in your evidence? Miss Vasquez, well, nevertheless, this is an email from Miss Heard. I'm not certain that that's true, first and foremost. Second of all, this is an email from Miss Heard. The court, okay? Miss Vasquez, and I can use her statements after the fact. The court, all right? Miss Braddock, but it's not for impeachment purposes. The court, it's a plaintiff's? Miss Vasquez, plaintiff's, yes. Miss Braddock, It should have been provided in discovery, Your Honor. We produced our exhibits. Ms. Vasquez, it's not direct examination. Ms. Bredoff, but it's not impeachment. There's nothing about it that's impeachment. Ms. Vasquez, it is. It's her statement. It's an email. She just testified. I laid the foundation. Frankly, Ms. Heard should have produced this. This is her email. Ms. Bredoff should have produced it. Ms. Bredoff, this was produced in discovery. This was in discovery. She was asked about it in UK, Your Honor, Ms. Vasquez. So it was produced in discovery. So what's the objection? The court, what's your objection? Ms. Bredoff, because it was not a trial exhibit. That's what we got objected to, the court. I think it's exhibit A and exhibit, Ms. Bredoff. It's not one of our exhibits. Ms. Vasquez, it has a Bates number. It was produced in discovery and it's my exhibit. Ms. Bredoff, it's not a trial exhibit. Dude, she's just like broken. The court, it's cross-examination now. Ms. Bredoff, but it's not an impeachment. There's nothing that impeaches her. The court, I'll overrule the objection. Ms. Bredoff, all right. Ms. Vasquez, thank you. And is that the last sidebar of the day? Looks like it. Okay, so I find that hard to believe, but okay, back to court we go. Hi-ho, it's back to open court we go. Okay, so we skip over the break. What a foreboding seal, right? Ew. Oh, Angel, are you not in the Discord yet? We better fix that.
Ms. Heard, you've testified repeatedly that you were concerned about Mr. Depp's substance use during your relationship, right?
Yes, that's correct.
But you weren't concerned enough to stop using drugs and alcohol yourself, were
Oh
you?
boy.
I did not use drugs when I was with Johnny, like in his presence, aside from the times I testified about with you.
So you weren't concerned enough to stop using drugs and alcohol the times you testified to in front of this jury, right?
As I testified to earlier, I took drugs in Johnny's presence on those two occasions early in our relationship in 2013.
So you never changed your own behavior to support Mr. Depp in his sobriety, did you?
I did a lot of changing to support his sobriety. I tried everything that I could possibly think of.
But you drank wine around Mr. Depp on a regular basis, correct?
I did drink wine.
And you took Mr. Depp to Hicksville to do, quote, laughy drugs like mushrooms, end quote, right?
That's correct.
And you testified that despite what supposedly happened in Hicksville, you decided to take MDMA with Mr. Depp on a plane to Russia in June of 2013, correct?
As I mentioned, those are the two occasions.
You testified that this was the last time you would make that mistake, right?
That is correct.
And when asked if you would ask Mr. Depp to get you MDMA in Australia, you said that was, quote, ridiculous, right?
That is correct.
Because you had learned your lesson the hard way on the plane to Russia.
Russia, yes, that's correct.
Yours and Mr. Depp's wedding in the Bahamas was in February of 2015, right?
That is correct.
So that would have been after the Russia flight.
Yes, when I did, when we had mushrooms on the island for my hen party, my wet bridal party before. We were not with Johnny. I was not with Johnny at the time.
It was your wedding with Mr. Depp on the island, right?
To be clear, we were both on the same island. We just weren't around each other that evening. We had kind of separate parties, a bridal party and a groom's party.
And your wedding was a month before Australia, correct?
That is correct.
And you arranged to have drugs at your wedding, correct?
Like I said, we had mushrooms for my bridal party beforehand.
On the island for your wedding?
Before the wedding.
On the island?
On the island, yes.
Okay. Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1262? This is an email you sent on February 1st, 2015, correct?
That is correct. Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 1262.
Any objection? Yeah, sure.
So I wonder why the Control F couldn't find. Hold on, let me take while they're doing this. Why did it not find this sidebar? Huh, okay, I'll just do it manually.
Your Honor, if we could please have Ms. Heard's email published to the jury.
All right, 1262 in evidence.
This is a schedule for your wedding weekend, right, Ms. Heard?
Okay, so
No,
the
it was
sidebar they
not.
just
It was
had,
a
we just
proposed
read.
draft of a schedule. It ended up
Okay.
being quite different.
Do you see where it says 7 p.m. rehearsal dinner?
Yes, I see that.
And the next item on the list says, quote, after dance party and drugs and music,
Mhm.
end quote, right?
That is correct.
So you plan to have drugs at your wedding to someone you characterize as a drug addict?
To be fair, we were going to have separate parties, as I mentioned. So a bridal party before this, the schedule ended up changing quite a bit. And this is a draft clearly that was sent before there were a lot of changes made. The bridal
So
party.
your original idea, Ms. Heard,
big day.
your original idea was to have a rehearsal dinner with your husband, the drug addict, monster, and then do drugs with your girlfriends on the island after your rehearsal dinner?
I realize that's what the email suggests, but that wasn't
No,
a
it's
plan.
not what it suggests, Ms. Heard. It's what you said in that email.
Right, but what I'm trying to say is that the schedule ended up changing. We ended up doing the little.
So your
as I
original
called
idea
it,
was
cuddle
to do
puddle
drugs.
before.
Yeah,
Puddle,
your
puddle.
original idea was to do drugs on an island after your rehearsal dinner to the drug-fueled monster that you were about to marry, right?
Camille, get it, ma'am? The drug-fueled monster.
Idea was to do drugs.
Before.
Yeah, your original idea was to do drugs on an island after your rehearsal dinner to the drug-fueled monster that you were about to marry, right?
The as the email suggests, there was going to be weed on the island. This does not reference the cuddle puddle that I just referenced to you.
Oh my God.
You
Oh
like
my
to do
God.
drugs on special occasions, right, Ms. Heard?
Insufferable.
I have before.
And you did drugs again for your 30th birthday, right?
That is correct.
Why?
It's a huge mistake.
Your 30th birthday dinner was on April 21st, 2016.
Yes, it was the day before my birthday. Correct.
You testified that Mr. Depp was running late to the celebration, correct?
That is correct.
You asked Mr. Depp to bring you alcohol when he arrived. Is that right?
So the utility closet where we kept the wine was right by the elevators. And I also told him he could bring in a joint. I wouldn't bite his head off if he did.
So that's a yes.
That's correct. I
Wow.
told him I wouldn't be angry.
Let's look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 1263.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask to show, first of all, this one hasn't
God.
been produced. This has not, it's a brand new trial exhibit, so I don't have it. I'd like an unredacted copy, and then I'd like an unredacted copy to be shown to the witness.
All right, do you have an unredacted copy?
We can make one, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, may we approach about
All
this?
Okay, and let's take a look at this sidebar here as they approach. Okay. All right. The court. Miss Bredoff. Miss Vasquez. Sorry, the court. Miss Bredoff. Miss Bredoff. Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Vasquez. Your Honor has already overruled Miss Bredoff's objection that it's not on our exhibit list. The court. I know, for cross-examination. You did it too. We entered new evidence for your cross-examination, Miss Bredoff. Your Honor didn't allow any of our new evidence in. The court. No, that's not true. Miss Vasquez, cross-examination. The court. Here's all the 1804, 1558, Miss Bredoff. Those were the pictures from Ben King, Your Honor. That's the only way we were able to allow it in, and that's because they didn't produce them in discovery. Miss Vasquez, cross-examination doesn't have to be on the exhibit list. Miss Bredoff, they have to give us an unredacted copy so we can see it. The court, I understand, but now it doesn't have to be on their exhibit list to have cross-examination. You agree with that, right? Miss Bredoff, well, it depends. Oh my God. I think it depends on the circumstances, Your Honor, whether it has to. Cross-examination just doesn't. If it's for impeachment purposes and rebuttal purposes, yes. The scheduling order was quite clear. If it's not on your exhibit list and it's not for impeachment, it's not permitted in. Depends upon whether it's for impeachment or rebuttal. The court, well, we're past that. Ms. Brodoff, I don't know what this document is. The court, if you need to see it, but they need to see the unredacted part. Ms. Vasquez, Ms. Vasquez, the only thing redacted, Your Honor, is I'm going to show her one text message. The only thing redacted is personal identifiers. The court, there's a whole chunk there. I just don't know what's there. Ms. Vasquez, there's text messages from other people. I was trying to make things a little easier. This is how Ms. Bredoff produced her text messages. So it has text messages from a bunch of people. The court, is there something that was supplied to you from them? Ms. Vasquez, yes. The court, do you have the discovery? Ms. Vasquez, it's there. I mean, this is how Ms. Heard produced her text messages. Ms. Bredoff, we gave copies to them of everything that we had, Your Honor. They're now not giving us copies, but then they're giving us copies of redactions. We need to be able to look at it. The court, I agree. Ms. Vasquez, it's just a text message. The only thing redacted is it's one text message and that I would like to present, and it's hers. The court, I understand, but they're entitled to see the unredacted page. Ms. Vasquez, okay. The court, so if you don't have that now, maybe you can try later. Ms. Vasquez, I have it. We can show it to her. The court, okay. Just show her that. Ms. Vasquez, thank you. Okay. Ms. Bredoff, thank you, Your Honor. The court, thank you. And back to open court for 1 second, and then they go back to sidebar. Ms. Bredoff, during the lunch break, Your Honor, can they give us the hard copies at least? I'm not asking them to give it to me in advance, but if they don't have the hard copies, at least during lunch break, the court, they'll get you the hard copies for the ones at lunchtime. Moving forward, Ms. Bredoff, moving forward, the court, moving forward. Ms. Bredoff, that's fine. And then hard copies of whatever they can't give me now. The court, right now, you'll just look at the laptop. Ms. Bredoff, I understand that. Ms. Vasquez, we'll produce it. Ms. Bredoff, but at the lunch break, if they can give me the hard copies, dude. The court, that's fine at lunchtime. Okay, Ms. Bredoff, thank you. And it's back to open court. And do they go back again immediately? Not immediately. Okay. Totally Angel about that, right? She doesn't have friends anymore. I mean, all of the people that were Amber's friends are not friends with her anymore. So that's one thing. And you're totally right, though, that everybody had Johnny's back. Like, he totally has lifelong friends, you know. She lost
So the unredacted messages to counsel for Ms. Heard on a laptop.
I like
Have a hard
Angel's
copy.
other picture better, but it is cool.
Yeah, could we, let's.
Oh my God.
What's that?
Listen to her. That's when they approach again. So we just read that sidebar.
Questions while I'm looking at this.
All right, if you could give her a moment, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
Elaine. She's still struggling.
In evidence,
So
thank you.
plaintiff's exhibit, and you sent this message
Okay.
to Mr. Depp the day you had your 30th birthday dinner, right?
That is correct.
And you write, quote, "Hey baby, bring up something to
baby."
drink
Ew.
and or a joint. I'm in if you are. See you in a minute. Question mark. XX. Did I read that right?
That is correct.
And then the next day you went to Coachella and consumed MDMA and mushrooms, right, Ms. Heard?
I did. Johnny was not there for that.
Let's talk a little bit more about your 30th birthday. You testified about this incident multiple times, haven't you?
That is correct.
But yesterday you told this jury that you
It is so weird, right? She looks at the jury. That is correct. Dude, it's just.
you were not called upon to provide a detailed accounting of all physical and sexual abuse by Mr. Depp until February 2020. Is that correct?
I testified that I had not been able to do so until February 2020 in outside of the context of a cold deposition.
Actually, I misspoke. February 2022, this year.
Right. Sorry, I did the same thing you did.
Okay. And
Good
you
night,
did
Aisha.
You did that in something called an interrogatory. Is that correct?
The interrogatory response was the first time that I could do that outside of the context of being asked certain questions in a deposition.
And you testified about your
Love you,
30th birthday in
Aisha.
this interrogatory, correct?
I believe so. Yes. Yes.
Nonetheless, you testified to a new detail about your 30th birthday for the first time in this courtroom, didn't you?
No, that's incorrect.
A sexual assault, no less.
Right?
I had just
Oh,
not
thanks.
placed when that happened. I was never sure if that was
God, this
same
is so reminiscent of Jen McCabe. It's insane. Adding in a new thing and then it's like, oh, I remembered it later. Dude, wow.
time that he did that on the night of my birthday. And I maintained that as well in my deposition.
You told this jury
Ugh.
that the evening of your 30th birthday
God.
dinner, Mr. Depp, quote, grabbed you by the pubic area, end quote, pushed you down, right?
That is correct.
This detail isn't in your interrogatory response, is it, Ms. Heard?
That detail is in my interrogatory response, yes.
Lord.
Let's pull up your interrogatory response. If we could please bring
Let's impeach her. All right. Fun stuff.
Ms. Bredehoff. Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
If we can go to your interrogation under the penalty of perjury, correct?
That is correct.
Oh
You
boy.
testified again to this jury that this was
Here
the
we
first
go with the perjury. Oh my word.
time you were given an opportunity to write down everything and include all your evidence, right?
That is
This is a lot like the whole thing with the grand jury, isn't it? Right?
correct.
Okay.
For
Look
Jen
at page
McCabe.
57.
It's like it's like you're under oath, right? You're under oath and you tell your full story of what you remember and what happened with everything. This, because again, it's civil, right? So there's no grand jury. So things are done differently, but it's very comparable, right? That what she's referencing is the interrogatory. This is Amber's sworn statement of everything that happened. And so very similarly to like the grand jury testimony for Jen McCabe, and she's pulling it up, or yeah, they're going to go through it. It's like, why would you not say it? Just like with the grand jury with Jen McCabe, like, why would you not say it? Right? Oh, it's terrible, Angel.
At the top of page 57, Johnny and I were not in a good place. I begged him to make my birthday dinner. Do you see that?
That is correct.
Okay, so
I'm
starting on page 57, you start describing your birthday dinner, correct?
That is correct.
Johnny grabbed me while holding me down, and I remember him asking me if I thought I was so tough. He asked me 3-4 times up close to my face, "You're so tough. Are you such a tough guy, huh? You think you're so tough. What are you going to do now?" I stood up at some point after getting off the ground. Do you see that?
That is correct.
And then you write after, "I remember crying. I remember feeling exhausted and frustrated. And it hit me, meaning the realization of how sad it was that I was going to wake up tomorrow on my birthday without him."
That's correct.
Where in this interrogatory response, Ms. Heard, you describe Mr. Depp, quote, grabbing you by the pubic area and pushing you down?
On page 64.
Where?
Page 64,
Oh.
1, 2, 3 paragraphs down. Johnny grabbed me once, did this taunting thing on the side of the bed in penthouse 3. He grabbed my vagina and held me there, asked me if I was so tough.
You're not describing what happened after your 30th birthday?
I am. I just had not prescribed it to that date with the
Wow.
limited evidence I had at the time. Only in the course of looking at the evidence, preparing for this case, have I put those two pieces.
Only after looking at the evidence and realizing you needed to have another example of essay, dude.
But I've always said what happened.
You were upset that Mr. Depp was late to your 30th birthday, weren't you?
I was.
You knew Mr. Depp had a scheduled business meeting or a money meeting that evening, right?
No, I knew he said he did. I didn't know if he
Oh
had
my
one.
God.
I was lying.
Amber.
So you didn't trust him?
I took it with a big grain of addict salt.
Wow.
And Mr. Depp texted you that evening to let you know he'd be late, correct?
Yes, he did text me at some point.
It was a big deal to you that Mr. Depp was late to your birthday dinner, wasn't it?
Yeah, it did matter to me.
And you were upset he was late.
I was hurt.
And when he finally did arrive, you felt, quote, invisible to him, right?
I did.
The day after your birthday dinner, you and your friends went to Coachella to celebrate your birthday. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You made a video driving to Coachella with your friends, didn't you?
That is correct.
I'd like to pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1264. And for the record, Your Honor, this only has music without any words on it.
And again, it's
Okay, so this one, oh, she's doing a lot of nose things. I know for a fact because this happened last time. We can't play that because the music they're listening to, it will get, believe it or not, gets copyright. I find it crazy that this happens, like in trial. You know what I mean? Like when they play something in trial, I just don't know why YouTube hasn't figured out that you shouldn't get copyright issues with that. You know what I mean? Anyway.
This is a video you made when you drove to Coachella with your friends for your 30th birthday, right?
That's correct. I'm not quite sure which one of us made the video, but
I know.
that's correct.
You're featured in that video driving.
That's correct.
And it's set to the song Miss You by the Rolling Stones. Is that right?
That's correct.
That was a message for Mr. Depp, wasn't it?
No, that's ridiculous.
You consumed drugs at Coachella, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
You took MDMA and mushrooms at the same time.
I did, yes.
And it made you feel sick, right?
I felt horrible, yes.
So you left Coachella.
Yes, that's correct.
You testified yesterday that when you left Coachella, you left with, quote, your entire group.
That is correct.
And you were, quote, never alone with Starling, right?
That is correct.
You weren't anywhere near him.
Not alone, no.
You sat here when Starling Jenkins testified that he collected you from Coachella when you were sick, right?
He picked up my entire group.
And Mr. Jenkins testified, quote, I collected her, got her in the vehicle. She didn't want anyone else to know that she was sick. Take her back to the Parker, which I assume was in reference to the hotel, alone. I took her to 7-Eleven where I retrieved hydrating fluids, Advil, and let her have those.
Hi,
Got her
Janelle,
back up to the
welcome.
Parker, got her in the suite, and then went back to pick up everyone else. You were there when Mr. Jenkins testified, right?
Yes, he was wrong.
So it's your testimony that Mr. Jenkins is lying.
He's just wrong. I don't know what his intentions are. He was just wrong about that.
What do you mean
We
you got
were
off
a
this
big
part?
group of us. I wasn't alone with him.
Is it possible that you don't remember correctly because you were sick from taking MDMA and mushrooms at the
No.
same time?
I remember everything about that night.
I'd like to play for you Plaintiff's Exhibit 1229, which is already in evidence at 1720 through 2128.
Nobody's telling me.
No, you told me.
We're on the road.
You told me what you wanted. You wanted divorce. And that's what I came to figure
You're
out.
not going to call your lawyer. Stop the process. I don't want to divorce. You're not going to do that.
No, not if, especially if you don't. If you,
Okay, I don't want to divorce.
You don't? How, which one? No, I don't, which one?
I don't want a divorce. I never wanted a fucking divorce. I
Really?
never wanted a divorce. I didn't want you to fucking go to Coachella without fucking talking to me. Because I left you because you were fucking, you fucking haymakered me, man. You came around the bed and fucking start punching on me. Why? I love you.
Janelle, what did you say you left the Discord? What's going on?
That's what really happened the evening of your 30th birthday, isn't it, Miss Heard?
No,
Miss-
that's incorrect.
Mr. Depp was in bed, and then you came around the bed and started punching him.
That's incorrect.
You don't deny that in the recording, do you, Miss Heard?
I'm not having that conversation with Johnny. I'm not denying anything. I'm not saying anything. I'm not having that conversation with Johnny. I was trying to get out of that hotel room That was a mediation attempt. That was the recording you just heard. It was us meeting in a hotel.
But you're talking about your 30th birthday.
No, we're not.
You're not talking about going to Coachella and
Johnny's talking about that. I am not arguing with him about any of that.
right. You don't deny anything, do you?
I'm not talking to him about that.
Going to publish exhibit or ask that the witness be shown exhibit 1265. It plaintiff's 1265 and publish it.
No objection.
All right.
Okay.
1265.
Another
Yeah,
clip.
you can publish it.
Or video or pictures,
There's
rather.
no injuries to you, are there, Ms. Heard, visible in this picture?
You cannot see any visible injury, no.
Thank you, Tom.
Okay, cool. Maybe you meant you were using Discord and then you stopped.
Ms. Heard, you remember during Mr. Depp's examination, a number of recordings were played, correct?
That's correct.
And in one of those recordings, you told Mr. Depp, quote, "I hope to God Jack's stepfather teaches him more about being a man
Oh,
than your
that's awful.
fucking left nut."
Ugh,
End quote. Do you remember that?
awful.
I do not remember
Wow.
what exactly I could hear of that recording. I remember I heard myself make a mention of Jack's new stepfather or potential stepfather. I can't recall.
Jack is Mr. Depp's son, right?
That is correct. And I believe I was referencing a marriage that his ex-partner was going to have or getting into, I suppose.
You were referencing that Jack's new stepfather would teach him how to be a man because Mr. Depp couldn't.
I
right?
don't recall exactly what I said, but it was something to that effect.
Let's listen to some of what happened
Fine,
before
we've
you
got
said
a recording. Let's go.
to Mr. Depp. If we could please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 397, which is already in evidence. And for the record, it's
Now,
at 3504.
I have to say it's a good thing that Johnny recorded so much of this, right? Because like a lot of the evidence in this case ends up being their conversations, right? And you hear her saying, I mean, it's like, dude, it's really significant thinking about it too, right? Because like if he didn't do that, this would have been a completely different trial, right? Because so much of this evidence that was so damning against her was because he recorded her. Amazing to think about.
Through 3547. And then the next clip is 3635 through 4308.
Fucking suck your own dick.
Everything's fine until it doesn't go your way.
Hear
And
me?
when it doesn't go
Suck
your way,
your own
I'm in trouble. And you know what?
Yeah, they both recorded
I
each
don't
other.
need you. I don't want you.
But they both recorded each other, but whenever it's really damning against her, you can bet he's the one recording it. Especially if you can hear him easier, right? Because he would have the phone, and when she's more quiet, and vice versa would be true also. Whoever's louder is probably the one holding the phone.
I don't want your kind of woman. I don't want your kind of woman. I might have. So my dick with you.
Big mistake. I wish I had fucking hadn't.
Oh, yeah.
I wish I fucking hadn't. I wish I fucking hadn't bought into any of your fucking lies, your bullshit, your sober fucking presence, your fucking goodness, your sweetness, all the lies. I wish I hadn't bought into the months of you being you. I wish I hadn't bought into the promises. I wish I hadn't fucking thought I could have kids with you. You're a fucking kid yourself. I wish I hadn't bought into any of the lies you sold. Talk about fake bill of goods. You're the biggest fucking, you're the biggest fucking seller of fake fucking bill of goods. Talk about presenting yourself as
I
something
did
you're
myself
not.
the fake
Suck my
selling
dick.
goods.
Suck my
I
dick.
fucking you've left nothing and I've left everything. So suck your dick.
Yeah, go on.
Which is probably your next move. What you fucking move. No, I don't want to suck your dick. I don't want nothing to do with your
Oh,
fucking
what
midsection.
do you need something?
Well, go get it, man.
Because I need something. Oh,
Huh?
fucking fuck yourself.
I
No shit, I don't. Suck your dick.
don't want to.
It's gonna be on me.
true number.
Actually, kind of is.
It kind of is. What are you talking about? You didn't know
That's
it's
right.
It was.
Oh, is it? What is it?
No, I'm sure Rochelle.
Yeah. Janelle, great
Call
advice.
her up. I'm sure she's a man.
This is, by the way, trigger warning. She sounds really, this is disturbing. This is deeply disturbing, her laugh here and stuff. But I just wanted to point out what Snell's saying here. If you're going to record, you should already have said goodbye and complicated. Right. I mean, relationships are complicated, but I do agree. Like if it comes to this where you're like, I'm going to need evidence of something later on, whether, I mean, not that you maybe would be foreseeing a trial, but even if it's just like evidence to prove to the person later on they said something like that, that's problems, right? You know what I mean? Like I 100% agree with that.
What are you talking about? You didn't know it's
That's right.
Oh, is it? What is it?
No, I'm sure Rochelle. Call her up. I'm sure she's a man.
Maybe he is.
I'm sure she is.
We'll see.
I'm sure she is.
I'll let you know.
Oh, I'm sure she is. I'm sure for her yoga blog.
That fake laugh. That fake laugh is too much to take.
No, I'm sure she's.
That fake laugh is so disgusting.
I'm sure she's great. I'm sure she's great.
I'm thinking that you can give me some
No.
of the best performances in
No,
the
no,
fucking
you're
tragedy.
right. I don't. It's all about
Well, performance in
performance.
this. How am I? I don't regret. I don't regret.
Oh, what else?
I
What
don't
else that you do? Oh, come on.
I don't
100%.
I
Come
don't
on.
regret.
Lay it on me. What else? What else other things you want to add?
Can't talk to
You
you
fucking
sound
lying
like
piece of
Bobby
shit.
Bear.
What? Oh,
Like
no,
a
I
kid's
want
show.
to know.
I mean, she literally, in myriad ways, she instigates, right? She pushes his buttons. She belittles him. She mocks him. She hits him. I mean, literally, it's like as if you want someone to try to fight you, and you're trying everything because they're not fighting, right? Like, again, like what Chanel said, he's not dangerous. And it's like, it's almost like she wants him to be dangerous. It's very unhealthy behavior, to say the least.
Get out your Uber's
I'm
out.
kind of waiting. Go get it.
Yeah, I'll be in.
Wait, is there no other place for you to run in your 15 other houses to go run? Come on, go be a real married man. Go deal with your shit the way that a man
Wow.
does. Go run to the next house.
Yeah.
Every man does.
Yeah.
Go.
Going
Run
through
away. I know it's
With
hard to
your
look at yourself.
fucking ridiculous
I know.
plan.
Crazy.
It's hard.
Panic fucking plan.
It's hard. It's hard.
Screwing everybody else
Poor
over
thing.
to get
You're right.
fucking-
I tried.
Like the worst you can get is like he calls her names back. There's some things he says that are not great, but the thing that matters here, right, as far as legally, is the physical, right? And as far as verbally, it's going both ways, right? But the evidence bore out that it was 100% her more than him, I would say, in terms of even just the verbal abuse. And really, she instigated it, in my opinion, is what was presented in court,
That's what I do.
You're the most spoiled fucking brat. And you got everybody out here almost full, but it
you're
don't
right.
last
You're
long.
right.
I've
I'm
been here a
sorry.
lot longer
You're
than
right.
you.
You got to
Because
figure it out.
You don't have figure out what you have to offer as opposed to going out and get your shit out.
You're right. That's what I do.
Well, yeah.
It's hard to listen to.
Okay.
London feels is
You're right. You're right.
excellent choice.
Back to that. Well, I wonder what we else. I wonder what else we can reach for in the last 6 weeks.
Look at his face.
Oh no.
I mean, he's trying to not make faces, but look at his face and how pained it is hearing this. I was literally just thinking to myself, the thing that is even more disturbing of all of it is how normal she is while listening to this. This is disturbing for everyone to listen to, right? Like on a human level, it's like, this is not right. And she's like totally unaffected.
I wonder what else we can reach for in the last.
Welcome
6
to Fox.
Oh no, it was 4 years ago. You're right. I'm sure there's other things you can do.
So loud.
No, I'm not laughing.
Or, no, matter of fact,
I'm
laugh
not
here.
laughing. I'm not. It's
Wow.
serious. I'm sure you can find other things.
Ugh.
I know. It's tricky.
Wow.
Yeah, well, there's always that. You can
You're
always
right.
go back
You can
and
write a
that
book.
for
You can
another-
write a book.
for another
I
10
know you
minutes.
can write a book. Oh, is this gonna be good for your book?
Wow.
Oh, should I have you sign an NDA for your book?
You don't,
Your book.
you're not
Is this
gonna-
gonna be good for your book?
you won't even
Is this
make
gonna
it
be good for your book?
What is wrong with her?
I'll write what I
Hey,
want. I'll write
I have a
what
good
I want.
idea.
I'll write what
How
I
about
want.
somewhere of your journals? You don't
Well.
have to sell out or anything. Let's sell you journals. Oh,
Yep.
Wait.
You guys.
Hey, you know, no,
Yeah,
you're not
you
what?
wanna sell out.
No, you're not
You
selling
don't
out.
sell out,
no,
Magic Mike.
No,
You don't wanna
yeah,
sell
'cause
out.
no one does
No,
21
man.
Drug Street when they're in their 20s. No,
Oh,
you're right. That's not
goodness.
selling out. No. When you're in your 20s, you should really know what you want. Like
I don't
selling
know.
your journals.
I don't know. If you didn't know who the fuck I
You're
was.
right. Go sell your journals like a real non-seller. 55-year-old. Or, I'm sorry, cookies.
6.
251. I don't know. It doesn't matter at this point.
No.
I don't think so.
Really doesn't.
I don't really think so. But you're right. I mean, hey, at least I didn't do like a TV show where I was heartbroken.
This is a really rough one, right? Now she's going to mock his career. Really? Really? And the other thing is, I don't remember if it's in this one, it might be in this one, where she starts calling, like, was she calling like a washed up old man and stuff? It's like, what? Like when you got together with him, like no one knew who she was. I didn't know who she was until this trial. I mean, it was like, who is she, right? But like the age difference hasn't, it's not like they were close, like you knew his age. Like, dude, I just cannot. And I don't even remember what the age gap is, but she, whatever it is, it's like that hasn't changed. The age gap is going to be the same as both people get older. And to mock his career, though, is wild. Really. I mean, dude, come on.
That would be like embarrassing.
One of the most famous
If
actors.
only I was with someone in their 50s that could point that out to me. Imagine mine. You're right. When you play a non-sexualized object. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. You're right. You got me. You got it all figured out.
You don't even know what movies I've done.
If only I could
You haven't
be
even
like,
taken an interest.
if only I could
You
be
know,
like
but I had to
you. If
watch
only
your
I
fucking-
could be like
I had to watch your fucking direct and you trying to like
You're a joke.
spew out these fucking lines.
You're
Yeah.
a joke.
He has always been famous.
You're a joke.
Yeah, I'm the joke in the industry, Amber. I'm the joke. I'm
Crazy.
the joke in the
I'm
industry.
sorry. I can't really hear you. I'm sorry.
Wow.
Rerun.
I mean, dude. And it's true. Like he was really young, right? When he was already in, you know, like somebody brought up the other day, like what's eating Gilbert Grape? And that might not, I mean, he was young. I mean, there might even be one where he was younger, but basically he's only ever been famous, right? Since he was young. And this is crazy though. Happy Annie says 20 years different. So welcome back, Happy Annie, 22 years. Okay, thank you. Yeah, but like she knew that going into this, right? You know what I mean? It's like the 22 years isn't going to change. So it's just rude.
Spew out these fucking lines.
You're a joke. You're a joke.
Yeah, I'm the joke in the industry, Amber. I'm the joke. I'm the joke in the
I'm
industry.
sorry. I can't really hear you. I'm sorry. The reruns of all my bullshit are playing too loud for me to hear you. I'm gonna just go and pedal my way back. Sorry. I can't hear you.
Aquaman.
Oh,
Now that was very warranted of
That
him.
was I was 20.
no one cares.
Wow.
Washed up piece of shit.
What?
Washed up piece of shit.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Oh.
Your jealousy's so tragic.
I'm sorry.
Your jealousy's so
Turn on my
tragic.
aid.
Fucking
Wait,
like
I can't hear
thinking
you.
that I'm going on a road with a
Turn on
band.
my aid. I can't hear you.
Wow.
You told Mr. Depp to suck your dick multiple times, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
You tell him to go run to his 15 other houses, right?
That's correct.
Because that's what
100%.
he would do when you behave like this, isn't it?
Eventually, he would go and stay in one of the other houses.
P. Fox, that came out in this
You call him
trial.
a sellout, don't you?
I was expressing frustration about his criticism of my career and how many problems that caused within the dynamic of our relationship. Yes.
So you call him a sellout and a joke?
I called him horrible, ugly things, as you can hear. And
Sell out.
We spoke to each other in a really horrible way.
Pretty sure we just heard you speak to him in a really horrible way. You called him a sellout.
I just
right, Ms.
disagree.
Heard? You called him a
I
sellout, right, Ms. Heard?
called him a lot of ugly things.
And a joke.
I called him a lot of ugly things.
You called him a joke on that recording. You called him a washed up piece of shit.
I think we both called each other that on that occasion. Yes.
Mr. Depp mentions Aquaman, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
Mr. Depp got you that role in
There it
Aquaman,
is.
didn't he?
Excuse me?
P. Fox.
Mr. Depp got you that role in Aquaman, didn't he?
No, Miss Vasquez, I got myself that role by auditioning. That's
Mr.
how that
Depp
works.
says, quote, your jealousy is so tragic.
I heard him say that, yes.
You were the jealous one in this relationship, weren't you, Miss Heard?
I think he was indicating I was jealous of his career.
But now you've twisted it to say it was Mr. Depp that's the jealous one.
Johnny's always been very jealous when I worked, when I did anything, friends. Yes, he's always been very jealous.
Ms. Heard, I'm going to ask you to take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 120E. This is a series of text messages between you and Mr. Depp.
That is correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish these text messages. Mr. Depp's messages have been redacted.
All right, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 120E in evidence, you can publish.
Starts with a text message from you to Mr. Depp on September 26, 2015, right?
That is correct.
And you write, monster is back. This is him. Did I read that right?
That is correct.
And then in the next message, you write, quote, ran away, first sign of trouble. This is not the man you promised you would be. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
Then in the next one down, you write, promised, swore to me you would be.
That is
Right.
correct. The non-monster.
Ms. Heard, you're talking about Mr. Depp running away from you at the first sign of trouble, aren't you?
No, I'm recognizing the clues at this point when he would run away at the first sign of trouble. Often that was a clue for me to know that he was back using again and that we were about to enter the next phase of the cycle.
And you describe his running away from you as the monster, right?
That wasn't what was a monster. The monster was the man who beat me up. The running away was just attached to that. It was a sign, a signal to me as a clue, as somebody trying to put together clues that we were entering into that phase.
In these messages, Ms. Heard,
Exactly.
monster isn't Mr. Depp doing drugs, is it?
It was always the man who did drugs and beat me up. Yes, that's always been the monster.
That's not what you're saying in these messages.
That is exactly what I'm saying in the messages.
You don't describe Mr. Depp being violent, do you?
I do not describe that in this text message, no.
So it's a cowardly monster this time.
No,
And going down the page, you write a long series of text messages to Mr. Depp that don't get a response. Is that correct?
that is correct.
You write, come grown, face the shit, and we can do anything. You go on a little later to say, please come home. Let's apologize to each together. And continuing on page 77, you write, not go to bed mad. And then you say, sound okay? Sound like the priority in the long run? Come home. Don't be the monster. Be the man. Please. Please call me. Please. Continuing on page 78. You write, I don't want the monster. I need my man.
Angel changed her picture again.
I need
Sweet.
to talk to you. Please, Johnny. Don't force me to be something else to you.
Hold on, Angel.
This
Is that
taking me for granted, and I can
actually you, Angel?
never stop before this turns into something far darker.
Yep.
Describing yourself in that text message, right?
The exact opposite. I'm trying to interrupt him starting a new cycle where he starts using again. I'm
He's not
trying
responding to
desperately
you, Ms. Heard.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to desperately stop him.
Please answer the phone, you say. Doesn't this mean anything to you? And it goes on. And I won't read all these messages, but you're saying, please answer over and over again. Right?
Oh,
It was very
beautiful.
important to me.
Angel,
I was running out of time and I was trying desperately to
stunning.
stop him.
Could be a
What's
model.
wrong with you, Miss Heard?
Exactly, which is how I knew it was about to get a lot worse. He would leave, use, and come back way worse, with way less reality, with more delusions. He'd be more drunk. He'd
I'm
be
going to
more
move to
under the
strike everything
influence.
after
I was trying to stop
the
that.
answer to her question.
Oh,
You're
boy.
right, she was responding.
I'll
Elaine,
overrule the objection. That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is a situation where you were trying to get Mr. Depp to pay attention to you. Isn't that right?
No, I was trying to stop him from using.
And because he ran away from you at the first sign of trouble, you call him a monster.
I was
right?
trying to stop him from turning into the monster. The drugs are the key that opened the door.
Who was the real monster in this relationship, Miss Heard?
Lives in Johnny, half of Johnny. It's not all of Johnny. The other half of him is wonderful and beautiful. And
I know Maisha, I think, went to sleep, but Maisha has the, keeps track of all the different things that Amber calls him. And anyway, this part is perfect for her, all the things she's got there. You know, the monster, werewolf, octopus, oh, there's a million things. But Angel, don't change your picture. I mean, unless you want to, but it's a great picture. But yeah, here's the half monster, and here we go.
are the key that opened the door.
Who was the real monster in this relationship, Miss Heard?
Lives in Johnny, half of Johnny. It's not all of Johnny. The other half of him is wonderful and beautiful and the man I love.
Also, what the fuck are with those earrings? What is she, like a grandmother from the 1800s? Dude.
I'd like you to take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 120F.
Those earrings are more normal. I'm talking about on her left ear, though. Like, what?
There's another set of text messages between you and Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right,
The
120.
man I love. I know, right? Wild.
This is a set of text messages, and it's from October 2015. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
In fact, you sent all of these messages to Mr. Depp on October 22nd, 2015. Isn't that right?
Exactly. Same thing was happening here.
And again, I'm not going to read them all, but you start off again by trying to get Mr. Depp's attention, right? You write, please come home.
I was trying to stop another bender.
You write, please come home, right?
That is correct.
Please answer. Don't break us up. Please answer. Please. And continuing on page 97, you write, give me some piece of your heart. Please, no fight, I promise. Please, no fights. Please, just pick up. Please give me 2 minutes. I'm dying. Please. And continuing on page 98, you write, please come home. Please come home, Baba. I am so sorry. Actually, you didn't say Baba, you said baby. Apologies. And it goes on. Did I read those correctly?
That is correct. That was another time I'm trying to stop another twist off.
This is what would happen when Mr. Depp would try to take some space from you, right?
No, this is what would happen when Johnny had moved into the next phase of the cycle, decided to use,
No,
and our
Ms.
lives
Heard.
were getting a lot worse at that
Ms.
point.
Heard, I'm talking about your actions. This is what you would do to Mr. Depp when he would leave you. You would harangue him.
I would
Isn't
try
that
to.
correct? You
I
would
would try-
harangue him.
Your Honor, at least let her answer the question. She interrupted.
That's fine. Go ahead and answer the question.
I do not think I would characterize my behavior that way. I was trying to stop him from using.
You were texting him incessantly. Isn't that correct, Ms. Heard?
It was imperative for my life.
Ms.
It
Heard,
was very
my
important.
question is
to me.
much more simple. You were texting him incessantly.
I would
Yes
try
or no?
everything to
Ms.
get a hold
Heard?
of him and
So
to
that's a
stop the
yes.
cycle.
That's a yes, right?
I would try everything to stop the cycle. It was that important to me.
And he's the monster for not responding to you,
That's not what made him the monster.
for
No.
needing space from you.
The monster was not the guy who needed space. The
Not
monster
for
was
doing
who he
drugs.
was when he came back.
Not for doing drugs, Ms. Heard, not for being violent, just for needing space. That's when you called Mr. Depp the monster.
Incorrect.
Let's listen to Defendant's Exhibit 598C, which is already in evidence.
And let's not do this anymore because I'm really getting frustrated. And I'm really, really, really sick of this argument.
Stop. I'm sorry.
Okay, so let me go and you go, and I'll speak to you in a couple hours. Okay? Okay?
Stop.
Oh, this might be
Why
the
are you
worst one,
saying
guys.
stop?
Because
May
you're being
I
so-
go?
Please, it causes me so much stress when you leave, when you walk away from me with that. It's like you don't understand how much worse you're making this.
I can't believe this.
Please, you're making it worse for me.
Okay, I'm sorry for you.
Please, I'm only trying to tell you so that you know you're causing me immense stress right now when you walk away like that. There's no reason to be mad.
Well, then say goodbye. I haven't walked away. You're not saying goodbye. You won't let me fucking leave. Let me
Oh my
leave.
God. Stop rushing me! Stop pushing me in the corner and then poking me with a stick and then saying, why are you saying the words you want me to say? Stop poking me! Stop rushing me! Stop throwing me against the wall! I'm going, what? You don't like that wall? You don't like the fucking wall? Stop pushing me!
Remember, I'm not pushing you. I'm not rushing you. I said, I need space. I don't want this conversation anymore right now. I need space. And I will take my space. Whether you like it or not, I will take it. And you will take your space. But if you keep halting
I'm not doing anything
this
to you.
and continuing
I'm
with
not
the rhetoric,
continuing it. I'm begging you to stop.
I don't. Okay, stop.
I'm
stopped. Stop. Now I have to go. Okay? So we will speak to each other in a couple of hours. Okay? I hope you have some kind of revelation that makes you feel better. You know? I hope I do too. But we'll just see when I get home. We'll just talk, or we won't talk, or we'll finish this, or we won't finish it. But this is not love. This is not happiness. This is not.
Please stop doing this. Please, you're causing me so much fucking stress. I'm gonna die at this age. I'm gonna fucking die. You're causing me so much stress. Please stop. Please, I feel like I have a heart attack almost every day. Please stop. Please
what are you
stop
doing?
doing it. Please stop. He's so fucking mean.
Why
You're
are
a
you
fucking
with me?
bully. Stop. Please stop. I've been begging you not to fight. I just said, can we please have a normal argument? Just even a normal conversation, fucking normal argument. And for the last hour, I've been begging you to please just leave it at that. Let's just go on with our night. I would have been able to come in with you. We would have been able to let it go in a few minutes. It would have been fine. If we allowed ourselves to have fucking normal arguments. Please, you're killing me with this. You're killing me. You're fucking killing me. Fuck.
Sean, could you, please, I want you to just go. I want you to take your medicine or whatever. I'm sorry that I've upset you.
Yeah,
this
I think.
much.
Thank you, Sean. I'm ready to go. Thank you so much.
I'm really sorry.
I'm really ready. Thank
Yeah.
It's you and Mr. Depp in the recording, correct, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
You just won't let him go, will you?
That's not true. We were outside of his studio and he wanted to go and use. It was a pretext. The claim that he was upset with me was a pretext so that he would go on a bender. I knew that pattern by the time this recording happened.
Is your testimony now that you were outside Mr. Depp's studio?
I believe that
And he
that
was going to go
recording was.
use?
Excuse me?
He was going to go use drugs? That's your testimony now?
We were outside his studio, his man cave house, if you will, in the car, I believe, during that recording.
And he was going to go inside and use.
That was the pattern. And as you can hear from my voice, I'm very, very, very scared of entering into the next cycle under what I had been conditioned to understand we were at that point in our relationship.
That's not true, is it, Ms. Heard? Mr. Depp was trying to go inside his house to see his daughter, Lily Rose.
She might have been over that day, but
So
that's not
it's your
what he was
testimony
getting out of
now?
the car to do. And that's not what I was stopping him from doing.
Let's play the beginning part of that recording where Mr. Depp tells you that he wants to go inside to see his daughter.
And let's not do this anymore because I'm really getting frustrated. And I'm really, really, really sick of this argument.
Stop. I'm sorry.
Okay? So let me go and you go, and and I'll speak to you in a couple hours. Okay? Okay?
Stop. Okay.
Why are you saying stop?
Because
May
you're being
I
so-
go?
We'll circle back to this, but it's your testimony that you were outside Mr. Depp's studio.
We were in the car.
You were in the car outside of Mr. Depp's studio,
That's correct.
and he wasn't telling you, please let me go inside my house to see my daughter. He was indicating to you that he wanted to go inside to do drugs. That's your testimony.
I know my testimony is that I knew what he was going inside to go do. I knew what stage of the cycle we were in. I knew the patterns by then, and I was desperately out of time trying to interrupt that cycle.
I mean, she's like painting herself as a
May
hero. It's
of
creepy.
2016. Yesterday, Ms. Heard, Ms. Bredehoff, your attorney, showed you certain pictures from May 21, 2016. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 710, which has already been admitted into evidence. Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday that this is a photograph taken of you on May 21st, 2016. Do you recall?
Yes, that's correct.
And keeping this exhibit up, if we could please do a split screen, Tom, and also pull up Defendant's Exhibit 714, which has already been admitted with redactions. Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday that this is a photograph that was also taken on May 21st, 2016, correct?
Yes, although the one to the right might have been taken the next day. I can't be sure. The reason I say that is because there's light in the background. So it looks like it was taken in the daytime, which means maybe it was the next day.
Didn't you testify that you took different lighting, pictures in different lightings on May 21?
That is correct, yes.
And you're wearing two thin necklaces in this picture on the right. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You testified that these pictures were taken the same night.
The one on the right looks like it was taken in the daytime because I can see the daylight behind me.
But you testified that they were taken the same day.
I don't know if I think I testified that they came from the same incident of the same day, not necessarily taken on the same day.
Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 712, which has already been admitted. You testified yesterday, this is another photograph of you on the night of May 21.
That's correct.
And keeping this exhibit up, can we please do a split screen and also pull up Defendant 713, which has already been admitted? Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday, this is also a photograph of you from the same night, correct?
That is correct.
You testified yesterday that the only difference between these two photographs is that the light was turned on.
That's what it appears to be, yes.
The light is on both of these pictures, though. Isn't that right?
It looks to me like the one on the left has the vanity light, the makeup lights, you know, the more yellow hued ones that go around the mirror on. And then the one on the right looks like it doesn't have those.
Isn't it true you just edited these photographs?
No, I've never edited a photograph.
Didn't you just enhance the saturation for one of these photos to make
Bro,
your face look
welcome
more
official.
red?
No, that's incorrect. I didn't touch
Yeah,
it.
DUI guys there.
You were sitting here in this courtroom when Mr. Isaac Baruch testified to seeing you the week after May 21, 2016, correct?
I was here.
Mr. Baruch testified that he saw you on May 22nd while you were changing the locks of your penthouse. Do you recall that testimony?
Runkle and Rob, I don't think made it in for these days because remember they had like the lottery system or whatever. So DUI guys there, but Rob and Runkle are there. You can see them in the gallery other days, but not on this day. Welcome, James.
Funny?
I do. I just don't know if he was right about the date, but I do remember him saying that.
Testified it was
County
his
wine.
birthday, the day after his birthday.
Love it.
I believe it was.
Love you guys. Love you guys.
Mr. Baruch testified that he saw you repeatedly in the days following also, correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Baruch testified that he saw no marks or injuries on your face, correct?
That is what he's testified to.
You were also here in this court when Mr. Sean Bett testified to seeing you on the evening of May 21, 2016. Is that right? You were here.
That's correct.
Mr. Bett also testified that he saw no marks or injuries on your face that evening, correct?
I realize that's what he said.
You were sitting here in this courtroom when Officer Melissa Sines testified by deposition about being called to the Eastern Columbia building on May 21st, 2016, right?
I saw her testimony, yes.
And you heard Officer Sines testify that she did not see any injuries on you that night, correct?
I heard her testify she did not consider this injured.
No. Miss Officer Sines testified that she met with you and she did not see any injuries on your face. Isn't that correct?
She did not consider this injury.
Ms. Heard,
Oh, for
my
fuck's
question is a
sake.
bit more nuanced.
So is my answer.
All right.
Oh Lord. Okay, we'll pull up this sidebar here in just a sec, guys. Wow. This is just again so reminiscent of Jen.
You, Tom, can we put these down, please?
Okay.
I think they might be confusing the witness. My question is more nuanced. You sat in this courtroom while Officer Sines testified that she saw you the night of May 21, 2016, face to face, and didn't see any injuries on your face. Isn't that correct, Ms. Heard?
I believe she was testifying about these photographs, and she said that I was not injured in them.
Is it your testimony under oath now that Officer Sines testified that she saw injuries on you when she saw you in person on May 21?
Sorry, let me clarify. I was testifying that I know that that's what Officer Sines said, that she didn't consider my red puffy face injured. That's what she said.
The red, puffy face, that was your counsel's question, correct?
That was
She
her
said-
testimony in the UK.
That's incorrect, and you know that, Ms. Heard.
I disagree.
It's just inconvenient for you that Officer Sines didn't see injuries on you on May 21, 2016.
It
Isn't
doesn't
that right?
matter what's convenient for me.
Right. Officer Tyler Haddon also testified by deposition about being called to the Eastern Columbia building on May 21, 2016. And he also testified no injuries on your face on May 21, 2016. Isn't that correct?
They both said that they did not consider me injured.
They did not see injuries on your face on May 21, 2016. Isn't that what their testimony was?
What their testimony was is that they did not consider what my face
Right
looked
now.
like to be injury. They didn't consider what they walked on in the house damage, but it
Yep.
was.
You were sitting here when Officer William Gatlin testified by deposition about being called on.
Janelle, did you watch officials' videos in the Discord? Did you see any of those?
Onto the Eastern Columbia building, and he also did not observe any injuries on you, did he?
He
And that's what he
didn't-
Oops, sorry.
testified to.
He didn't even know which one I was.
No, I think we all saw on video camera you identify yourself. Isn't that correct?
I had to because of how far away he was. He didn't even know who he was
But
there
after
to
you
see.
identified yourself, he looked at you. Isn't that correct?
From a distance, yes.
And he didn't see any visible injuries either, did he?
Yes.
I don't know what he saw.
He testified that he didn't see any visible injuries, did
I
he?
would believe that he didn't, yes.
We were also in this courtroom when Alejandro Romero, who worked at the front desk at the Eastern Columbia building, testified about seeing you on May 25th, 2016. Isn't that correct?
That is correct. I think he said the 25th.
Yeah. And Mr. Romero testified that he didn't see any swelling or bruises on your face when you were talking to him at the front desk.
He wouldn't have.
No, he wouldn't have, even though he had a habit, because his parents taught him correctly, to look into someone's eyes when speaking to them. Isn't that correct?
I know that's what he testified to, yes.
So everybody's wrong but her.
You testified yesterday
Of
that you sought a
course.
temporary restraining order on May 27th, 2016, because you wanted to change your locks. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Those locks were to the penthouses at the Eastern Columbia building. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
You changed the locks to the penthouses on May 22nd, 2016.
I attempted to.
That's why you felt comfortable having James Franco over the evening of May 22nd,
Oh, shit.
2016, Ms. Heard?
I do
James
not know when
Franco.
I do not know when James came over.
Okay, let's remind you. Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit
Oh,
304, which
shit.
is already in evidence? and
You asked
play
for it, lady.
From 254 through 439.
Wow. Chanel, I'll see if I can find it and I'll tag you. Let me see where it is there. So let me pause this real quick. So in the Discord, for anyone who's new, if you go to like Law Sprawl, right, you should have if you have any direct messages, they'll be like on the left or whatever. But you'll see the different threads, like they look like hashtags. So there's all the different categories there. So that's one thing. There's a lot of different things. So I'm just looking to see where that video from official one of them is here. There's one with the suitcase, which is really funny. I'm looking for the one where he plays the song though. Tell me why. There's a lot of stuff in here I think I actually hadn't seen. I'm just scrolling through. And then I will tag you to know. I think this is it. There's the dog. I think there's a different one. I'm just looking. Where's the tell me why? Tell me why. Let me see. Or official, did you tell me where? Let me see if you put in the chat where it was. Okay, let's see. I'll go ahead and play this while I'm looking for it though. Okay.
That's you and Mr. Franco on May 22nd, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And you're taking him up to the penthouses, aren't you?
That's where I lived, yes.
And it's past 11 p.m. at night. Isn't that right?
I'm not quite sure of the time it looked like that.
Why don't we pull that video?
Found it.
$22:51. Almost midnight, right?
That's
Or excuse me, almost 11 o'clock at night.
exactly.
You knew Mr. Depp was out of town the week of May 21, 2016, didn't you?
I don't know what I knew of his schedule at the time.
You knew Mr. Depp was out of town on May 27th when you went to get the domestic violence restraining order. Isn't that right?
I don't know if I
Welcome,
knew
Carla.
You knew Mr. Depp was.
Okay, so by the way, so Chanel, I tagged you in the video I was looking for. Official's got a lot of funny videos that he's posted, but I was looking especially for the one where he plays the tell me why. So I tagged you in it, so you should be able to find that. But yeah, there's another funny one with the suitcase. I think that was in just the regular Squirrel Crew thread, which is just for like, you can just do anything. But anyway, welcome for anyone who's just now getting here, including Carla. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, no worries. Yeah. The suitcase was really funny, wasn't it? Oh my God. Yeah.
was heading out on a European tour that week. Isn't that right?
I'm not quite sure what I understood of his schedule at that
Wait,
time.
who's been trolling?
You knew he wouldn't be back for weeks, right?
No, that's incorrect.
Let's go back to that recording. It's Defendant's Exhibit 598.
Twiz, I'm sure, is asleep.
So you testified that you and Mr. Depp were in the car outside of his studio. Is that right?
Yes.
And you were trying to prevent him from going into his studio to do drugs, right?
Yeah, to effectively start another cycle.
Not that Mr. Depp was just trying to go into his house to see his daughter, right?
His daughter might be one of the people that was in the house at that time, but that's neither here nor there. That
Your
wouldn't-
testimony is
Uh-oh. Y'all hear me? Ruh-roh. Guys, can you hear me? Can y'all hear me? I think something's frozen. Hold on. I don't know if you guys can hear me or not. Hang on. Don't worry, we're all good. We'll be back. I'm sure but StreamYard's having a glitch or something. I don't know if you guys can hear me. What is it doing? You guys hear me?
prevented him from entering a cycle.
your testimony is now that Mr. Depp does drugs in front of his children.
Well, first of all, I know he.
Okay, could you guys hear me the whole time? Okay, yeah, it was frozen. That was weird. StreamYard like froze. Okay, let me back it up. I don't know. That was odd. StreamYard like froze and it wouldn't let me click on anything. Okay, glad you guys could at least hear me. That's good. Okay, wonderful.
Effectively start another cycle.
We're back and better than ever.
Not that Mr. Depp was just trying to go into his house to see his daughter, right?
His daughter might be one of the people that was in the house at that time, but that's neither here nor there. That
Your
wouldn't
testimony is now
prevented him from entering a cycle.
Your testimony is now that Mr. Depp does drugs in front of his children.
Well, first of all, I know he does. Second of all, it wouldn't have mattered. It wouldn't have stopped him from using with his friends, which is the problem, not whether or not his daughter was there.
Let's play, please, defendants 598 at 4948 through 5035. 5035.
I'm itching. I don't want to be doing this. I want it just to. Why don't you just say, okay, baby, I understand. I'll go home and you do your thing, hang out with your daughter, and then I'll see you in a couple hours and we'll talk about it. Is it that difficult to say that? Or you just fucking hate me and you want to be shitty about it? Please. Just fucking, it's not that difficult. Okay? I don't want to stand here in a driveway and argue with you. Okay, well, I'll see you in a little bit, okay? Please? Please. Just let me know if you're going to go somewhere. Just let me know, please, so I know.
And almost an hour later, you're still arguing with Mr. Depp outside, right?
I don't know how long that argument lasted, no.
Ms. Heard, you testified about seeking a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes, I have.
And how you wanted to do it discreetly?
That's correct.
That you wanted as much privacy as you could have?
Yes, that's correct.
and how you
Oh,
walked out to a sea
here
of
we
paparazzi and cameras and photographers, right?
That is correct.
And how this overwhelmed you
It was overwhelming, yes.
because you didn't want this attention on you.
That is correct.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 800, which has already been admitted into evidence.
Yep. Bam.
This is a photograph of you taken inside the courthouse when you obtained the DVRO, correct?
That's correct.
And your friend Raquel Pennington took this photograph
Yes, that's correct.
because you needed to document your time at the courthouse getting a DVRO.
Wow.
She just took a picture of me. I'm assuming it was in relation to my divorce, yeah.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 801, which has already been admitted into evidence. Ms. Heard, this is another photograph of you taken inside the courthouse, isn't that right?
I mean, it's funny because we know it's not real, but also she's just like, I'm Shad. Dude, I cannot even.
Is correct?
You're having a photo shoot inside the courthouse while you're
Right?
getting a DVRO.
Dude, I can't.
I would not characterize it that way, Ms. Vasquez.
You have a mark on your face, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes.
You didn't use your bruise kit this time to cover it up?
No, it was the only day I actually walked out of my house without makeup on. I had to be stopped. My best friend saw me in the bathroom starting to put makeup on and told me not to.
All right. Please pull up Exhibit 1.
That's plaintiffs at 1.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Yep.
Apologies.
That's fine.
It's already been admitted into
Yes, ma'am.
evidence. You wrote this op-ed, right, Ms. Heard?
With the help of the ACLU, yes.
And that's what you testified to in this courtroom, right?
That is
Oh
correct.
my God.
And this was published on December 18th, 2018, correct?
That is correct.
Aquaman was released on December 21st,
I
2018,
saw.
right?
That is, yes, that sounds correct.
And that was your first big blockbuster, big budget role, right?
I disagree, but it was the first time I had like a leading role in a movie of that size, yes. Well, second time, yes.
What was your first time?
But the first one was the film I talked about before. I mean, yesterday, Justice League. It introduced the character. So, you know, technically, it was the second one.
Oh
You
my
were the
God.
love interest in Aquaman, correct?
That is correct.
You guys,
Now,
you
we
remember
parts of this
Indirect when Elaine was like, and he was your mate? It was one of my favorite moments.
Op-ed or about
There's
Mr.
a lot.
Depp, isn't that right?
It's about what happened to me after.
You sat here during opening statements when your attorney argued that the context of your statements in this op-ed matter, correct?
That's correct.
So let's go through some of that context. He wrote here, quote, "Friends and advisors told me I would never work again as an actress, that I would be blacklisted."
That is
You're
correct.
referring to your accusations of domestic violence against Mr. Depp in the statement, aren't you?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
You're referring to your accusations of domestic violence against Mr. Depp in the statement, aren't you?
In general, I'm referring to being associated with domestic violence.
And you're referring to what you claim happened after you got an ex-party domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp in May of 2016, right?
Are you asking me if that's what I was writing about?
That's what you're referring to, correct?
Can you just give me the question again? I'm sorry.
You're referring to what you claim happened after you got an ex-party restraining order against Mr. Depp in May of 2016.
That's correct.
You also wrote, quote, "Questions arose as to whether I would be able to keep my role of Mira in the films Justice League and Aquaman." This is also referring to your accusations of domestic violence against Mr. Depp, right?
This is referring to what happened to me after I got my TRO, my restraining order.
Against Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
These questions arose only after you accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence in May of 2016, allegedly, right?
Yeah, from the time I got the TRO, being associated with domestic violence, that's what it's a reference to, yes.
You also wrote, quote, "Imagine a powerful man as a ship like the Titanic. That ship is a huge enterprise. When it strikes an iceberg, There are a lot of people on board desperate to patch up holes, not because they believe in or care about the ship, but because their own fates depend on the Enterprise. In this op-ed, you're saying Mr. Depp is a ship, right?
I'm making an analogy to a powerful man as a ship.
The powerful man you're referring to in this analogy is Mr. Depp, right?
I was talking about a bigger issue actually than just Johnny. I was talking about what we as a country were talking about at the time of writing this, which is when powerful men in general do something horrible or something they shouldn't, how there is a system in place to protect them, clean up after them, maintain them afloat. You know, this is a reference to not just Johnny, it was about what was happening as a culture when we were addressing a lot of Me Too issues for the first time.
The iceberg is you in this analogy, right, Ms. Hurd?
I would not say that. That was not what I intended to know.
So this is another reference to your accusations against Mr. Depp.
No, this is about what happened to me once I left that relationship and got a TRO and became associated with domestic violence.
But it's your testimony that this op-ed isn't about Mr. Depp, right?
It's about what happened to me after. That's
It's
correct.
about your experience after obtaining a temporary restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct, among other things.
But it's not about Mr. Depp.
It is not about him,
Mr. Depp is making it about Mr. Depp, right?
ironically.
It's kind of like that Carly Simon song, right, Ms. Hurd?
Oh,
I don't know what you mean.
Let's talk about the defamatory statements in the op-ed that you also claim are not about Mr. Depp. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. This is about Mr. Depp, isn't it?
No.
You wrote this in 2018, right?
Exactly.
And 2 years prior was 2016, right?
That's true.
Okay.
That's correct. It's
So
not about
May of
Johnny. It's about what happened to me
Ms.
after.
Hurd, my question was May of 2016 is 2 years prior to December of 2018.
That's correct.
All right. May 2016 is when you publicly accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence, right?
I got my restraining order at that time.
And you publicly accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence.
Yes, that was attached to my restraining order. So yes,
May of 2016 is when you sought a restraining order against Mr. Depp.
that's correct. And I had to provide testimony for that.
Right. And May 2016 is when you walked into court with a mark on your face to obtain that restraining order. Yes or no?
That was the day I walked into court with a bruise on my face. Yes.
Aren't you? The world that Mr. Depp had physically abused you during your relationship. Isn't that right?
That I had to provide testimony as part of my
Domestic abuse, right?
from point.
And face culture's wrath,
That's
right?
when it started. Yes,
But it's your testimony under oath that this statement is not about Mr. Depp.
it is not. It is about what happened to me afterwards. That's the more interesting. Was the more interesting thing for me to write about.
The next statement reads, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time. This is also about Mr. Depp. Isn't that right?
Not just about him, but he is included in that. Yes.
He's the man you accused of abuse 2 years prior to this op-ed. Isn't that right, Ms. Hurd?
Yes, but I wrote this op-ed in the context of many men at the time that were public figures or in this public eye being accused as well. So it was a reference in general to a larger phenomenon, not just Johnny.
I mean, she has
Not
to
just
say
Depp.
this,
Not just
right?
Violence
Because-
based for culture's wrath. This one's also about Mr. Depp.
I did not write that.
I'm pausing this real quick for something that's very important announcement. Or, well, not really an announcement, but basically there's a bunny in my backyard being really cute. And I just took a picture and this bunny is still in this exact same position. It's really funny and really cute. Hold on, let me just share this to you guys. You guys will be glad you saw it. It's so cute. So cute. Like this is happening right meow. The bunny is doing this cuteness. Like literally, look how cute. Look how cute. Oh, standing up like that with the little arms. Is that not just the cutest thing? There's tons of bunnies here, but this bunny is just, hi. I can only like feel like he's looking at me. Oh my God, is that not so cute? Adorable, right? Frodo always tries to chase them, but they always run away. I mean, the bunnies are bigger than Frodo, some of them anyway. Okay, that's all I wanted to show you guys the bunny. Cute. Okay. Bunny's just looking around, being cute.
Well, you've accused Mr. Depp of sexual violence in this very courtroom, haven't you?
Yes, but I was intending to
know.
keep that private when this was published. I had not publicly ever accused him of that.
I'm going to move to strike everything after the word yes.
Fuck. Oh, fuck. That was good.
Well, you've accused Mr. Depp of sexual violence in this very courtroom, haven't you?
Yes, but I was intending to keep that private when this was published. I had not publicly ever accused him of that.
I'm going to move to strike everything after the word yes.
No, I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
You may not have written this title, but you
Elaine objected there, but we couldn't hear it because of her stupid. She forgot to put her microphone on.
published it, didn't you?
I did not publish a title. I retweeted the article that included the title in it because that was the article.
Let's pull up, please, Plaintiff's Exhibit 3, which is already in evidence.
So that was one of the things too that was really interesting about this, right? This case was like they had to really establish, you know how it is with the law, right? And so it's like catching up. They had to really establish what is a tweet versus a retweet, and you know, when it comes to defamation, what counts as publishing, and is a retweet, you know, is that the same, and you know, and all that, and all, yeah. So
This is a tweet from your Twitter account on December 19th, 2018, correct?
That is correct.
Your Honor, oh, it's already in evidence?
It is in evidence.
Thank you. So on December 19th, 2018, you tweeted, quote, "Today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post." Did I read that right?
That is correct.
And the tweet includes a link to the op-ed we were just looking at, correct?
That's correct.
And you can see that the title of the op-ed in your tweet is, quote, "Opinion, Amber Heard. I spoke up against sexual violence," right?
Yes, you don't get to change the title of an article you're
oh,
retweeting.
for fuck's sake, Amber.
And that's the title that you put on your Twitter, correct?
I did not put it on my Twitter, no.
You linked it to your tweet.
I retweeted the article.
You published it.
I retweeted a link to an article that I wrote.
And you published it on your Twitter account. All right.
I retweeted it.
Sommelier.
Testified yesterday that you
Sommelier.
didn't have any control over the title and just now of the op-ed when you retweeted it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
This wasn't a retweet though, right?
A tweet? Perhaps not retweet. I'm not quite sure.
It was a
guess
tweet.
Tweet. I misspoke. Excuse me. Tweet, not retweet.
You included a link to the electronic copy of the op-ed in your tweet, right?
That's what I was trying to say earlier, and I might have misspoke. It's like I'm trying to attach it.
Right. So you included a link, right?
Yes,
to the
that's
op-ed.
correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
So you must have seen the title of the electronic version of the op-ed before you tweeted it, right?
I may have. I just didn't notice it.
Not very careful about what you publish, are you, Ms. Heard?
I
Whoa,
just didn't notice the title.
this bunny is so cute.
You didn't need to include the link to the electronic version of the op-ed in your tweet, did you?
How else would I have linked it?
Well, you didn't need to include the link to tell the world that today you had published this op-ed in the Washington Post about women who are channeling their rage and about violence and equality into political strength despite the price of coming forward, right?
I couldn't attach it with a paper clip.
No, but you didn't need to attach it at all to tell the world
Oh, I
that
see
you
what you're
had
saying.
published an op-ed.
No, the goal was to tweet about it and to provide a link so that people could read it.
The op-ed is in your name, right?
That's correct.
So if you had noticed the title of the electronic version of the op-ed before you included it in your tweet, you could have asked the Washington Post to change it. Isn't that right?
No, that's not.
But you didn't do that, right? You never asked the Washington Post to change the title.
I didn't notice it and I didn't ask them, nor do I think I needed to.
At the bottom, do you see that there's another tweet from December 19th, 2018?
Yes, I do.
And in this one, it reads, I am honored to announce my role as an ACLU ambassador on women's rights. Did I read that right?
That's correct.
So you announced your ACLU ambassadorship the same day you posted the op-ed on your Twitter.
I think that was always the plan, is to attach the article with the announcement that I was an ambassador.
Your Honor, if I may, would this be a good time to stop for lunch?
No, it's too
No.
early.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay.
We got to keep going at least till 12:30.
Okay. That's
thank
fine,
you.
Your Honor. Thank you. Ms. Hurd, you testified yesterday about your counterclaim against Mr. Depp in this case. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Your counterclaim is based on 3 statements made by Mr. Depp's attorneys, Adam Waldman. Is that right?
By the way, I posted a video in the Squirrel Crew. There's another bunny. This bunny is eating, like munching on the grass and whatnot, and it's really cute. So I just posted that in the Discord, and you can hear Amber Heard and Camille in the background. But anyway, so let me see what the question is here. So how much does Johnny? Yeah, it was like I'm trying to remember, 7 or 8 million, I believe. But the thing was that really mattered for him. It was the punitive damages. Like they gave punitive damages, right? Which was like, in other words, they really found that she was terrible, essentially, right? Because you have like compensatory damages, which is like for example, that would be sort of like, you lose work, or you didn't get jobs because of this, or also just like to compensate you for your reputation and whatnot, right? The punitive damages is like to punish the person on top of it's like if somebody, let's use the example of like a car accident, right, where somebody gets injured, and so they're going to have a lot of damages such as like hospital bills and whatever, a lot. You guys can all, I'm sure, all imagine, whatever, they might have PTSD, maybe they have to go to therapy, maybe they can't work. There's all kinds, right? To compensate them for their losses. But then punitive damages would be like the person who hit who caused the accident or whatever deserves to be punished. Now, normally, punitive damages are quite rare in civil cases when they are granted or when the jury awards them, and they can choose to award like however much, basically. The way it works in civil trials is like both sides will suggest, if there's a countersuit, right? Both sides will like suggest like what they think is fair for like compensatory damages, but it really is just like an estimate. And the jury doesn't have to go with that. They can do more, they can do less. And when it comes to punitive, again, there can be like a suggestion, but the jury really has full control. Like they get to choose the amount. So right. One is the punitive damages are capped. But the jury doesn't know that. And that cap varies by the state. Yeah, so the $1, wasn't that from something else, though? The $1 thing? Speaking of which, though, what I plan to do here shortly, like soon, when we were revisiting some of this key parts of the trial this time around, we hadn't done yet the closing arguments and the verdict. And with that will be the jury instructions. And so a lot of what we're talking about here, those questions will be like, it'll be really clear there, right? And I've used this case as an example before too, for like how jury instructions can be more complicated, in other words, it is more complicated than, for example, like Karen Reed. However, the opposite is done, where Judge A makes it simple. The jury they make it simple. They break it down for the jury so the jury can understand it, even though technically speaking, it's a way more complicated, like, verdict. The way you have to get to a verdict there and the way they have to fill that out it's way more complicated. We're talking about defamation. You got suit, countersuit, and then with Judge Bev, it's like overcomplicating it when it should be simple. You know what I mean? So it'll be really interesting. That's part of the reason why I wanted to do that, because I want to compare the two. So we will go through the jury instructions and closing arguments and and the verdict and all that. Yeah, the Gwyneth Paltrow was one of those for sure, where it was just the $1. Yeah. Yep, that's right. That's right. That was a good trial as well. How many of you guys saw that one? So yeah. Good example though of the cap, Kowalski v. J. Hatch in Florida. The jury awarded $291 million or something like that, and they did a lot. There was a lot of punitive, and they did cap that. That did have a cap, but the jury doesn't know that, and the reason for that is because they want the jury to find whatever they think is fair, right? The jury doesn't need to know about the cap. So, welcome, Franks. Thank you, Happy Annie. So Amber got $2 million compensatory, Johnny, right? And then there was something that equaled each other out, right? Amber got $2 million compensatory, and Johnny got $12 million in compensatory and punitive combined. But in the end, I think right. Yeah, because she wouldn't have been able to pay it. Okay.
That's correct.
We looked at those 3 statements yesterday, right?
That's correct.
And the first statement was from an April 8th, 2020 article, right?
That's correct.
And that's Defendant's Exhibit 1, 2, 4, 5 that's been previously admitted. Please pull that up. Thank you. If we could please publish that. Thank you. We can scroll down to the 8th page. Mr. Waldman's statement is buried on the 8th page of a 12-page article. Is that right, Ms. Hurd?
I don't know how many pages are here.
He has
Well,
been.
this is the 8th page. Let's go to the 12th.
We love you, and I thought.
Let's pull up, please, Defendant's Exhibit 1, 2, 4, 6, which has already been admitted. And if we could please go to Mr. Waldman's statement on page 10. And go on to page 11 of a That's Mr. Waldman's statement, right?
That is correct. I think it's Mr. Waldman speaking on behalf of Johnny, yes.
You don't have any evidence of that, do you, Ms. Hurd? This is Mr. Waldman's statement, right?
I think it's included in the article as well.
That this is Mr. Waldman's statement, correct?
That a representative or an attorney, I don't know which word it says in the article, that it says very clearly that they're speaking on behalf of Johnny or representing Johnny.
So this is to address her allegations, right? So this is really important. The Waldman statement. Was this an agent of Johnny? This is going to that. This is going to her counterclaim.
Please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 8818.
Oh, the Breen and Command. So the Breen and Command, I changed it to notes because it just wasn't working the other way. This is the only way I could get it to work. So there it is. There it is. It's been working ever since I combined the two with Nostradamus. It's been working. There it is.
If we could please go to page 8 of this article. Your Honor, may I just approach?
Yes.
They're just not a sidebar, but they're just getting their shit together.
Correct?
Yes, I did.
You testified that your career was going very well before.
I think I said the trajectory
haven't
was
lost
positive, yes.
You testified you had a global campaign for L'Oreal, right?
That is correct.
You testified you were waiting on a schedule for Aquaman 2.
That is correct.
You testified you were scheduled to do a press tour for the TV show The Stand.
Press obligations, yes.
And then you testified that after the articles, you were no longer actively involved in the L'Oreal campaign. Isn't that right?
They suspended using my material.
And that you were no longer involved in the publicity surrounding the stand after the articles, right?
That's correct.
And you didn't hear anything about the schedule for Aquaman 2.
Correct.
Ms. Heard, you have no evidence that Mr. Waldman's 3 statements are the reason you are allegedly no longer active in the L'Oreal campaign, do you?
Well, I mean, other than my awareness that they can't use me because of all of the online attention that generated.
And you have no evidence that Mr. Waldman's 3 statements are the reason that the stand media opportunities allegedly stopped, do you?
Yeah, I know they couldn't attach my name to their promotional materials because of the online stuff.
In fact, there was a lot of reasons why you were no longer active in these endeavors. Isn't that right?
I disagree with that.
Reasons that had absolutely nothing to do with Mr. Waldman's statements. Isn't that right?
I disagree with that.
There was a lot of publicity about your relationship with Mr. Depp around the time Mr. Waldman made the 3 statements at issue, right?
I do not recall.
A lot of really negative publicity for you, Ms. Heard. Isn't that right?
There's been an ongoing smear campaign, yes.
The ongoing smear.
Ongoing negative publicity campaign.
It's an orchestrated smear campaign.
You have no evidence of that, do you, Ms. Heard?
Just look me up, you'll see.
Let's take a look at some of that.
All right.
Okay, so they're projecting. So we're going to read this sidebar and we'll do the previous sidebar. They've gone a long time without a sidebar here. Okay. So this is from when they were talking about the injuries, an officer signs or whatever. Okay. So remember when she was like, my question's a bit more nuanced. Okay, so Elaine wants to approach. The court says, all right. Sidebar. So Judge A, what's the objection? Ms. Bretta, again, she's reciting other people's testimony. The court, which she, Ms. Bretta, her version of those, the court can do. Ms. Bretta, Ms. Heard is responding exactly correct. Officer Sain said she didn't consider that an injury. Then the court, that was when she was seeing the picture, but her original testimony in the deposition was that she said she didn't see any injuries. You showed her a picture. She said she didn't consider that an injury. Ms. Vasquez, 2 different things. Ms. Bretoff, it's just improper cross-examination. That's not even a thing. The court, it's not improper. It's not an out-of-court statement. It's an in-court statement. This is, again, another example of Elaine not understanding what hearsay is. Ms. Bretoff, it's Ms. Vasquez testifying to what that woman testified to. It's hearsay. Are you joking me? What? I feel like I must be crazy. In court. It was an in-court statement. What the fuck? People, you guys, this is just wild. Elaine, the court. It's not hearsay. I've sustained this over and over. And for the record, you can have an ongoing objection. You guys. For something to be hearsay, it first has to be an out-of-court statement. If it was made in court, it cannot be hearsay. And that includes depositions. That includes things like interrogatories. Any type of sworn statement, even if it's outside of court, right? That basically, just consider it in court. Anyway, okay. But Elaine can't get it. Ms. Bretoff, thank you. The court overruled Ms. Bretoff this time. In addition to that objection, Ms. Heard is correctly characterizing what Officer Sainz testified to. Ms. Vasquez, no, she's not. The court, no. I just told you that was 2 different statements made by the officer. And on redirect, you get to come up and say exactly what happened, Ms. Bretoff. Okay. But please, also, don't be so animated when you lose an objection. Last time you left here, Ms. Bretoff, I apologize. I caught myself right after. The court, I almost brought you right back. Ms. Bretoff, I apologize. I did not mean to do that. And you're right. I should not have done that. The court, I will call you back next time. Don't do it again. Ms. Bretoff, I won't. Ms. Vasquez, thank you, Your Honor. The court, okay. And back to open court. And then this is when she says, Tom, can we put those down, please? I think that might be confusing the witness. Okay, now we have to go a little while before we get to the next sidebar. Here's the tweets. Aquaman. Okay, negative. Okay, they're right. There it is, the smear campaign. Perfect. Here we go. Look me up, you'll see. Right. Orchestrated smear campaign. Okay, sidebar. The court. Okay, the articles, Ms. Vasquez, the articles, the court. Okay, Ms. Vasquez. So obviously here's a copy for you, Your Honor. The court, sure. Ms. Vasquez. So I plan to do the same thing with these, Your Honor. Ms. Brett. These are all new exhibits. She says this with everything. These are all new exhibits that point to Ms. Heard. There can't possibly be a reason why they wouldn't have put them in trial exhibits before. They knew she was going to be making these claims, Ms. Vasquez. This is exactly what Mr. Rottenborn did during the cross-examination of Mr. Depp. True. And they're not going to be admitted into evidence. I just plan to read the headlines and the court. Read the headlines, read the titles, read the headlines, just like he did. Ms. Vasquez, there you go. Ms. Bredoff, first of all, Your Honor, let me put on the record, it's not correct that that's exactly what Mr. Rottenborn did. Those were in our trial exhibits. In fact, they were there in the very first part of our trial exhibits were all of those. So I do have an ongoing objection to using anything that wasn't put in evidence as part of the trial exhibits. They knew she had a counterclaim. They should have had it as a defense. Part of those exhibits, the court. I understand your observation. Again, it's cross-examination. I'll allow them. I want to give you an opportunity. You're not going to you're not going into the text of the articles, just talking about the titles and date, Ms. Vasquez. I plan to read the title, and then I'm not going to be admitting them into evidence. The court, not into evidence. Ms. Bredoff, we need copies. The court, you'll get those copies. Ms. Vasquez, I will get them copies. The court. And are you saying all of these are for the three statements? Ms. Vasquez, yes. The court, okay. Ms. Vasquez, there you go. Ms. Bredoff, Your Honor, I have a question. Oh, fuck. The court, sure. Ms. Bredoff, if we can look at 1272 for a moment, that's May 29th, 2020, which is after two of the other court. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you, Mother of God. Ms. Bredoff, oh, I'm sorry. The court, that won't help me. I appreciate it. That's not me. That's Judy. Which one? Ms. Bredoff, if you look at 1272, if you look at the date, it's May 29th, 2020. I'm obviously seeing these for the first time, Your Honor. I'm trying to go through them. The court, remind me again. Ms. Bredoff, two of the April 8th, April 28th, the court, June 24th, laminated. It helps me. So that May 2020 would be after two statements, Ms. Vasquez. That's right, Your Honor. Or sorry, Ms. Vasquez. That's right, Your Honor. And I think for relevance, Ms. Bredoff's objection is, in other words, Elaine can't state an objection to save her life. So Camille's trying to help her out and cite and make the grounds for the objection. I think for relevance, Ms. Bredoff's objection is that they're not being cited in the title to Mr. Waldman's statement. It's talking about another allegation that was out in the press statement. So for Ms. Heard to allege that Mr. Waldman's statements caused her to lose opportunities, and there's articles before and after that were in the press, and I think we have to argue that, Your Honor, Ms. Bredoff. So, Your Honor, I'm trying to keep up, Your Honor. Oh, my God. The court, that's all right. Take your time. Ms. Bredoff. This last one is 1273, Your Honor. I don't see the date on it. The court, 1273. I don't see a date on it either. Ms. Vasquez, May 24th, 2020, the court. Yeah, so we'll take out 1273. I'll sustain the objection on 1273. Ms. Bredoff, Your Honor, I would object to 1274 too in that title. I think it's not a reputational issue for her if somebody makes an allegation about her having an affair. I don't think it's appropriate. I don't think that's the court. Yeah, okay, all right. Ms. Bredoff, indiscernible. Ms. Vasquez, indiscernible. I mean, we just submitted evidence today about her having an affair with James Franco the night on after April 21st. So these are all allegations, Ms. Bredoff. It's not an allegation. You're saying it's a fact then? What are you saying, Elaine? The court, I'll take the objection on this one. All right, is there any more? And then they're going to just go through those, and then let's see here. Okay, Ms. Bredoff, I think that opens up the door, Your Honor, to the UK judgment. I think she gets, if she opens up the door, the court, she's doing damages. She has a limit to her damages. She's starting her damages after 2020, correct? Ms. Bredoff, Your Honor, this one is testimony from the trial. It says, Amber Heard stole my sexual assault story. Ex-aide tells libel trial. Oh, the court, right. We had a lot of testimony from the UK. I feel like I've been at the UK trial. I don't see how that would open any door. Ms. Vasquez, it's public knowledge, Your Honor. Ms. Bredoff, I also don't think that it's an appropriate one. Again, she's testifying. Ms. Vasquez, she testified here. The court adjusts the headlines. Talk about her reputation. That's out in the public about her reputation. I mean, I did about 25 on Mr. Depp on all kinds of different issues of reputation. I think that goes to damages. Any other ones? Ms. Vasquez, sorry, Your Honor. Ms. Bredoff, no, my objection, but I understand your ruling. The court, I'll note your objection. I'll overrule your objection. Thank you. I appreciate it. Any more? Ms. Vasquez, yes, I'm sorry. Last one. Oh, I love this part. Ms. Bredoff, I'm sorry. I'm slow. The court, no, take your time. Dude, Ms. Bredoff, this one, y'all. Court doesn't have it on her sheet. Oh, God. They're trying to make sure they've gone through all these different exhibits to identify them. Okay, then they have all these numbers. I remember reading these before. It was really funny, all the numbers. Miss Braff, may I ask while we're up here how long you're going to take with her today? Are you going to go the rest of the day? Miss Vasquez, no, I'm not going to take the rest of the day. The court, I assume you'll have these questions, and then we'll break. Is that okay? Miss Vasquez, that's fine. The court, yeah, you're going to go into the afternoon, and then maybe the first break will be on redirect. That redirect is incredible, guys. Sounds good. Okay, Back to open court. Let's go. Hi ho, it's back to open court we go. Oh, my cough drop addiction. It's not a cough. I do not have a cough drop addiction. There's nothing addictive. You guys are so silly. There's not anything in there, y'all. They're just funny. Oh, official. I just want to put this on the record. Official's had more cough drops than me today. I only had 2. They're amazing. I have the menthol ones, but he's got the honey goo. Honey goo. Yeah, you can have bruises that are not considered injuries. So basically, what's going on with this bit with Amber, right? So the who is it? The law enforcement officer, right? The police officer said there were no injuries, and Amber's like, well, she didn't consider them injuries, as if to say there were injuries, but the law enforcement officer didn't think they were. It's mincing words. I mean, in other words, Amber's trying to do is find a way to be like, well, there still was injuries, right? I mean, I don't think there's a picture of her from that day, but basically everything she's got was either, likely done with makeup, or they're minor and could be from literally anything. And they're not anything that anybody would consider injuries, like from a legal perspective. You know what I mean? Like the law will define that, like and I'm sure it's in the jury instructions, right? What counts as an injury. But I think that context matters, and I think that the jury clearly found that that she wasn't injured. So, all right. So they're at sidebar. Okay. Are you for real on that? Really? How is that even possible? I'll look it up. I thought that's really funny. I had no idea. That's very weird. Maybe they have a certain kind that has something in it that's addictive. I don't know. Long sidebar. Yeah, medicated. Yeah, mine doesn't have any. These don't have any type of medication. They're just the eucalyptus, whatever. I would assume the medicated kind as well, but I'll look it up after I get through this sidebar. I mean, look at all the wrappers. Hold on. Speaking of wrappers, look, guys, look at all the wrappers that they have on the council table. Look at all the here. Like, I don't know what type are those cough drops? I don't know. There's like wrappers. He's got candy. Just saying. Just saying. Okay.
So, Ms. Hurd, my last question to you was that there was a lot of negative publicity for you around the time that Mr. Waldman made these statements. Isn't that correct?
I believe that they were made. I believe that the statements kind of kept being attached to new defamatory, or articles that were like smear campaign sort of attack articles, is what it.
Wow.
Let's go through some of the articles that were out in the press. So, Plaintiff's Exhibit 1267. Could just publish that just for the witness. That would be great. Thank you. This is an article published on February 2nd, 2020, and the title is hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp trends after Amber Heard admits to hitting actor in audio clip. Do you see that?
I see that.
And if we can go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 1268. This one was published on February 3rd, 2020. It reads the title, Amber Heard admits to hitting Johnny Depp in recording.
Yeah,
Do you see
that's
that?
when his lawyer leaked an edited tape.
Ms. Heard, do you see the title? Amber Heard admits to hitting Johnny Depp in recording. Do you see that?
I see the title.
Okay. We could please go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 1269. This one was published on March 17th, 2020. Amber Heard slammed door into Johnny Depp's head, reveals new audio. Do you see that?
Yeah, these are more of the PR plans.
Let's go to 1270. This one was published on March 31st, 2020. Amber Heard to be sacked from Jason Momoa's Aquaman after Johnny Depp's controversy, reports. Do you see that?
I do.
We can go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 1271. You see the title that says, Johnny Depp says ex-wife Amber Heard sliced his finger off and it, quote, erupted like the Vesuvius?
I just don't know when that was. I've never seen that article.
We can go to 1272. This one was published on May 29th, 2020, and it says, when Amber Heard confessed to smashing a door into Johnny Depp's head, clocking him in the jaw. Do you see that?
I see that.
Going to 1275. This one was published on July 15th, 2020. Amber Heard stole my sexual assault story. Ex-aide tells libel trial. Do you see that?
This was Adam Waldman as well.
It doesn't say Mr. Waldman. It actually says Kate James also says she often received abusive text messages from Johnny Depp's ex-wife.
It's very
Doesn't-
odd,
I just know because he threw down the article.
Ms. Heard, isn't that what that
Mr.
says?
Waldman threw the newspaper at
Heard,
me afterwards.
Ms. Heard, that's not my question.
What
my
was your
question
I'm
is-
sorry.
The title of the article says, Amber Heard stole my sexual assault story, ex-aide tells libel trial. Kate James also says, Your Honor, she opened the door by saying it was Adam Waldman.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Let's go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 1276. Amber Heard admits to hitting fucking baby Johnny Depp in court audio. Do you see that, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's go to 1277. Published July 28th, 2020. Amber Heard's sister thought she was going to kill Johnny Depp, claims witness. Do you see that, Ms. Heard?
I see that.
And 1278. Published on July 28th, 2020. Johnny Depp was the victim of abuser Amber Heard, London's High Court told. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and take our lunch recess then. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our hour lunch recess at this point. Do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research. Okay, we'll see you in an hour.
So, well, the reason it's because it became funny, right? Like it's because the other day on that live stream when I was having the cough drops, and I mean everybody in the chat was like laughing at stuff, right? And so now it's just like funny. Like from now on until the end of time, if I ever have a cough drop, it will be funny to me because of the context of how funny it was on the live stream. That's really all it is. I mean, you guys were making me laugh like crazy. I mean, we were all laughing. Hello, welcome, Just Beth.
Tom, may I please have you put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 881A? Ms. Hurd, I'm going to ask you to take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 881A. This is one of the articles containing the counterclaim statements by Adam Waldman. Is that correct?
I haven't seen the article yet.
Okay. Why don't we go to page 8 of this article? Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, quote, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as a sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is that one of the statements that you allege are defamatory? It's defamatory?
That's correct.
Okay. Can we please go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 881B? And if we could go to page 10 and 11. In Plaintiff's Exhibit 881B, Depp's lawyer Adam Waldman said the various discrepancies prove that nothing Heard and her friends said about the events of May 21, 2016 could be considered credible. Quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick, he told thedailymail.com. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. But even this didn't have, oh, apologize. You're fine. Okay.
So they approach and they basically, we're gonna read this sidebar along with the next sidebar. So, but they're talking about she read a little bit too far than what she was supposed to read from what was agreed upon. Okay.
And go to page 11. This is another article, Ms. Heard, where you argue that Mr. Waldman's statements are defamatory, correct?
I don't know if this is taken from that article because I can't see the article in full.
Page 11 of the article. And the statement reads, Mr. Depp. Is that correct? Is that one of the what you claim is one of the defamatory statements said by Mr. Waldman?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Heard, you're not aware of any career opportunities that you lost as a result of Mr. Waldman's statements, are you?
Well, it's kind of hard to point to the
Oh God.
jobs you're not offered,
Right.
to the gigs you don't get.
You were not replaced in Aquaman 2, were you?
They released me from my contract and I fought to stay in it and they kept me in it. I just don't know how much I'm in, actually, of the final cut.
And you testified yesterday that L'Oreal actually extended your contract in April of 2020. Is that correct?
In part, they extended
And-
it and held me.
And you testified yesterday that L'Oreal extended your contract again in November of 2021, correct?
Not exactly. They extended it because they couldn't use me or any of the materials for me.
And that extension was for 20 months, right?
That's correct.
Ms. Hurd, you testified yesterday how Mr. Waldman's statements, quote, torture you every day. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
And then, and that you look at them every day.
I look at the online attacks, the media, you can't avoid it.
This
to be
is a really
honest,
good point.
That those statements are often attached to. I don't look at his statements every day.
And you testified that you just want to move on with your life, right?
I do very much want to move on with my life.
But you've gone out of your way to engage with Mr. Waldman on social media, haven't you?
I have made a comment, I believe, once. I would not characterize that as engaging with him.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1266.
Oh
Your
God.
microphone.
Elaine, your mic.
Your microphone.
I don't have this yet, so I'm asking for it to
right
be
there.
given to me
Okay.
before.
It's a
I
photograph.
think it's just a.
The struggle is real with Elaine.
This is your tweet, right, Ms. Hurd?
That is correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish this tweet.
Can you check the relevance?
The objection, I'm sorry, what was the objection?
I'm sorry, relevance?
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
Haha.
81C in evidence. Is that right? You can publish.
Can we please have it published to the jury?
Yes. I'm sorry, 1266. I apologize. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ugh.
This is from March 26,
That's so rude.
2021, right?
That's what it looks like, yes.
And this is after he made the statement you claim, the statements you claim are defamatory, right, Ms. Hurd?
21, yes.
Ms. Hurd, you tweeted at Adam Waldman, quote, "Yes, Mr. Waldman, I may be wearing makeup on this occasion, but on every occasion you will still be short." Did I read that right?
Yes.
We can put this down. Thank you. Ms. Hurd, since your relationship with Mr. Depp ended, you have completed your level 3 sommelier training, haven't you?
I haven't completed it yet. I
You're
had to
on level
stop.
2.
No, I'm on level 3.
You also have had a baby, right?
I have.
And you enjoy being a mother?
More than anything.
You still love to cook?
I do.
And you love to hike?
I've taken a break on hiking for a minute.
You have friends, right?
I do have friends.
And you spend time with those friends?
Occasionally, when I can.
And you exercise regularly?
Every day.
You just filmed a movie in March of 2022, isn't that right?
Yes, the one I just shot in Guatemala that I spoke of earlier.
And you have
Oh yeah, wasn't that
you had
movie
a
like
major role
got,
in a
like,
major
one
film
star
that's
on
scheduled to be
IMDb?
released soon?
Pretty sure.
Is that correct? Aquaman 2?
As I said, I don't know if I will even be in the final cut or how much I will be. It was difficult to stay in the movie.
You struck Mr. Depp multiple times during your relationship, didn't you, Ms. Hurd?
There were many times I had to use my body to defend myself, and that included swinging wherever I could. If it meant I could get away, absolutely. If it meant a difference between a sore face and a broken nose, you bet I would. You
So
bet.
it's your testimony under oath that you never struck Mr. Depp as the initial aggressor?
Well, he was holding me against the wall by my neck. You know, I might be the first person to have been the first one to slap, which happened in Australia, you know, and he was choking me. But I wouldn't say I was the initial aggressor in that situation.
You got physical with Mr. Depp often during your relationship, didn't you?
I had to defend myself as best I could. Didn't seem to make much of a difference.
You just couldn't control yourself, could you, Ms. Hurd?
I tried to defend myself when I could, but it was after years of not defending myself.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 356? And Your Honor, portions of exhibit were entered into evidence yesterday, but we moved to admit the entire recording.
All right,
And I can confirm that there's no other voices besides Ms. Hurd's and Mr. Depp's. I intend to play from 1:29:27 to 1:30:07.
So I have 356A in evidence. Is any objection to the entire 356 coming into evidence?
If you may, if I may. hold
Okay,
on just for
sure.
a moment, Your Honor.
No, if you need, no, Elaine.
Which one?
They're not even approaching. She's just being confused, which is so great. Great. Good job, Elaine.
Well, couldn't go, and I just can't
All
find
right.
my notes on
All
that
right,
right
we'll
now.
just call it 356B for now.
That's fine.
and
Thank you, Your
then
Honor.
Could you just give me the times again?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
1:29:27 to 1:30:07.
All right, and I'm just told that we already have a B, so we have to do 356C.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I can't promise you that I'll be perfect. I can't promise you I won't.
Oh, is this your deposition?
God, I fucking sometimes get so mad. I lose
I know
it.
this is another recording.
I can fucking promise you I'm gonna do everything to change. Promise you. I'm not gonna throw around divorce. I will not say divorce unless I win, unless it's it. And then I hope you leave me. I'm not going to, and me too. I will leave you. It's fair. I can't do it, you know? And I think honestly, if we hold each other accountable to that, it's fair.
Ms. Hurd, that's you and Mr. Depp on that recording, correct?
That's correct.
And you told Mr. Depp, quote, "I can't promise you that I won't get physical," end quote, correct?
That's correct. He was accusing me of instigating something in a situation I explained yesterday.
And you also told Mr. Depp that sometimes you get so mad you lose it, correct?
That's correct. I also explained the context of that fight yesterday.
Isn't that exactly what you told Ben King on your way back from Australia? That you get so
Morning,
mad you lose it?
Absolutely not. I know that that's what Ben King testified to, but I never had that conversation with Ben King.
Your Honor,
If we could please
in the
play.
meantime, I'm sorry. I checked and I have no objection to the entirety of 356 coming
So
in.
356.
Elaine? The fuck?
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh my
If
God.
we could please play from what's now been admitted, Plaintiff's Exhibit 356 in its entirety from 7:05 to 7:43.
I'm not gonna be in a physical fucking altercation
Don't.
with you.
Then don't.
You fucking hit me last night. You fucking.
What about all the other times you split? Come on, you cannot act like that's about that. It's
Well,
not.
well, on a plane, I can't split.
No, and you hit back. So don't act like you don't fucking
I
participate.
pushed you.
I'm not going to get into the details of that fight. You and I both know that you split when there is no physical violence involved. And that you do it like at the very beginning of fights these days. And if you split and you go into a different room and you don't actually leave that house, it does nothing but perpetuate the fight. And you don't actually do it respectfully. You don't.
Ms. Hurd, is that you and Mr. Depp on this recording?
Yes, it is.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 343? And I believe that one's been admitted already into evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And just for the record, we're playing from 24601 to 24720.
I said to Travis, I said to you, hey, tell Travis what just happened.
Oh, you told me to do it. You told me to. You said, go do that.
I said, no, tell him what just
And
happened.
I lied.
And that you punched me in the
You're right.
fucking thing. And
You figured
in
it
the
out.
face. And you said, no, fuck it, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? And I
didn't
watched
punch
you
you.
lie. And then
I didn't punch you,
and
by
then
the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, you've been a lot of fights, been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a close
You
fist.
didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you?
What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you started.
You are such a baby. Grow the fuck up,
Because you started
Johnny.
physical fights.
I did start a physical
Yeah,
fight.
you did. So I had
Because-
to get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You are admirable.
That's you and Mr. Depp on that recording, right, Ms. Hurd?
That's correct.
And you said you hit Mr. Depp, right?
Yeah, I had to hit his body to get
Ms.
him out
Hurd,
of the door.
my question was, you said on that recording that you hit Mr. Depp, right?
Yes, I did.
And you accused him of being a baby for not wanting to be in a physical fight with you, right?
Incorrect. I accused him of being a baby for complaining about me hitting him when he was trying to get through the door. I was trying to barricade.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 368? And again, Your Honor, this is a recording of just Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd. I'm going to move for the entire exhibit to be moved into evidence.
All right, any objection to 368?
I don't think so, no, Your Honor.
All right, no objection. 368 in evidence in its
Thank you.
entirety.
It's a shitty law. Anyway, I opened the bathroom door when you were knocking on it. After a few times I opened. And, you know, you just kept going. You just kept going, kept going. I tried to close the door 3 times. You know, please, just don't, you know, and then wait, and then I accidentally, I swear, when I was trying to close the door, I guess it scraped your toes. I didn't mean to do that. And I bent down, and you either pushed or you kicked. I think you kicked the door open. I mean, the door, more open, so that it would hit me. And it hit
No,
me.
I
Wait,
didn't mean
wait.
to. I didn't know
It
that.
hit me in the fucking head.
But I did not mean to do that. I don't know what
I was bent down behind the door.
I did not do anything to her. I did not kick a door or push a door so that it would hit you. I did not. I swear that I don't even, that did not, it was not my intention. I think I remember when the door scraped my toes, I reacted, but this whole, the door thing, I remember, I never did that. That wasn't on purpose. I might have done it on accident.
Okay.
But
So let's say that was an accident. I
Right.
then stood up. I don't even know if I said, I mean, I might have said like, what the fuck, you know, whatever, because I just been hit in the head with the fucking corner of a door.
I'm so sorry. I did not. I'm sorry.
And then I stood up. And then you fucking clocked me.
I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing. And I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor
You didn't mean to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to
I did mean,
punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember, I did mean to hit you.
So that you didn't mean.
The door? No, God, no, I didn't.
But punching me in the jaw.
I didn't. Okay, I'm sorry. I hit you. I did mean to hit you, but it was in response. I just reacted in response to my foot. I just reacted, and I'm sorry. It's below me.
Your foot? Well, that was why you punched me.
Yeah. But I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I.
Dan, that's you and Mr. Depp on that recording, right?
That's correct.
And Mr. Depp was hiding from you in the bathroom. Isn't that right, Ms. Hurd?
Incorrect.
Well, Mr. Depp said on that recording, I opened the bathroom door when you were knocking on it. Doesn't he?
I don't know if he said that, and I didn't hear that.
And
one
Mr.
as
Depp
well.
said, when I was trying to close the door, I guess it scraped your toes. He says that, doesn't he?
Correct.
And then you kicked the bathroom door into his head, didn't you?
No, I didn't. And I
then you punched him in the
defended
jaw.
myself in that audio. You can hear it for yourself.
Right. And then you punched him in the jaw.
I also did not do that. I tried to make that clear on the audio tape too,
So-
in futility.
So Mr. Depp said, you meant to punch me in the jaw, right?
Are you asking me what he said on the
Yeah.
on the recording? Yes, he said that
And-
yesterday.
And you said, I remember I did mean to hit you.
Meaning the door. The door was on my feet. I
You've heard
reacted
this-
instinctively to that.
Yeah, you've heard this audio before, haven't you, Ms. Hurd?
Yeah, we've already had this trial before.
Yeah, it was played for you when you were deposed in 2016 in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp, wasn't it?
Deposition
That's
time.
one of the
Woo!
times I've heard it, yes.
So you've had plenty of time to think about how to respond to this recording, haven't you?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, let's take a look at how you responded to it the first time. Can we please pull up what will be marked Plaintiff's Exhibit 1261?
The next thing that I'm going to play to you
Okay.
as cue.
All right.
So she just has trouble.
If you want to come.
They have to fix it because it has the text. So we're just going to skip past that. Okay.
So, Your Honor, for reference, and I will provide a copy of the deposition, Ms. Heard's deposition in the divorce. It's page 372, lines starting at line 5 through 377, line 12.
All right. I think.
Okay. I have this copy of the decision.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with permission, may we please play?
If we just get to that page, make sure everybody's at the. Oh, could you say the page number again,
Yes,
please?
absolutely.
1 is what I have to read it before. I still don't think it's an impeachment, Your Honor.
Valerie?
All right.
The next thing that I'm going to play to you as cue. Would you listen to this, please? Let's keep on.
Your Honor, maybe we stop that.
Oh, so this is the one about the text. Okay, hold on. Let me just get the word that.
They don't need to do that.
Thank you.
I have no objection.
Can we
to that.
please start it over?
The next thing that I'm going to play to you as cue. Would you listen to this, please? Let's keep on. Where's the glass?
Try to close the door 3 times. Please, just don't let me know, and then wait, and then I accidentally, I swear, when I was trying to close the door, I guess stretched your toes. I didn't do that. I like that down. You like a push, or you kick the door. Open. I mean, instead of the door, get more open. So that
No, I did not. But I did not mean to do that.
I was bent down behind the door.
I did not do anything
I did not kick at the door or push the door so that it would hit you. I did not. I swear. I mean, that was not my intention. I think I remember when the door scraped my toes.
Okay. So you told him in that excerpt that you hit him with the door but did not intend to hit him, correct? Did you say that?
I said whatever I said in that recording. I
Okay.
don't, when you play it for me, it's hard for me to remember every single
And that's a recording marked as exhibit the punching.
Q. It was
Q.
just played.
Q. Would you continue to listen to exhibit Q?
Are these from the same day?
I reacted, but this whole the door thing, I never did that. That was on purpose. I didn't done it on accident.
Okay. Let's say that was an accident. I then stood up. I don't even know if I said, I might have said, what the fuck? You know, whatever. That just hit in the head with the fucking water of the door.
I'm so sorry. I did not. I'm sorry.
And then I stood up. And then you felt the clock.
I remember hitting it as a response to the door thing.
That's exactly what I just told us.
I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head. It did not lead to nor.
You didn't need to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember I did need to hit you.
Was it that you didn't mean?
The door? No, God, no. I
But punching me in the jaw.
okay, I'm sorry.
So on the tape, you tell Johnny Depp that you did mean to hit him.
And it also misrepresents what actually happened, which is him trying to get into a room I'm trying to keep him out of. And then he runs the door over my toes, trying to get into the room. I tried to push him out of it, which is what the hit is referred to. And Johnny, whenever he was injured or touched, it always referred to it in these ways of punching or clocked or whatever. And whether you discussed it with him or not, the last thing you do in talking to him afterwards or trying to reconcile with him is to get into what the definition of those words mean to him. I never even addressed it. If he was ever pushed, it was a cold. He called it a cold clock. I mean, it's just very dramatic.
Isn't it true?
You're smiling as that audio recording is being played in your deposition, aren't you, Ms. Heard?
Not smiling because of the audio. I'm smiling because of what's happening around me.
You even roll your eyes at one point, don't you?
I was sitting opposite a whole table full of lawyers who were snickering, laughing, and rolling their eyes at me while I was talking.
Is there something amusing about kicking a door into your husband's head?
No, I was rolling my eyes and commenting on what I was experiencing at that time in recounting the
Is
story.
there something amusing to you about punching your husband in the jaw?
That is not what I was smiling about. And no, I do not think it's amusing.
Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday that all you want to do is move on. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, your exact words were, quote, "I just want him to leave me alone. I want to move on with my life, and he won't let me." Do you remember that?
Yes, that is correct.
But that's not true, is it, Ms. Heard?
It is very true.
You just haven't been able to move on with your life, have you? From Mr. Depp.
I'm here, aren't I?
In fact, on October 11th, 2018, you actually commenced an arbitration action against Mr. Depp for defamation, didn't you?
I don't recall that, no.
Your Honor, may I approach? May we approach?
Let me see if I can find that sidebar. Doo-doo-doo. Okay. Oh, it's a short. Yeah, they're already done. Short sidebar.
Pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 219.
Oh, this is the part about sending a letter. Oh, this is good.
And Ms. Hurd, if you could please read to yourself the first page of Exhibit 219.
All right.
And if you can also read to yourself the second page.
Is he in shock a lot, Johnny Depp?
And if you can scroll down, Tom. Again, Ms. Hurd, just to look at that page. Page, please. Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. Hurd, that you did, in fact, in October of 2018, 2 months before you published the op-ed in this case, that's the subject of this case, you initiated an arbitration against Mr. Depp for defamation?
It's not my understanding I initiated an arbitration. It's my understanding that our lawyers sent a letter to his lawyers after he called me a liar again, effectively, in an interview.
And that's 2 months before your op-ed that was published in December of 2018, right?
That is correct.
And that's 6 months before Mr. Depp filed this case against you, correct?
That's correct.
So you fired the first shot, not Mr. Depp.
I disagree. We sent a letter.
Oh.
Thank you. Falsely, so that you could get.
May we approach?
Okay.
Okay, the customs form. So now let's take a look at this sidebar. Sidebar. Okay. Miss Bredehoff, Your Honor, this is a subject of a motion in limine, Ms. Vasquez, that you denied. Miss Bredehoff, Your Honor said that if they were going to raise it, they had to approach the court. All right, let's take a look at it. Look, is it the Miss Vasquez? This is the customs form. She pleaded guilty. She was charged with falsifying a document in Australia. The court, okay. Miss Vasquez, Your Honor, ruled that this was allowed. The court, all right. Which one was it? Do you remember? Miss Bredehoff, Your Honor, may I grab the court? Yes, go ahead. Motion in limine, Miss Vasquez. So I believe it's motion in limine number 2, the court number 2, right? Miss Vasquez doesn't say that we have to approach the court subject to objections at trial. Correct. Approach the bench for raising. Miss Vasquez, so sorry, Your Honor, I didn't see that. The court, okay, all right. So what are we trying to raise here, Miss Vasquez? That Miss Hurd pleaded guilty to falsifying a document in Australia. The court, all right. So that would be number 2. Miss Vasquez, correct. Miss Bredehoff, correct, Your Honor. And in that situation, it did not result in a conviction. The court, correct. Miss Bredehoff, it was not a charge of perjury. The court, okay. Miss Bredehoff, and it was not a crime involving moral turpitude. And the court specifically found that she did not intentionally mislead in the document. The court, okay. So what's the basis of bringing this up, Miss Vasquez? That she pleaded guilty to falsifying a document and essentially committed perjury, which is a crime of moral turpitude. It's highly relevant to her testimony. The court, she wasn't convicted. Miss Vasquez, she pleaded guilty, though. She was charged and pleaded guilty. She didn't have to be convicted because she pled guilty. The court, yeah, for crimes of moral turpitude, it has to be conviction. Miss Bredehoff, and there was not. The court, but the basis for this, for you getting it in, is just to show a crime of moral turpitude, correct? Miss Vasquez, correct. The court, it wasn't a conviction, so it doesn't come in for that. Miss Bredehoff, while we're up here, are you planning on any of the other ones so we can cover them before? The court, you'll approach right before you, Miss Vasquez. Well, we've already approached about the topic in Your Honor ruled. The court, that took care of that one. Miss Bredehoff, so are we doing anything with the immigration? Miss Vasquez, no. The court, all right. Miss Vasquez, thank you. And back to open court. No Australia dogs. Okay.
Yesterday that when you left the courthouse after obtaining the domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, you walked out to, quote, a sea of paparazzi and cameras, right?
That's correct.
You testified that you were surprised to see the sea of cameras
That's correct.
because it was quiet when you went into the courthouse that morning.
And the divorce had remained under the radar up to that point.
You testified that no one knew about your divorce, so you thought it was going to stay that way, right?
No, I always figured it would come out. I just was trying to buy time.
You knew the media had been alerted that you were filing for divorce, right, Ms. Hurd?
No, I just knew that it was impossible to do that privately. So you could just hope it was a matter of time.
You knew they were going to be there, didn't you?
No, I did not. I
Your
mean,
publicist-
I assume since it's a public building that there is that likelihood, or not likelihood, but possibility. But I was, I was shocked.
Your publicist, Jody Gottlieb, was there at the courthouse with you, wasn't she?
Yes, she was.
So you anticipated that you might need your publicist?
I thought the filing might make, well, I was told the filing was public, that it would be impossible. There's no way for you to do a private filing. And then the second that I filed for the TRO, it would be public news. I didn't expect all these photographers and cameras to show up at the courthouse in real time, but they did.
If we could please pull up plaintiff's
Front
exhibit
row.
1280, which is a clip from your divorce deposition. And you have at page, if I can alert you, you have the transcript there, page 74.
Okay, let's get her alerted.
22.
Your Honor, may we approach?
What was my favorite Johnny Depp? I will be honest, guys. I have not seen a lot of Johnny Depp movies. If you guys name more of them, I might remember which ones I've seen. I've not seen Edward Scissorhands. I've not seen 21 Jump Street. I've not seen, what else were they that you guys were talking about? I've not seen Chocolat. Not seen Nightmare on Elm Street. Not seen Sleepy Hollow. I've actually not even seen Pirates of the Caribbean. So I wouldn't even be able to say what my first one or favorite one was. I have seen Sweeney Todd, but I'm sure I've seen something before that because that was kind of recent. Gilbert Grape, I've not seen, although I know that's supposed to be fantastic. Willy Wonka, I've not seen the Willy Wonka with him in it. I've seen the original. Oh, welcome, C Redline, new squirrel friend in the chat. Woohoo! Welcome on in. Benny and June, I have not seen. I've heard that's good though. Okay, so here's this sidebar, guys. Okay. Ms. Bredoff, I don't see this in the court. This is a text message sent to Jerry Judge. Ms. Vasquez, she goes on, and at the very end of her answer, you see that she testifies she alerted TMZ about the divorce. TMZ was alerted at the very end of her answer. Oh boy. Oh, this is so good, you guys. The court, okay, Ms. Bredoff, I'm sorry, where is it? The court right there. Ms. Bredoff, I'm not finding TMZ. Ms. Vasquez, it's at the very end of her answer. I'm sorry, I don't have my copy here. I don't have it with me. Ms. Bredoff to cite. I read the cite. Ms. Bredoff, I'm not seeing TMZ. The court, it says there, some of the indiscernible TMZ, which was alerted. Ms. Bredoff, it doesn't say she alerted them. In fact, she's testified that Laura Wasser alerted them. The court, it's subject to redirect. Her theory is that she stated it. Ms. Bredoff, well, I don't think it's impeachment, Your Honor. The court, yes. Ms. Bredoff, it's just going to be the video deposition again. Ms. Vasquez, yes, thank you. And they play it, and this is one of those huge moments in this trial. Woo!
At 1280.
Okay. There's 2 new Willy Wonka movies? Really? Wow.
Ms. Hurd, did you send a text message to Jerry Judge on May 24, 2016, telling Jerry Judge, quote, I'm desperately trying to reach Johnny. It's extremely important. Please tell him.
I remember sending the text message that is in front of me right now to Jerry. And I remember sending this because I wanted to tell Johnny or have him told by Jerry or someone who knew him or was close to him. Basically, I didn't want him to find out online that I had or was about to file, or I had already filed for divorce. I wanted him to know verbally. So I was trying to reach him through a third party to tell him. When I say reach, I'm specifically saying I would like him to know information coming from me or coming from Jerry, from me, so that he finds out about the divorce filing or my intention to do so from some other source other than TMZ, which was alerted.
Ruh-roh.
You slipped up there, didn't you, Ms. Hurd?
Oh my God.
You let it slip out that TMZ had been alerted to your filing of the domestic violence restraining order, didn't you?
I disagree. That's not what I'm talking about.
TMZ is the same outlet that you released the video of Mr. Depp attacking the kitchen cabinets the day before this deposition was taken, wasn't it?
I didn't do that. I don't know
TMZ
how
owns
to do
the
that.
copyright to that video now, doesn't it?
I have no idea what TMZ
Did they pay you
owns.
for that?
I never got paid for it because I had nothing to do with that.
So TMZ was just lucky in getting the inside scoop to your divorce from Mr. Depp, huh?
I have no idea. It is not, that's not my area of expertise. I wouldn't even know how to do that. And also, what does that get me? If I wanted to leak things about Johnny, I could have done that in a much more successful way, in a bigger way, for years.
Not
and
when you
years.
were extorting him for $7 million.
I got a fraction of what I was entitled to in the state of California, by the way. What extortion?
Tassa Van Ree is your ex-wife, right?
Here we go.
That's right. She's my ex-partner.
She's the one that you told this jury Mr. Depp was jealous of, right?
Yeah, well, that was 2013 fights around March, yes.
You testified that he tried to burn one of her paintings, right?
That's correct.
You testified he tried to burn one of your favorite paintings that she did, right?
I don't know if it was one of my favorites.
You committed domestic violence against Miss Van Ree during your relationship, didn't you?
No, I did not.
You assaulted her at a Seattle airport in 2009, didn't you?
No, I did not.
And people saw that.
That's not true.
And it was covered in the press. Isn't that true?
It was planted in the press by Johnny's team 2 days after I got the TRO. Not
Can you
coincidentally.
please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1279?
Your Honor, may we approach?
So these approaches they have a couple back to back that are really quick and there's nothing really interesting there.
May of 2020.
So, okay.
That's not when it came out, no. This story started getting planted after I got a TRO, after I got a restraining order against Johnny.
I haven't seen Secret Window.
Headline says Amber Heard
Objection,
allegedly
Your Honor.
struck.
Objection, Your Honor.
Ooh.
Your Honor ruled she can't say that.
If you want to approach again.
And that's another quick one.
Struck her ex-girlfriend at the airport.
Ooh.
Doesn't it?
Yes, and that's not true.
May we approach?
Okay.
Okay, we're going to read this sidebar. Okay, so Ms. Vasquez, Your Honor, I think she's opened the door to the arrest. I mean, the fact that she's saying it's not true that she grabbed and assaulted her ex-girlfriend, yet she was arrested for that exact thing. I think at a minimum, I should be allowed to show her arrest record. Again, I'm not going to be admitting it. Just to see that it refreshes her recollection that in fact she did assault and grab her girlfriend. The court, she did say no. Ms. Bredoff, no, Your Honor, I'm sorry. What did Your Honor say? The court, indiscernible. Ms. Bredoff, right. Because she's still going to deny, and that's the whole point. An arrest is not a conviction. She's the court. I'm not going to allow that. Ms. Vasquez, thank you. Ms. Bredoff, you're going to? The court, no, I'm not. Ms. Bredoff, okay, thanks. I couldn't hear you. The court, I just didn't know if it was, sustaining your objection or overruling her. I wasn't sure exactly which way we were. Ms. Bredoff, okay, thank you. Ms. Vasquez, thank you. And then they go back to court.
So the article, the
Yeah.
title is Amber Heard allegedly struck her
Objection, Your Honor.
ex-girlfriend.
She's already,
Overruled. Go.
Thank you. If I may start over. Amber Heard allegedly struck her ex-girlfriend Tassa Van Ree at the airport in 2009. Did I read that right?
Yes, this is another example of the smear campaign.
So Mr. Depp is not the only domestic partner you've assaulted, is he, Ms. Heard?
I've never assaulted Mr. Depp or anyone else that I've been romantically linked to, ever.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Cross-examination.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry, redirect.
Redirect, you guys. Here we go.
Ms. Heard, did Ms. Van Ray come out after that article came in and make a public statement it was false?
Of course she did.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Your Honor, I should at least be.
Overruled.
Thank you.
Of course she did.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the TMZ alerted. Explain to the jury what you meant by the TMZ.
This redirect, you guys.
So when you make these kind of filings, meaning divorce, marriage, things like that, they are public record.
Incredible.
And so when we filed for divorce, when I filed for divorce, I asked my team to file in the most discreet way, literally to put it under a stack of papers and file it at the end of day. So kind of had more of a shot of being missed by the paparazzi and by TMZ and those sorts of publicity outlets. I believe that we had been remarkably lucky following the divorce, that it wasn't picked up, and that it gave me a precious few days of peace at that really fragile time. When I found out that they were going to run the story or that they had the information, I was trying to get a hold of Johnny to clarify that I did not do this in a punitive way. I didn't want him to be mad at me. I didn't want him to find out in that sort of context online.
And who had connections to TMZ?
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know?
I do know. Johnny and I
Honor.
spoke about
Your
it.
Honor, calls for
Sustain
speculation.
the objection.
Did Mr. Depp tell you?
Oh my God.
about
Elaine?
who had connections with TMZ?
Yes, we talked about it. His lawyer, Laura Wasser.
Okay. Now, I'm going to start at the very beginning here. You were asked by Ms. Vasquez about why Mr. Depp won't or can't look you
Oh
in
my
the
God.
eye. And she read out, or she
I know.
played a tape in which Mr. Depp said, "You will not see my eyes again." Do you recall that?
You guys, he laughs. I don't blame him.
Can't look you in the eye. And she read out, or she played a tape in which Mr. Depp said, "You will not see my eyes again." Do you recall that? And that was
Dude,
during the mediation process in July,
Elaine,
correct?
That was
Objection
the
leading.
first one.
Sustain
Okay.
is the leading.
objection
When was
lawful.
this?
That was in July of 2016. That was the first mediation attempt. We met after that, and Johnny very much looked me in the eye.
I know.
Please tell the jury about the next meeting after.
I
he said, "You
know.
will
You
not
guys,
see
I know.
my
And I think she does it one more time.
eyes again."
We met in the lawyer's office. He
So-
gave us
It's so.
a moment. Johnny kissed me again, held me. I cried, he cried, and then we had a short exchange, and he put a note in my pocket that said, "I'll love you dead or alive, my Slim," with his new phone number on it.
I'd like to bring up, Michelle, if you can, Defendant's Exhibit 1581L.
Incredible, right? You will not see my eyes again, dude. Crazy. You didn't have to say it like that. Oh my God.
Objection.
Oh, they're approaching. I think this is a sidebar I was going to read. Okay. Do, 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 do. Okay. Ms. Vasquez, so we are now on redirect, the court, right? Ms. Vasquez, this is something that was never produced. And if it was produced part of late production and past discovery cutoff. Ms. Bredoff. So it was produced by Mr. Depp. It was used in the UK trial. Oh my God. Mr. Depp produced it as a black and white. In this case, this came out in color. It's true, though through Mr. Young's review, but not responsive to any document requests that they've asked for the court. I'm going to sustain the objection, Ms. Vasquez. Thank you, Your Honor. And back to open court. Woo! Yeah, growing up in Hollywood, definitely crazy. I can't even fathom, man.
Could you tell the jury what the coaster was that he slipped into your pocket, what it said?
He said, "I love you forever, my Slim, dead or alive."
And what, if anything, did it have in addition?
His new phone number.
And to be, just so we're clear, on how many occasions in that second mediation did Mr. Depp look you in the eye?
Many.
Okay. And when Ms. Vasquez asked you if you knew why Mr. Depp couldn't or wouldn't look you in the eye here or in the UK, you said, yes, you know. Why? Please tell the jury why.
Tell me why.
Because he's guilty. He knows he's lying.
Ew.
Otherwise, why can't he look at me?
Oh, wow.
I survived.
Wow.
I survived that man, and I'm here, and I'm able to look at him.
Thank you. You were asked about a bruise that was on your arm from March 15, 2013, do you recall how long before the
How long?
picture you had sustained that bruise?
I do.
How long?
2 weeks.
You were asked a number of times by Ms.
photo.
Vasquez if you took pictures from your incidents earlier in the relationship.
Yes.
Why didn't you?
It was something I started doing only kind of incidentally. You know, I was commenting to my best friend. I was looking for support from my mom, things like that. There was, I'm ashamed to say, never a thought that this would happen. I mean, not until December and my best friend taking pictures of me to capture it. That wasn't even a thing.
It has been suggested by Ms. Vasquez to you in your questions that you didn't tell anyone about the abuse until the TRO. Is that true?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
All right. What if any? All right. Who did you tell about the abuse during the time it was happening?
Objection, Your Honor,
That's
leading
not offered to.
and hearsay.
Yeah.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it's prior consistent statements.
It's
They've
leading,
raised
it's
it.
sustained. Next question.
Okay. What, if anything, did you tell to anyone about the abuse?
My
Objection, Your Honor,
therapist.
hearsay.
I'll sustain.
Your
the
Honor,
objection.
Your Honor, may I approach?
That's fine.
Oh, Lord. Dude, you guys, this redirect is something else. Okay, so here we go. Sidebar, the court. You don't have forever to do that. I mean, there has to be a timeline you're trying to talk about. Ms. Brown, actually, Your Honor, there's two different ways I think it comes in on prior consistent statement. Your Honor, I submitted this brief earlier to Your Honor. The court, I've seen it. Ms. Brown. So there are two parts to this one. Oh boy. And one part is just the prior consistent statements on specifics, and I will have some on that. But the second is the offer to rebuff allegations of recent fabrication before litigation arose. And that's Virginia Supreme Court rule blah, 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 blah. And the Virginia Supreme Court has further defined the principle, and I'm citing Faison here, where a witness has been assailed on the ground, I'm not even going to read all that. In this instance, they're clearly suggesting that she's made this up for the TRO and that it was never there before. She didn't tell anybody. It didn't exist. And I think that brings in Ms. Vasquez. That's not what we're saying. Ms. Broff, all the statements, Your Honor, the court, I'll sustain the objection. Ms. Broff, Your Honor, just so I can make a complete record on that, I'm removing the admission of the exhibit that I tried to put in last Wednesday and Thursday that were for hearsay because they're prior consistent statements. I just want to put that on the record, Your Honor. The court, that's fine, but it's not prior consistent statements, so I'll sustain the objection. Ms. Vasquez, thank you, Your Honor. Back to open court. And they go back to sidebar. Okay, just because she's arguing in front of the jury. Okay, so let's go back to court. And she's going to sit there and look sad and whatever on the stand, or try to.
Ms. Heard, how many people have?
I'm going to put it on 1.25 because I'm hoping we can actually finish this before we do Karen Reed. And yeah, okay, let's go.
You shared the fact of abuse prior to 2015.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
How
Calls for
many?
hearsay.
How many?
Overruled.
Roughly about 10.
Can you name them?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think she can. It's not offered. It's just to show that she.
Oh my God.
that she informed people before. They're suggesting.
Objection,
she
Your
didn't
Honor,
tell
can we
anybody.
approach? This is, again, inappropriate.
And this is when they say she's arguing in front of the jury. She can't do that. So Elaine gets admonished. Y'all. They're like, holy shit, what is wrong with her? Wow.
Now, you were asked whether you had consulted a medical doctor about any problems with your nose, correct?
That's correct.
And you indicated that you
ENT.
had after the divorce,
Objection
correct?
leading.
Did you or did you not consult an ENT after the divorce?
Objection leading.
Did you produce medical records to the defendants relating to this?
Objection
did.
leading
All right,
calls.
I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you.
It's
And-
leading.
and-
Next
and Your
question.
Honor, if we could,
Let's see.
witness could be instructed not to answer
Oh my
until
God.
I've
All right,
lodged my
Wait
objection.
for the objection, please.
Could we bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1077? Do you recognize this document?
My screen is black. Oh, sorry. The ears, nose, and throat doctor told me was.
Objection, Your Honor,
the damage.
hearsay.
All right, when there's objection, please stop.
I need to, yeah, it doesn't work on 1.25. That's why they talk at normal pace in this trial. So,
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll sustain the objection as to hearsay.
Okay.
yep.
I'm,
Look at Camille's finger on the mic button.
what, if any,
Oh my
you
God.
were asked? If,
Oh my God. Camille's face. You guys. Watch your face.
What, if any, you were asked if you had, it was suggested that you had not produced this in discovery. Is that true or false?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Your Honor,
and-
she absolutely.
So it's the leading. It is leading.
Oh my
question
God.
now. Sustain
God.
the objection as to leading.
What, if anything, did you do to produce medical records to the defendant,
God.
to the plaintiff in this case?
I turned over all of my devices and they had Johnny's team had a third party or someone they selected as a third party go and pull all relevant documents from those devices.
Chris
I handed
attorney's
over.
faces are.
Do you know how many were handed over?
Hundreds of thousands, I believe, maybe.
Objection,
many
Your
more.
Honor, lack of foundation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
And what, if anything, did you
Oh my God.
produce to the plaintiff in connection with your consultation with an ENT specialist relating to your nose?
Objection, leading.
Sustain.
What, I said, what, if
Foundation,
anything, Your Honor?
hearsay.
That's it.
What if anything? It's not the cure-all. It's sustained.
There it is, guys. Y'all, think about this when it pertains to Lolly, right? Because we thought she was bad and then Lolly came along, but they're about to have a sidebar about this. I think maybe here in a sec, dude. Let's hear that again.
Foundation, hearsay.
What if anything? It's not the cure-all. It's sustained.
So officials asking, what is lack of foundation? So in other words, they have to have, so Amber was making these statements about how many devices were turned over and and other people were looking at them. And foundation would be the person who actually received those devices and, testifying that they did receive those devices and they did whatever it is. You can't just say stuff, right? When you don't have personal knowledge. So the foundation, you have to lay the foundation, right? If that makes sense. They are absolutely all trying to contain their laughter. Yep.
When did you see an ENT specialist?
2017 or 2016 or 17.
And as a result of that consultation, what did you learn about your nose?
Absolutely official. It would be like trying to build a house, but you don't make the floor, right? You're trying to put the roof on a house, but you don't have the floor or the walls. Absolutely.
Your Honor, hearsay.
I'm not asking her to tell what they said.
I'll sustain the
It's the
objection.
foundation for the evidence. Evidence being, it could be a document, right? So if it's a document, it could be the foundation to establish the authenticity of the document. But when it's witness testimony, like with Amber, it's personal knowledge in order to testify about something. She doesn't have personal knowledge of what somebody else did with her phone. You know what I mean? Yeah. Cool. Good question. Look at Elaine.
What, if any, production?
It's just, she can't even figure out how to ask a question. And she just is amazing. Watch. The struggle is real.
What, if any, production did you make to the plaintiffs of your medical records with the ENT?
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation.
If you only have foundation.
Do you know whether the records, medical records from your EMT were produced in discovery in this
Objection,
case?
Your Honor. Lack of foundation calls for speculation.
I'm asking.
Overruled if she knows.
Thank you.
Yes.
Great.
And do you recall?
Oh my God.
I'm trying.
Oh my.
I'm trying.
That's one of my favorite Elaine moments, although there's so many, but I'm trying. Lord. See. Wow.
What, if anything,
No.
do
No.
the medical records reflect about your nose?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Look at Elaine.
Do you have
This is
injuries
so
to your nose?
Yes.
Please describe those to the jury.
I have
I'm going to
a bunch of scar tissue.
I'm going to object to the extent it calls for hearsay and lack of foundation
Overruled.
and improper expert opinion.
Well,
yeah.
She can certainly testify to.
We'll see where it goes. Go ahead.
Okay. Go ahead.
I have a significant amount of scar tissue in my nose.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
Yep.
What, if any, difficulty do you have breathing?
Objection, leading.
What, if anything? And that does cure.
No.
It doesn't. But I'll
Did you hear Judge A under her breath? It doesn't, you guys.
What, if anything? And that does cure.
No, it doesn't. But I'll overrule
Yeah.
the objection.
Thank you.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Do you remember the
I
question?
have
I
a
know.
significant amount of trouble breathing at night, and I've been putting off having surgery for it.
Great. Could be from anything, but whatever. That's
Now, you were asked about December 15, 2015, and Ms. Vasquez suggested that you did not report the abuse or the injuries to Aaron Falati. Do you recall that
Objection, Your
question?
Honor. Leading.
Your Honor, I'm entitled to go into what Ms. Vasquez asked.
The objection is leading. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Did you report? What, if anything, did you report to Aaron Falati?
No.
About the abuse you sustained on 12/15/2015?
Objection, leading and
You're up.
hearsay.
okay. This is great. So she really gets yelled at here, I would imagine, by Judge A. Okay. The court, you guys, right here. Keep this in mind, guys, as it pertains to freaking Wally. And you know what never happened? He was never told he couldn't say this from Judge Bev, right? Okay. The court. You can't just put what, if any, and Ms. Bredoff, I can't hear you. The court. You can't put what, if any, in front of a whole statement and say you're directing her directly to that. There are ways to ask the question. You can't ask it in those ways. Ms. Bredoff. So if I'm going to, Your Honor, I would like to do a preview. Oh, this is one of my favorite parts. The preview. The court, sure. Ms. Bredoff. There is notes from Aaron Falati's records that were excluded from 12/16. The court, okay. Ms. Bredoff. Ms. Vasquez read from 12/17. The court, okay. Ms. Bredoff. I'm going to bring in 12/16 prior consistent statement because she was impeached with 12/17 from the hotel about the injuries to Aaron Falati. And I'm not going to read all this, but what Aaron Falati documented. This is a direct consistent response to, this is a prior consistent statement, Your Honor. Ms. Vasquez asked her about 12/17, which is in evidence. The court, right? Ms. Bredoff, and suggested that she didn't tell her about it. And then when she went and got, Dr. Kipper wrote and suggested she didn't tell him about the incident. So she's suggesting she falsified the incident. This is a prior consistent statement to Nurse Falati. So I'm going to be, Ms. Vasquez, Your Honor, it's hearsay. It's hearsay. The court, while she's saying she's not using it for, she says exception to hearsay is a prior consistent statement. Ms. Bredoff, correct. Ms. Vasquez, oh, this is such a good sidebar. But it's still double hearsay, Your Honor. Yes. Because it's not Ms. Heard's statement. It's Ms. Heard's statement allegedly to a nurse, and it's recorded on a document. That's double hearsay. That's double hearsay. The nurse isn't testifying to that. Ms. Bredoff, that's the whole point of having an exception to hearsay. Ms. Vasquez, no, you still can't get over the court. I understand. I see what you're saying, Ms. Vasquez, and you need an exception. Ms. Bredoff, and there's a medical records exception, Ms. Vasquez. No, there isn't. The court, who is CT? Ms. Bredoff, client, court, client. Okay. Ms. Vasquez, by the way, my question wasn't what injuries did you tell Aaron Flotty about, which would have elicited that testimony perhaps, but you still have to get over the 2 levels of hearsay, and she doesn't have an exception for the 2 levels of hearsay. Ms. Bredoff, I don't agree. A prior inconsistent statement is an exception to the hearsay rule, and so is medical record, court. But medical record, you still have to get over the hearsay in the medical records. Ms. Vasquez, you have to get over the hearsay. Ms. Bredoff, it's not hearsay, Lord. The court, anyways, where we're at, Ms. Vasquez, correct. She's trying to offer it. Ms. Bredoff, it's specifically intended to impeach her and suggest that she did not tell Aaron Flotty about the injury, and she brought up the 1217 note, which is in evidence. Ms. Vasquez, I did not. The court, all right, this is what I'm going to do. I'm not going to allow this into evidence because it is double hearsay, but because it is a prior consistent statement, if you want to ask her, did you tell on 1216, I'm going to tell the nurse, did you tell the nurse about your injuries? I'm going to allow that because it would be a prior consistent statement, but I'm not going to allow the notes in. Okay, does that make sense? Ms. Bredoff, it's just, I know the jury doesn't get to see that, and they see 1217 and they're misled, the court, but you have a hearsay issue inside of that. I'm allowing you to ask the question for prior inconsistent statement because I think that's appropriate. Okay, Ms. Vasquez, just what, and not reading in the court and not reading in the note, just an open-ended question. What did you ask her, Ms. Bredoff? And then I also have text message exchanges. Oh my God, the court, what part are you saying is a prior consistent statement here, Ms. Bredoff? She's telling her about the headache and it goes through and then she finds her, I think the 3rd page, Your Honor, is an exception. The court, show me the prior consistent statement. Ms. Vasquez, Your Honor, I'm going to just object that none of this should be admitted. The court, well, the prior consistent statement, Ms. Vasquez, prior, the court, go ahead, Ms. Vasquez, prior consistent statements cannot be admitted into evidence because they're used to rehabilitate the witness. The court, right, but it cannot be admitted into evidence. The court, right, so you can ask for the question. I'm not going to allow the documents. Ms. Vasquez, they have to be open-ended and they can't be quoting. It's hearsay. The court, you can't quote the text. You can't quote the notes. Just say, you know, on 1216. So literally, this is Judge A telling Elaine how to ask the question because Elaine can't figure it the fuck out. On 1216, did you report any notes to the nurse? Any reports to the nurse? Any injuries? Does that sound okay, Ms. Vasquez? That's fine, Your Honor. And I, for the record, Your Honor, Ms. Bredoff. And did you text with the nurse? Oh my God, the court. And did you text with her about your injuries? But that's it, okay, Ms. Bredoff. All right, Ms. Vasquez. And just for the record, Your Honor, the court, okay. I didn't impeach her on this incident. I asked her if she had any injuries. The court, we're not going to impeachment, just consistent statement. That's fine. Ms. Vasquez, okay, thank you. Back to open court. Oof. Just Beth is saying they never had the records authenticated. Is that the issue? Just the docs? Right. So here's the thing. If those records really existed that prove she had these injuries to her nose, they could have gotten those in, and they didn't. They didn't offer those medical records. That's part of the problem because Amber Heard is trying to be like on the stand saying, we turned over the medical records. I provide them to. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. And the other thing is that inside the medical records, what they're discussing here is it's not that the doctor found there was anything with her nose. In the medical record, it's just Amber Heard telling Nurse Flotty about the injuries she perceives she has. You see the difference? It's Amber Heard saying, I have such and such injuries. It wasn't even a medical finding. That's why it's double hearsay. Remember, the problem is with all of her claims, she never actually sought medical attention where like she either didn't seek medical attention or she went and talked to like, for in this case, like a nurse or whatever. And like, it wasn't related or they didn't diagnose her with anything and they didn't find any issues, right? I mean, in other words, there's no actual proof that any of this happened is really what it is. And you know, had she gone, right? It's like, and the thing is, right, is if you don't go, if you know they're not going to find an injury, right? If you actually need help, you go. So it's just, you know, in other cases where there's actually abuse going on, they go to you have, I mean, anyway, you guys know. Yeah, I know, right? They are very similar, very, very similar behaviors. That's why we're watching this. So yeah, hopefully that makes sense. And the docs came from her device. I don't even know if the docs were on her devices or not. I mean, there's so many issues that could be the case. I mean, she did make it sound like that, right? Which is like, that's even worse, man. Ugh. Okay. You know, the thing is, in civil trials, it's so common. Medical records are so common, right? It's different in criminal trials because there's a lot of rules that apply. But in a civil case, right, where a lot of times you're dealing with personal injury, for example, wrongful death. I mean, medical records are par for the course, and the parties that are involved in the suit are like 100%. They turn it over. They know that's coming in. They get them, but they get them right from the whatever it is, whether it's a hospital or a doctor, they get it directly from the source. And there's like diagnoses that are made, you know what I mean? There's like charts of, x-rays and what have you, things of that nature. There's nothing like that in this case, except for Amber Heard saying it happened. It's great. Never be too shy to ask, guys, if you ever want to watch something again. Always, of course, I'm always open to suggestions all the time. Yeah, I know. We didn't watch it since the beginning. I know. We just pulled up her cross. I know. I know exactly what you mean. I know it's harder to remember when you haven't gone through the whole thing. I mean, we've done that before, but it was a long time ago. But yeah. Gallery is amused. Wow. They're like, Elaine is a disaster.
Teen attack.
Okay, so let's see how she does.
Did you tell Nurse Falati on 12/16/2015 about the injuries you sustained from the 12/15/2015 attack?
I did. I believe I sent her pictures too.
Okay. And did you text with Nurse Falati on 12/16/2015 about the injuries that you had suffered as a result of Mr. Depp's attack on you on 12/15?
Yes, she guided me through a concussion check.
She guided you through a concussion check.
And did you tell
Connell
Cowan about the injuries?
I had a lot of concussions. And when you have a concussion, they tell you to go to the hospital right away. So clearly she did not have one.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
It's prior consistency.
Oh my God.
All right, I'm going to sustain the objection at this point. Next question.
Do you recall Dr. Laurel Anderson testifying that she saw two black eyes?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Sustain as to leading. Okay.
What, if anything, do you recall?
Oh my
from Laurel
God.
Anderson's testimony in this case about what she observed on 12/17/2015?
Objection, Your Honor. This is outside the scope of cross-examination.
It's prior consistent statements.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
It's observations for
I'm
the
gonna
12/17, the same day.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
May I approach?
Okay.
You guys. Okay, so they approach again. Ms. Vasquez, they've been, the court prior consistent statements can't be testimony. That's an evidence. That's not how it works. Ms. Bredoff, they've brought in Dr. Kipper's notes from 12/17 alleging that she didn't say anything about it. And 12/17, she's appearing in front of Laurel Anderson. The court, again, prior consistent statements can be permitted. You're asking about testimony that's not her consistent statement. In other words, part of Amber's problem here is that she's not made consistent statements. Sometimes we hear about inconsistent statements. This is a prior consistent statement. She doesn't have them, right? That's the problem. Ms. Bredoff, Ms. Vasquez got to talk about it in the court. That's not prior consistent statements, though. I'm going to sustain the objection. You can move on. Back to open court.
When in December did you see Dr. Laurel Anderson?
That's true official.
Objection, lack of foundation.
Overruled.
I saw her 2 days after the attack.
So on what day did you see her then?
That would have been the 17th of December, 2016. And I told her what happened.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
And when did you see Dr. Connell Cowan?
I saw him the next day, December 16th is my best recollection.
Let's jump to East Asia for a moment.
Oh my God.
We saw a number of
Why?
pictures from the backless dress. What, if any, motivation would you have to claim that Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back, knowing you had a backless dress?
Objection, Your Honor.
I
Leading,
think I can bring
calls
that
for
out, yes.
speculation.
It's still leading. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Why did you say that Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back in East Asia?
In the closet of the hotel room in Tokyo, I said that because it happened to me. And it would have been much more convenient if I was making it up to not include that detail, knowing I had a backless dress and I walked a press line and got photographed.
Now, we've heard testimony about Mr. Depp making a total of $65 million in 2015 and 2016 from his experts.
Objection, Your Honor.
Why did
Leading,
I haven't asked the question
hearsay,
yet.
I mean,
Why did you not ask for 32.5 million from Mr. Depp?
Your Honor, leading,
I said, why did you not ask?
Relevant.
I'll
Is it
sustain the
explanation?
objection.
Oh my
Sustain
God.
Objection to leading. Next question.
Why, can I just ask, why did you not ask for 32.5
Elaine!
million from Mr. Depp?
Because I didn't want
asked
it.
and answered, relevance.
Oh, overruled. Good.
Because I didn't want it. I realized that that's what I was entitled to, but I didn't want it. That simple.
That simple, guys.
The tape recording that was played that has you laughing quite a bit. Can you tell the jury what the context of that particular tape recording was?
I don't really recall a whole lot about what was going on. I know we had been fighting kind of ad nauseum and in this sort of loop, if you will. And I'm doing my best to not show my pain. That's what I was trying to do. Was trying to be tough, not show what kind of pain I was in.
Great.
Now,
You all not.
Ms. Vasquez asked you about how you got your role in Aquaman. Could you please describe to the jury how you got your role in
Yes.
Aquaman?
I auditioned, not Johnny. I auditioned. I worked really hard.
Obviously, Johnny
and
did not.
I went to where we were filming the first movie, Justice League. I went, I think, 5.5 months early before filming commenced, when I heard that they wanted to fire me, and so I put myself in the job in the
Objection,
gym.
Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustain.
Keep it away.
I worked
what-
really
what they
hard.
said.
I worked really hard on that and had to prove myself. And I did that for, even though I was only filming for 6 days, I was there for 6 months. Just worked my butt off.
What
That's
if
why.
What, if any, role did Mr. Depp play in your getting Aquaman?
He tried to have me fired from it.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
All right, I'll sustain his speculation.
How do you know that he tried to have you fired?
Objection,
from?
Your Honor. Calls for speculation and hearsay and lack of
That's the
foundation.
I'm trying to lay a foundation.
All right, if you lay foundation.
I saw it. I saw the emails. I saw the texts.
I'll sustain the objection as to hearsay. Next question.
You were asked about Isaac Baruch and why he, and that he saw no marks. What is your recollection of your interaction with Isaac Baruch during the week of May 22nd?
I saw Isaac when I was coming or going, meaning I was leaving or arriving to the building. I saw him at a distance. We did not have a in-depth conversation, nor would we. And I told him actually right after it happened what his friend had done.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I
Yep.
don't think it's offered to prove the truth of the matter.
Oh my God, look at him laughing.
Sustain the
Oh my
objection.
God.
Okay.
Wow.
Stay away from what was said. Can you just tell us what interaction you had
Oh my
with
God.
him and his opportunity to observe you with absolutely no makeup?
Objection,
That's
Your Honor,
impossible.
leading.
I'll sustain the objection as leading.
Please describe for the jury your interaction with Isaac Baruch during the week of May 22nd.
Well, not only did I have makeup on, but I did attempt to kind of let him know what happened.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Oh,
I'll sustain the objection.
oh my God. Oh my God.
You were asked some questions about Officer Melissa Science's testimony. What if anything, do you
Oh my God.
recall relating to Officer Melissa Sines' testimony relating to your injuries?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Your Honor said I could redirect after the cross-examination. when she-
Oh my God. Okay. Approaching y'all. All right. The court. You can redirect, but not hearsay. I mean, Ms. Vasquez, hearsay and leading. Ms. Bredoff, Your Honor, it's patently not fair for them to cross-examine and then say, Your Honor, that's for redirect. And I said, she's answering these questions and she's answering what Melissa Sines, she's testifying to what this is Ms. Vasquez is testifying to what these people are testifying to and asking them questions. I object to that because I think it's not the proper way to do it. Your Honor says that's for redirect. Now I'm trying to redirect the court. You still can't redirect with hearsay, Ms. Vasquez, or leading the court, or leading. I'm not sure from that question exactly. I mean, are you trying to get what her testimony was when she testified? Because that's what she was talking about was the testimony, the in-court statement that she made for a deposition that was played as a witness. Is that what you're trying to get to, Ms. Bredoff? Yes, the court. That's not what you asked, Ms. Bredoff. Okay, all right. But if it's not hearsay, if it's an in-court statement, so I can ask that because the court, you're talking about her testimony if she knows what her testimony was, Ms. Vasquez, but you still can't lead the witness, the court, but you still can't lead. Ms. Bredoff, okay, thank you. The court, thank you. And back to open court.
What, if anything, do you recall of Officer Sines' testimony in this case relating to your injuries and the property destruction?
I recall her saying that she didn't feel that the state I was in was enough of an injury to her, or wasn't injury seeming to her.
Okay. And what about the property damage?
She claims she did not see any property damage, but I walked with her over broken glass. So I don't know why she's saying that.
What, if any, interactions did you have with Alejandro Romero during the week of May 22?
I spoke to him briefly.
Objection, Your Honor, to the extent it calls for hearsay.
I just have to say, we're going to time this perfectly, you guys. We're going to time this absolutely perfectly. Wow. Awesome.
I spoke to him briefly.
Objection, Your Honor, to the extent it calls for hearsay.
Overruled at this point. Just spoke to him.
I spoke to him briefly in passing as I was entering, maybe when I was exiting the building, but always when I was on my way out or in from being outside, meaning makeup. I had makeup on always, as I do.
Why did James Franco visit you on the evening of 5/22/2016?
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know?
Yes.
Please tell us.
Because he was my friend and he lived next door, quite literally next door. And I had frankly exhausted my support network with my usual friends and was happy to welcome as much friendship at that time as I could possibly get.
Now, the video showed him laying his head on your shoulder. Can you describe for the jury what the interaction was, without saying what was said, what the interaction was that led to that?
He, after seeing my face, put his
Objection, Your
head on
Honor,
my
calls
shoulder.
for speculation.
That doesn't call for speculation.
Uh-huh.
She sees that he sees her.
He touched the side of my
I'll
face
sustain the
too.
objection.
And
Okay.
again, Your Honor, if we can instruct the witness.
If
to-
you could wait till after the objection, please. All right, next
What
question.
What did Mr. Franco do on the elevator before laying his head on your shoulder?
He touched the side of my face and responded to what he saw.
We talked about you were shown a bunch of newspaper headlines, and there was one in particular referring to sexual violence. What, if anything, did Mr. Waldman do to you relating to that article?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation calls for speculation.
What did he do to her?
Unintelligible. I don't understand. Honor, lack of foundation calls for speculation.
What did he do to her?
Unintelligible. I don't understand the question.
Overruled. We'll see where it goes.
He was carrying the paper that had that headline on it that he leaked and threw it at me at the UK trial. We were unfortunately sat kind of actually literally next to one another with COVID spacing in between us. And he threw the paper down at me as he sat down with that on the cover.
And where was that?
In the UK, at the UK trial.
Objection, Your Honor. This is beyond the scope.
That's not beyond the
No,
scope.
overruled.
Thank you. Why did you tweet about the makeup and Mr. Waldman?
Because he was calling me a liar and a hoaxer and that this was an elaborate hoax just to get Johnny.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question. Next question.
Yeah, okay. I don't have any more questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, ma'am, you can have a seat next to your turn. I'll sustain the objection. Next question. Next question.
Yeah, okay. I don't have any more questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, ma'am, you can have a seat next to your attorney, okay? You can go ahead and have a seat next to her. That's fine.
Oh my God, I was muted. Why was I muted? Why was I muted? How the hell was I muted? I was talking. Sorry, guys. Wow, what a mess. I don't know how I got muted. That's very odd. Oh my God. Amazing, right? So y'all, but Ben Chu's face and just the way this finished. Did you guys get to hear me commenting on this at all? Fuck. Her big finish, her big mic drop moment here, right? Like, oh my God.
Next question.
Yeah, okay. I don't have any more questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, ma'am, you can have a seat next to your attorney, okay?
Mic drop. Mic drop. And that's it. That's how they finish. She's weird. She can't figure out how to ask a question. So she just gives up. I think that's how I usually had that was time stamping this before. It was like Elaine gives up. She just gives up. She just gives up. Oh, I love it so much. So we didn't get to, I was saying this, but I think I was on mute somehow. We didn't get to Amber being called on rebuttal. We'll have to save that for another day, but that's totally fine. That we have that to look forward to this weekend. But what a disaster. I mean, this was their witness for their case in chief, and that's how it ends. Like, incredible, right? So I moved the stream back to 10 because court just started. They started late for Karen Reed. So that way we can be able to have some room to fast forward through like the morning break and whatnot. But we'll be going back to Jen McCabe on cross. So that's what we will do. Your guys, thanks for hanging out with me. I'm the lucky one that y'all are here hanging out. We love it. Our scroll crew is the best here. Hopefully you guys will all be back here in like 30 minutes or so for Karen Reed. And we will, I mean, what a thing to go from Amber on cross to Jen McCabe cross, right? It's going to be insane. I can't wait to see what happens. But yeah, so I'll see you guys here shortly. Timing worked out just perfectly. But thanks again for being awesome squirrels. And I will see you guys all here shortly.